Stop by. No, this is what 30 grand looks like. Okay, this. Thanks to our sponsors.
That's pretty good.
I got a sponsor list here, folks. Make sure to thank our sponsors.
Yeah. So we'll do it next time, and we'll do it for $28,500.
Over at the Aviator?
Well, hey, look, this is like decorators, wages, labor.
Well, it's an honor to be here at Centennial Hall, working for K2. I want to give a really great thanks to our star producer, Grace Elliott, over there by the door, putting the show together. And the whole staff of K2, Jamie Waste, Jeff Brown, Susan Fitzgerald, Katie Helt. And can I hear it one time for Fort James playing the bass? And how about for Alan Wicks on the drums? And Mr. Steve Nelson on the keys playing for you. My name's Justin Smith, and we got Doc Washington in the house, all the way here from Phoenix to sing for you. And stick around, folks, because we're playing all night. And here we go. Well, it's an honor to be here at Centennial Hall, working for K2. I want to give a really great thanks to our star producer, Ms. Grace Elliott, over there by the door, put the show together. And the whole staff of K2, Jamie Waste, Jeff Brown, Susan Fitzgerald, Katie Helt. And can I hear it one time for Fort James playing the bass? And how about for Alan Wicks on the drums? And Mr. Steve Nelson on the keys playing for you. My name's Justin Smith, and we got Doc Washington in the house, all the way here from Phoenix to sing for you. And stick around, folks, because we're playing all night.
The 2024 general election is here, but it's more than just a presidential slugfest between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats.
Here in Alaska, the stakes are high. Representative Mary Peltola faces a rematch with Republican Nick Begich, this time without Sarah Palin. 2 years ago, Republicans took back the majority in the State House after 6 years of Democrat domination. Now they're fighting to maintain power. And ranked choice voting is on the ballot. Will Alaskans decide to scrap their new election system or return to partisan primaries? In a year marked by rematches, 3 State House races will tip the scale.
Hi, I'm Cliff Grove.
Democratic Rep. Cliff Grove versus former Republican Rep. David Nelson. Democratic Rep. Maxine Dibert versus former Republican Rep. Art LeBon. And Republican Rep. Stanley Wright versus Democratic challenger Ted Eischen. All these questions and more will be answered on November 5th. And best of all, this year, Election Central is back. Join us at the Egan Center on November 5th from 6 to 11 p.m. Hang out with all your favorite politicos on both sides of the aisle. Come party, have a drink, and watch the results come in.
Okay, folks, I am so excited to be here live at the Egan Center for the 2024 general election. We've done these in the past. Since 2018, we did the Election Central. The state stopped doing it in 2016 for budget cuts. 2020 was COVID, 2022 our studio, but we decided for 2024 to bring it back here to the Egan Center. So if you're in Anchorage, if you're around, come on down. We got door prizes, we got bar back there. We have great people here. We're gonna have some candidates come by later, a lot of interviews. Very excited to be here. I want to start by introducing our panel. We have just an amazing panel. I feel like we're like a CNN here. We got this big table with all these folks. We're gonna have more people coming later, guests and candidates. We have Charisse Millett, former Representative Charisse Millett, Majority Leader.
And minority leader.
And minority leader.
Yeah, both.
You've been on a lot of these things.
I have. I enjoy it. It's lots of fun.
Now you're here tonight. You're not on the ballot, so you're probably
No.
having a little more. You're not as nervous.
I'm
huh?
not on the ballot. I'm not nervous at all.
What do you
I
think
mean, I'm
about?
nervous about what you're going to say later, but
I think we're streaming to the radio station as well, so I have to
nice.
unfortunately watch my language, which I'll do a good job.
You'll
at,
do
I
a good
think.
job. Yeah.
We have former U.S. Senator, former Anchorage Mayor Mark Begich. How you doing? I'm going to watch my language, and I'm not sure. I'm not hearing you, but I want to make sure.
I'm pushing a button.
Don't push. That's what
Don't push it.
You're talking back to the crew. We should.
It says talk back. I'm thinking
No,
I'm talking
we shouldn't
back
have
to you.
We shouldn't have given Mark the box.
I'm talking back.
That's talk back to
you.
the crew. No. Don't,
That's a derogatory statement.
Don't touch
I'm
that.
talking
Don't-
back to you.
Okay, that's Mark Begich, former U.S. Senator, former Anchorage Mayor. We got Matt.
Now someone's talking to my ear saying, "Don't touch the button."
Because that's the crew. That's our great
I'm not
team.
listening to Shirley. I'm not listening to Shirley.
We got Shirley. We'll talk about the
great
team
start.
later. We have Matt Shuckerow over here on my left, political consultant, Fathom Strategic Communications, ran Dan Sullivan's campaign a couple years ago, and he's was Governor Dunleavy's press secretary. You've done a lot. You've done a lot.
I've been very lucky. I spent 10 years in D.C. working for the entire delegation and worked for the governor and managed Senator Sullivan's 2020 reelect and have been on my own ever since and working on a variety of issues. So it's been fun, and I love doing this, and thanks for inviting me up here.
I just thought about this. We should have pulled up the video of you clotheslining the person who tried to attack Dan Sullivan with it was a heart of a caribou, but that you thought it was a weapon, and it was very aggressive, and you did clothesline. Awesome move on that.
Well, it's funny. I was managing the Senator's race in 2020, and every week we'd be on a call with the national managers across the country, just checking in. And after that event, I was on a call, and the whole call, this is like 12 campaign managers, they kind of open with a clap. And they're like, I didn't think that they had seen that video, but it was a wild event, and think how far we've come in politics.
Well, someone sent me the video, and I think it's up to like 50,000 views on YouTube. So it has gotten out there. And I'm very excited. I want to introduce Mindy O'Neall from Fairbanks. Can I say you're on the assembly? Is that okay? Yeah. We took that off here. Don't press the talk back like Mark. You don't even have that option, do you?
No, I don't. That's good. I just get to mess with Matt's audio.
Yeah,
so,
we did some movement, so we have enough for the guests.
I like that.
I know.
We wanted to make sure the guests are closer to the stairs.
It's good.
But Mindy, you're on the Fairbanks North Star Borough Assembly, longtime Politico. You're kind of our interior rep on this panel. Are you going to tell us what's going on?
That's fantastic. I hope so. As much as I can. I'm here for it.
There's a couple big races in the interior. Scott Kawasaki, Leslie Idukovich Senate race.
Huge.
The Bart Laban, Maxine Dibert rematch.
Also big.
And even the Mike Cronk, Savannah Fletcher. I don't know if that's maybe as big, but that's also a race.
It's also a watcher.
You're on the assembly with Savannah Fletcher, right?
I am. I was. Savannah termed out on our last meeting, so just a week ago.
Well, see, look, that's why we have the interior person here to set me straight. Well, we got a great panel, folks. We're going to have guests all night coming in, candidates, legislators, politicos. Could get weird. Could be some strange people show up. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Everybody come down and visit.
It's a landmine show, right?
It's a landmine show.
We also have this truck, and anybody listening or watching, there's a long story behind the production truck. If you do want to sign your name with one of the magic markers, it still has the California branding on it, so we will at some point be painting that if we raise enough money, hopefully.
So we're going to sign it, then you're going to paint over it?
It might be. It'll probably be on there for a while.
Okay, good.
I'll be honest. It's not going to be overnight.
You got to raise money. So, maybe the aviator.
So Jeff, what do we have in store this evening?
So, but I want to go into that. But before we do that, we couldn't be here, right? We could not be here without our sponsors.
Yeah.
We must thank the sponsors. GCI, who's been a long time kind of landmine supporter. They're great. We have our cups here. They provide great internet services. Actually, we're going to be giving away some door prizes this evening. They donated 2 amazing door prizes, an iPad and an Apple Watch.
That's awesome.
Oh, those are good door prizes.
Yeah.
And Mindy's got a ticket.
Honest.
I do.
Oh gosh.
You guys.
Except you know what? I always lose my ticket.
If you win, there's going to be voter
It's
fraud.
rigged. It's rigged.
It's rigged.
Hey, there was no disclaimer when I got this ticket. Look,
every person deserves a chance to get in on this.
You guys go grab a ticket. So
That's
I want to thank also the Alaska Miners Association.
I don't know why I'd be disqualified. You're not paying me to be here.
I'm not. Nobody's getting paid.
The miners rock, by the way.
Musk
for Jeff.
raffle.
I want to go back to the miners real quick. For the miners, if you're watching this on your phone or on a TV, that's mining, right? We love the miners, so we're a big supporter of the miners, Alaska Miners Association. These are our top sponsors. These guys kicked in enough. They get a little extra time.
We're going to mention them a lot tonight.
We talk about Mancho Mine later, maybe up in Fair. That's a big controversy up there, right? In Harding Lake, we can discuss that.
Lots of discussion about that.
And then we want to go to the Aero International. These guys, they're trying to bring electronic pull tabs. Now, I'm a pull tabs guy. People know this. I love pull tabs. Now, the paper pull tabs are fine. I'm not against that.
Right.
But when the bar is busy, right, even if you win, you got to wait. I don't know if you guys do pull tabs. It can be kind of daunting. It's 2024. These guys, they've been doing it for years. The Whaler Supply has been doing charity stuff. They want to get a bill to pass the electronic. I'm okay with it. I don't know if you guys want to weigh in here, but
no, I think electronic pull tabs is going to be great. It's messy when I just won $1,000 at Gallows.
Well, I will say, I'll say this. I did pull tabs in a different state, and they had pull tab machines. Like you felt like you're at Chuck E. Cheese. You put in the money, they just go, they all trickle out. They come stacked, perfectly counted.
You can press the button. I mean, I'm saying I like the option. If it's, I prefer to do the paper because I want to enjoy that. But if it's busy, you can win. You can wait 15, 20. If it's busy, they aren't worried about the pull tabs. They're trying to get the drinks out.
Yeah, they're trying to get the drinks out.
But I think, obviously it opens the doors to a lot more, I think. But
a lot more gambling?
Well, I mean, it's if you're doing electronic pull tabs. I haven't thought about this issue much, but I can see why they probably are advertising, and they probably are going to get some representation in Juneau.
I love that they're advertising. We're big fans of them.
Yeah.
Also, we want to thank our other sponsors. These are great sponsors too. The first ones, I'll be honest, they kicked in a little extra, so we really want to. We got the top sponsors, but we have the IBW Local 1547, Alaska State Chamber of Commerce, Tudor Bingo. Not exactly maybe with the Arrow people, but it's fine. You know, it's all gaming.
Takes all kinds. Everybody loves bingo.
We got the Alaska Oil and Gas Association, Resource Development Council,
Excellent.
Sumner Homes. Jesse Sumner's here. I don't know if you're in the Valley. If you need a home built, I'd probably call that guy.
Yeah.
And the Alaskans for Sustainable Budgets. I'm sure we all know Brad Keithley. If
Yeah.
you follow politics, he's very present in the political kind of atmosphere about his writings on the dividend. And then we have a bunch of lobbyists that have sponsored, and we love the lobbyists.
Love the lobbyists.
We love the lobbyists. I mean,
Love the lobbyists.
And look, you guys watch Gavel to Gavel. We know the lobbyists. They do that, right? They want to support.
Oh, speaking of lobbyists.
There's Frank Bickford.
Frank Bickford.
There's one of our sponsors right there,
Yeah.
Frank Bickford in the crowd. Can we get a shot
His
of Frank
name's
Bickford?
right up there.
His name's on the screen. And there's Miles.
Oh, there's Miles Baker.
Miles Baker didn't sponsor.
Yeah.
Miles, you should have sponsored.
Not too late.
I didn't ask him though.
Not too late,
So-
Miles.
Too late.
We got-
Update the screen.
Is your
Legislative-
margin, Miles? Is your margin?
We'll get
Still good.
Miles next time. We got legislative consultants, folks. Heather Brakes, Wendy Chamberlain, Confluence Strategies, Chris Noss, Royce Weller, Strategy North Group, Jerry Mackey, Mike Pavlowski, Fish.
You know, Miles actually sponsored me to mention his client GreenSpark by name, so that went directly to me.
You got that money?
Oh, man. I didn't know that was an option.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
That would be
Yeah.
funny.
I'm making my
That
list.
didn't
right
actually
now.
I want a
happen,
piece of the
but
action
he
on
does
that.
rep GreenSpark, who are doing some cool stuff.
What do we have? We have a few left. I feel like where are we at in the sponsors? We had
Sarah
Yuri Morgan.
Redward.
That's a Fairbanks guy. He's my neighbor in Juneau in the
Yeah.
office. Love Yuri Morgan. Ashley Reed. He's been around since he ran
Ever.
Bill Sheffield's
Sheffield's.
campaign.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ted Popley. He was majority counsel. He's a great lobbyist.
Yeah.
We got Kevin Jardell, another great guy. Sarah McWart, not a lobbyist, but she kicked in, so we threw her in there. But she's kind of, a little bit, you know, she's not registered probably. And then we got one woman wanted to kick in.
He meant that in the legal right way.
She's not
doesn't
lobbying,
have
but
to.
she's like in the mix.
She's in the
you know,
mix, right?
she's
She's
in the
not a
mix.
lobbyist.
She's in the
She-
arena.
She
I
doesn't
should
go to
say,
Juneau
in
and
the
actually
arena.
lobby.
APOC's going to
talks
call her
with
right now. I
people.
feel very bad
I
about
feel
that.
like you just threw
Yeah.
your sponsor under the
She's
bus.
not lobbying. Yeah,
She's
She's
not
not worried
sponsored
about
next
it. And the
time.
one who shall
And
not
we got
be named.
She Must Not Be, which I guess is about Harry Potter.
Yes.
Have you guys heard that? I don't know. I didn't even watch that.
Yeah.
But anyway, she's.
But it's he.
Well, but this is a woman, though.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So somebody else didn't. They wanted to help out. So, anyways, I want to thank. We're going to be throughout the night thanking our sponsors. We have in the room here. We're going to have live results on the big screen. They're flashing throughout the night. I'm just so happy to be here. It's a little bit different this year because we only have one statewide race. We have the big Peltola Begich rematch. 2 years ago, we had the governor and the U.S. Senate. So a little bit less exciting. We have, instead of 59 legislative races like 2 years ago with redistricting, we only have 50, 40 House, 10 Senate, and 11 incumbents are unopposed. And many incumbents have one opponent that's not really a serious opponent. So, I mean, we're talking about maybe a handful of races. We'll start with the House. I think the Senate, I think it's not really controversial. The Senate's almost certainly going to be a coalition again, based on
I'd
the
agree
numbers
with that. I would agree with that.
of kind of the 11 people that are already there to form
Right.
that majority. Very unlikely there's going to be any change, maybe smaller numbers as far as the majority goes. But in the House, we have, I'd say, 3 key races with a couple outliers. Let's first talk about, we'll go to Mindy on the Bart LeBon, Maxine Dibert. Former rep, she beat him 2 years ago. There was that Kelly Nash, hyper-conservative woman. It went to the ranking, and, you know, it didn't really work out. Maxine won by quite a bit in the ranking. So this is a big race. A lot of money's being raised and spent in this race. What's happening up there?
Yeah, it's quite a watcher, that's for sure, a nail biter, if you will. But Maxine Dibert is an educator and has been in in this district teaching kids for 20 years, 13 years. So she has a lot of connections and a lot of people who have looked up to her and have learned from her. And they elected her to go down to Juneau last year. She's been down there 2 years, and Bart LeBon is coming back. And, I think this is my district, so I have a lot of feelings about this district. But
We got him on the big screen here.
yeah, it's a pretty. I mean, with Maxine and with Bert, that's wrong. It says Bert. Bert.
Oh,
it's
my
not
God.
Bert and Ernie. It's Bart.
Gee,
I mean-
Steven, sorry, I went through these. Can we?
Uh-oh.
It's all right.
All right.
gosh.
Well,
And I just,
momentarily we'll get that fixed. But
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt you. I've done this again for the second time in a row, and I feel horrible. We have Scott Jensen and Jake Hirsch. Remember, I forgot Jake.
Yeah, you did.
Shit. I mean, darn. I forgot Jake again. Okay,
remember,
let's
you're
go.
on the
I've done it again.
Okay.
I forgot Jake again. He flew in from Idaho. He's in law school. Let's plug into Jake.
Let's go
Hirsch
to Jake.
Let's go to
and
Jake.
Scott Jensen, who are at the. Here we go, Jake. I forgot you again, man. I feel horrible about that.
2 years in a row, brother. What are we doing here?
Jake, I even reminded him, Jake. I reminded him.
Now, Jake flew in a couple days ago.
I appreciate it.
He's in law school in Idaho and Moscow, not Russia, and he's here and he's coming back to help us out with the election. He's a great sport. He's a good correspondent. Jake, so tell us where you are and kind of what's going on over there.
We're at Willowa right now for the Chuck Kopp for State House District 10 party. The landmine favorite to win, I do believe.
We did pick Chuck Kopp on that. Oh, there's Representative Julie Colom in the room, in our room. Yeah, no, it's over here.
I was looking around.
It's on our end. What I see a few politicos over there. What's kind of the vibe right now? It looks like a little fun over there.
It's the vibe's good. You know, it's a little early, but people are having fun. It's a packed house. We went to. I think the plan is to go to the Begich party next when they open. But for now we're looking good over here.
So your plan, you're going to go to the Republicans are at the Marriott, right?
Yep.
That's correct.
Nick
Yep.
Begich Republican deal. Mary Peltola and Democrats are at 49th State.
Yep.
And we'll have you over there. And then there's some kind of weird libertarian event at some kind of, I don't know, like a basement on 3rd Avenue. That's an option.
A libertarian event in a basement. I feel like that's got to be. We got to go check that out.
Was there a pro one, no on two event maybe happening, or I thought maybe there was something at Flat Top, but who knows?
I heard
days.
something at Flat Top. Yeah, we're going to try to get to all the places we can go. There's a bit of a setup kind of situation there, but Jake, we're going to see you throughout the night. Thank you he flew in from Moscow, guys.
So
Idaho.
Jake, I have a question. Every event you go to, do you have to take a shot of something?
Yes.
Okay, I'm anxious for about.
If it's on the landmine tab, we'll take a shot or whatever.
It's on the landmine tab.
It's going to be a reimbursement type situation, but we don't want you falling over. We don't want you passing out at the end of the night. We want to keep you kind of.
We want to keep you ready for school.
I think his commentary
water
would be.
shots are fine.
Yeah, water shots,
I mean,
but
Jake,
I think his commentary would be great.
I'll pitch in $50. Drink all you want.
There we go.
You know what, Jake?
I'll save my receipts.
I'll
Thank you.
pitch in 52. So drink top shelf.
I'm not going to say I never saw
God
this,
bless.
but I'm not going to say I've never seen this, but sometimes the strippers might just do this, right, when they're doing the shots.
We've never seen that.
That way they're-
I
What are
know
you talking
we don't
about?
know what you're talking about.
What are you
Because
talking
they don't
about?
want to get drunk.
Jake,
so
don't
they
listen
pour
to
it.
Remember,
what,
you're on the
what
radio.
Jeff is
Oh, that's
saying
probably
right now.
okay. That's probably okay.
Yeah, but go to
$100. I can
Yep.
buy name brand.
Yep,
That's-
go,
Yes.
What
go
a day.
top shelf.
Jake, what's your button there? What are you wearing there?
It's like Nixon.
Nixon?
It's an RIP Nixon pin. You never know. He could surprise you. He
love
could come
that.
from behind. Yeah.
I love that. He had
Richard Milhouse Nixon.
He had a big win in '68. That's a little historical. But Jake, we
He
want to
did,
thank
and then
you.
nothing bad happened after that.
He won in '72, and then something bad happened. All right, Jake, we're gonna come back to you later. Where's your next stop?
I believe the Begich Republicans party at the Marriott.
Okay, well
Nice.
they're starting at about 7:30. Matt, do you have any insight? Those are kind of your people. So what's?
Well, I think their event's at from 7:30 to midnight, and I think it's a joint Alaska Republican Party with Nick Begich. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of Anchorage candidates that over there, and that's kind of the sort of the central hub that people are attending. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I think people are waiting to see returns, and frankly, I think a lot of people are probably tuning in to see what's happened on the national stage. I know that the party moved their campaign war room from their headquarters down to the Marriott, and just like most campaigns, they're crunching numbers, trying to see, I think polls close in 40 minutes, but, campaigns are anxiously waiting for their poll watchers to report back with their tapes and in key precincts and districts across the state. So that's where I think they are. I think as their guests start coming in, it's going to be sort of just – I think there's a lot of optimism. I think if you're looking at what's happening nationally, if you look at what's happening in the U.S. Senate, I mean, maybe we'll get into this, maybe we won't, but it by all accounts, it looks like that Donald Trump is up, and it looks like that
I've watched a little bit on Twitter, but I haven't watched, so maybe we can talk about – maybe you can kind of be our national guy. I want to go real quick. We have Senator James Kaufman here.
That's my senator.
Did you guys see how they snuck him in? We have such a great. Before we go to James, I want to thank our team. We have too many to name. We have Scott Jensen out in the field. We have Trent McNelly. We have Shirley back there. We have Dan. We have Peter. We have Jake out there. We have Simon. We got like a lot of.
Paxson.
We got a great team. Paxson. So I want to thank our team for doing all this. This is, you don't understand, guys. Putting this thing together is not overnight, right? This is like months of planning, and so we have a great team. Anyways, we have Senator James Kaufman here.
Yeah,
how you doing?
For having me. Doing good.
How are you feeling now? I don't want to get too negative, but your primary results were a little bit surprising to some, maybe yourself included. Maybe you want to talk about that? You're in a three-way race with Janice Park, who's run a lot over the years, and then this Harold Borbridge, who's a Republican but isn't raising or spending any money.
Yeah, well, and that was the thing. It was a very low turnout operation, or a low turnout election, and the dynamic of having three people in there that basically took away my lead. So the other Republican in the race soaked up enough votes to give my lead to my primary main opponent, Janice Park, and I don't think it meant much in terms of what's ultimately going to happen tonight. But what was great was by getting that focus on the fact that she did edge me out. Finally, people started paying attention to me for fundraising, and so it was like, it had a wonderful silver lining.
Have you seen that where maybe nobody's paying attention, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, shoot.
Yep. We got to pay attention. Yeah. Well, we talked about that actually in the primary. That was a number one thing that we thought was going to happen was all these folks that were running, and there's sleeper candidates, and maybe one party funds it very well, and then especially with your race, we saw your fundraising numbers go way up, and your presence in the district is immense. It's the first time I've seen a lot of Janice Park signs. So not only did the Republicans take that fundraising to heart, so did the Democrats, and I saw that she raised some money too. But of all accounts, that district, our Senate district, runs, more Republican. So
so I feel quite hopeful. The demographics are on my side, especially with the turnout that we're seeing.
Yep.
And then also, I know what we did, and as far as a campaign that was hitting on all 8 cylinders, maybe 10 or 12, there was like nothing that we weren't doing that a campaign should do, and the fundraising was great. I broke a personal record, and I want to thank everyone who supported the campaign and in all the many ways that they did. And in the end, I think we've had an awesome campaign. I was proud to have that campaign behind me and all the people working to do what we did.
We'll have a pretty good idea in about 30 polls close in about 35 minutes. We're going to be hoping to get a lot of our tapes in because we're not going to see results probably till 9 or 9:30 maybe from the Division of Elections.
I'll say one thing, and feel free to pass on this. I thought it was I recently heard an ad that your opponent was running using Forrest McDonald or Jay McDonald's words, saying like, Forrest is a Democrat turned Republican turned conservative turned contrarian, and so it's this very strange.
He also changed his name several times.
He's Jay McDonald, Forrest McDonald, but I just thought it was so fascinating because it's your opponent using a conservative's name, and it just felt very strange to me. And again, you can take a pass on this. In many ways the election's over, but I think that we're talking right now. We've had a lot of sort of negative campaigning. I think his message was a little strange to me because he's like, as a Republican, I'd rather take Janice Park, the Democrat. And you're just like, wait, what? I'm a little confused here. So I don't know if you want to comment on that, or like I said, feel free to take the pass on that.
I'll go ahead and address that. I just think that there's folks that get fixated on some aspect that just is really important to them, and Lord knows what it might be for different people, but we have people that are really driven by single issues at a given time. And if somebody gets spun up over that, they may not necessarily.
Look at that. We couldn't find any pictures of that Harold guy. It's pretty much the one we could find. It was weird.
So they may not necessarily think rationally in terms of what would happen. So if somebody's worried about the left, to do things to take me out and try and put my opponent in, that's not really a logical.
It was
guys, I want to just. I'm sorry.
Weird logic. Yeah.
Cut you off. We have Jeremy Bynum, Ketchikan Republican, who's in the open seat. Dan Ortiz's Representative Dan Ortiz's seat, and I think we have him on Zoom. We're going to have him fed in. Shirley's talking to me, Mark.
She talked to me already.
No, because you pressed the talk back.
Hey,
no, you're talking.
Hey, James, the good thing is Forrest McDonald doesn't have name recognition in our district, and so I don't think that any of those ads, to your point, were effective. But it was very strange, and I did see a lot of negative campaigning. I will give you kudos, though, because I got several texts, not as many as Peltola and Begich and Trump on my phone and Kamala, but I got a lot of good information. You did a good job getting your message out and on social media.
Yeah, we had a great text program. We had a good digital media program, mail, phone banking, doors. I mean, like if that doesn't work, I don't know what would have.
Well, and I'll say this: I think you look around campaigns, and running a comprehensive sort of all the above campaign where you can really hit doors, calls, text, digital, radio if you can. Some of those things. I mean, I think that. My fear is that we're seeing a lot of sort of campaigns move away from that because it's a little bit harder. There's not as many people. I mean, it's, to be honest, like it's hard to get staff to do this and people that are in this business that can help you. But I know you have a really good team, and you just have sort of a team that works hard and focuses and you maybe not always know how to do these things, but that's the thing, hire problem solvers. So I know I've seen that a lot from your campaign. But, I mean, I'll candidly say I saw some campaigns from both sides that are even in sort of some tight races where you're like, I wish you would have done more. I think there's, you don't want to leave anything on the table. And I do think in this day and age where a lot of these things that you can do are not that so far out of your reach anymore. This isn't the early 2012, 2014, where some of those things seem so unattainable. Like you can do some of this pretty easily. And so I was glad to see some full service, sort of all the above really get out. So I think you guys did a good job.
I think we have Jeremy Bynum here. I'm hearing Shirley tell me. We love Shirley. We have Jeremy. He's going to be in the box behind us, folks. So let's look over to the right here. We are waiting for Jeremy Bynum, Ketchikan, Republican. He's in a three-way race with Agnes Moran and Grant Echohawk, which is a great name. I mean,
great name.
I love that name.
All three are great.
Oh, there he is. Jeremy Bynum, you've been on the show a couple times over the years.
Yes, sir. Hey, thanks for having me, Jeff.
Thanks for being here.
Good to be here.
Ketchikan, you ran 2 years ago against Dan. It was not super close, but it wasn't a blowout. So you're back. Dan decided not to run right at the end. I don't know if you were aware of that. I heard about it days before the deadline, and then you kind of killed. You got like half the vote in the primary. So how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. We've been working hard for the last couple of years. Dan being a multi-term incumbent last time running, and we came actually from our perspective we were really close. Jumping in there at the last minute, and then we just been putting the work in, and so this time we like to joke around a little bit and say Dan didn't want to do all that hard work in the campaign and process against us again, but so he wanted to retire.
Well, I feel like a lot of people I've talked to in Ketchikan, Dan was their teacher over the years, and they just say I'm voting for he was a coach and teacher, so I feel like even though he was independent at Ketchikan's a little kind of to the Republican side, he was a teacher for many years at Ketchikan, I think high school. So
yeah, he was.
And you served with Dan's a really great guy. I
did serve with Dan, yeah.
It wasn't about everybody loved Dan. Dan's a great guy,
Here's the race right here. We got Jeremy, Grant, and Agnes. Mark, I don't know how you are on. Are you for a ranked choice? I don't know.
Yes.
I like it. I voted against it, but now I'm with it. But
I was not for it, but I like it.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
What do you think about this one? I mean, for Grant or Agnes to win, right? They're basically all going to have to rank the other one.
Yes, you got to be 100%.
I mean, it's not. It's got to be 100%. And we've seen a lot of these races. It's 70%, 80%. That's right. Sometimes it's less.
And some just vote one and call it good, and they're not voting. But yeah, I mean, I think in a race like this, I mean, he did well in the primary, and you're right. Ortiz people loved him down there.
Yeah.
And by having an open seat, it created a different dynamic, and his name ID from last time helped a great deal.
So Jeremy, there's a couple other races. There's we talked briefly about the Bart LeBon, Maxine Dibert race. There's the Ted Eischeid, Stanley Wright race, and there's the Cliff Grow, David Nelson race. The Republicans right now, they have a 23-member majority. That's with 4 Bush members. If you win this seat, it'll be a pickup, but there could be some other, kind of losses potentially. So What are you? I mean, are you talking or thinking about how things might kind of organize next year?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we want to stay positive. We want to try to make sure we're positioning ourselves to make sure that District 1 down here, 1,000 miles away from where you're at, by the way, is going to be represented well in the legislature. And sorry I can't be there in person. I really wanted to be there, but like I said, we're 1,000 miles from there, and I want to be home in my district with my family and my friends right here at home when we win tonight is the goal. So
well, I've taken a few, oddly enough, cruises. A couple years ago, they did like a in-state deal on Holland America. I went from Whittier to Vancouver, stopped in Ketchikan, did it again. I found out something on the cruise ship. If you lose a lot in the casino, like more than the next cruise costs, they'll give you a free cruise. I figured that out.
I think they want you to keep spending.
All you have to do is lose more than the cruise.
So you lost a lot of money is what you're saying.
Come back to the next one.
I don't want to say. I mean,
got a free cruise,
I did claw back a little bit, but I did 2 cruises over the last couple of years, just a week long. And Ketchikan, it's a great. I've never spent much time there. It's a great place.
Yeah.
It's a nice little town.
Yeah.
So, Jeremy.
Hey, look at this. You lose that money on the cruise ship and you get to visit Ketchikan, it's a win.
That's right.
Right.
And
right.
Juneau and Skagway and a bunch of Southeast. Well, we're going to be watching your race. We got the polls close at 8. We're going to hopefully get some. If you have any tapes, by the way, precinct tapes, we're collecting as many tapes as possible. We love looking at those. So please send them.
I'll send them.
Even if it's not favorable, we ask please send them because it's coming out anyway.
We'll send everything we get to you. I think it's going to be all favorable tonight, and but. Even if it's slightly not favorable to us, we'll still send it.
I think we predicted in our landmine predictions you're winning. Anybody else have anything for Jeremy?
Thanks for running in. Good luck tonight and enjoy your family time because if you get elected,
it's gone.
Boy, you're gonna be juggling, right?
I got to say it's really frustrating spelling your name. I spell your name a lot now, and it's BYNUM, but I want to do BUY, so I deal with that, and it's
no problem with that. That's okay. We'll give you plenty of time to get it right here as we move into the future. Bynum. B-Y-N-U-M.
Jeremy Bynum,
That's right.
Republican, Ketchikan. You've been great. You've come on our shows for the last several years, last several shows. So appreciate you coming on.
Hey, I enjoyed it, even if you're giving me a hard time about being locked up in the bars there last time I was on. You gave me a hard time and said I was a prisoner of war. And my wife gave me free.
No. I thought he was saying he was like locked in a bar, like a drinking bar. No, the screen.
Yeah, the screen.
You look like a hostage video.
Yeah, it did look
where
like
you have
hostage.
you have like proof of life on the newspaper, and you're like, I'm being treated well. They're treating me nice.
It was a really dark back. Right? It just showed his face and like a single light on him.
It was like an ISIS hostage.
It was like an ISIS hostage.
It was funny though.
It was.
You know why that happened? That happened because I didn't run that past my wife to tell me, is this okay?
It looks way better this time. I mean, you got the Bynum there.
Way better.
Yeah.
Salmon Run.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, there's no hostage.
His shelf is very organized.
Behind.
I know. Well, that's all credit to Miss Carolyn Henry. So we give her all the credit for making sure the household's in order.
Well, we love it. I would have almost preferred the hostage look, but this is good too. So thanks for coming on, Jeremy Bynum.
I almost actually wanted to do a backdrop with that and play a little joke with you on it, but I figured it probably wasn't the best look.
I would have loved that, like a black, like a spotlight.
Right.
They are treating me good.
Paper.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Bynum, Republican, Ketchikan. I'd say very likely the next rep from Ketchikan.
Yep.
So thanks for coming on.
I'll be around tonight, so maybe after results come in, we'll have another chance to just talk about what we're looking at moving forward.
If it's coming down the pipe, come on back on. We're gonna be here till 11. We actually have to. If we're here at 12:01 second, we must pay another day rental fee. Maybe we'll just do. Maybe I'll have some drinks and I'll just say, it's not cheap. It's not cheap, and the cost is going to go up. So,
Wow.
We got a bar here, folks. If you're watching this and you're in Anchorage, we got a bar. We have.
Don't have too much fun.
Hey, Jeff, I do want to say if you're following the national stuff, it does. So the Senate picked up Ohio. They called it for Bernie Moreno against Sherrod Brown.
Really? Wow.
So the Senate is at least going to be at 50 Republicans, but with the race, in Montana and Nebraska and a couple other races, it's safe to say that the Republicans are on their way to picking up a majority in the U.S. Senate. I think we kind of knew that. It's always a question of by how much.
Yeah,
and
margins.
So anyways, I just want to say that, while we've been talking, they've called the race in Ohio for Bernie Moreno, and it gives the Senate 50 Republicans, and they're very likely to have
How are we looking on? Do we have any, because it's 7:30 here, so we're 11:30 East Coast. We're not 8:30 West.
216
or Pacific.
And Harris has 193.
Yeah, I mean, it's really it's these states that they call the Democrat wall in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania,
Arizona.
And the numbers I'm seeing right now, again, it's 78% reporting. It's Trump's up in Pennsylvania, Trump's up in Michigan, and Trump's up in Wisconsin. We'll see. I mean, I think I'm communicating with some folks who work back in D.C. and they feel strongly about Trump in Pennsylvania. Arizona's leaning his way, but a lot of people we're watching the same thing you guys are, probably on the second screen or on your television. So, yep.
Yeah, and Arizona is 2,500 vote differential right now, and I think when you look at these races, they're all going to be close. Painfully, it will be a long night nationally on these numbers to see what happens. But in all those states that he had edges, he has them in the data right now. And again, I think some of the East Coast ones will determine this race. I mean, Arizona will be important, but depending on what Pennsylvania does.
Yeah, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania are the decision makers for this race.
Yeah, Mark, you're a Democrat who was elected in the Republican state in the Senate. You were a two-term mayor. You were in the Assembly. I guess just kind of what's your honest take of this campaign? I mean, they put in Harris late. They got Biden got pushed out. It seems like extremely close.
Yeah, this is going to be a close race all the way down. I mean, I think no matter how you cut it, if Trump wins, it's going to be 1-2 points at max. I had said at the beginning, even if Harris was winning the popular vote by 1 or 2 points, she has a hard time winning the electoral vote. You got to be 3-4 points ahead in the national numbers, the raw numbers, to get the electoral votes from a Democrat's viewpoint. That's my view on it. And the last number nationally, she was about 1.5, 2 up, not that margin. So it's going to be down to the wire. I think if there's anything this race shows is that anything can happen in a presidential race. It used to be you'd say every week is a lifetime. I think in this race, every day became a lifetime of change. And so I think, again, this will be a tight race in the battleground states, the Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and to some degree now North Carolina and Arizona. You're going to be down to waiting for numbers to come in when even though a big bulk of them will be in. There'll be early votes that are still going to be counted because the way some of these states do it, absentee ballots, and then the question ballots. But I think it's going to be like the last two presidential races. These ones will be 20, 30, 40,000 votes.
If Pennsylvania goes to Trump, how big of a misstep is it where her not picking Josh Shapiro because of the Jewish thing? I mean,
I don't know if you can judge it that way. I think it's just Pennsylvania demographics have changed. It's the working class voters that Democrats used to control or get big numbers are not what they're getting. I think the margin.
I'm going to just before you leave, I want to say, Senator Kaufman, thank you for coming on. I don't want to hold you forever, but thank you for being here. Hang out in the room. We're going to do some door prizes. So maybe you win one. We got not a lot of folks in here yet. So
I managed to hang on to my ticket this time. So.
Well, thanks for coming on, Senator Kaufman. Hang out.
Thank you.
Make sure to invite your friends, and we're gonna have a great time.
I will. All right.
Oh, there we go.
We'll go back to Mark in a second, but we have this cool speaker, Shuckerow, Matt Shuckerow. That was an awesome.
That's Fathom Strategic donated that.
Fathom Strategic. We got this DeWalt drill. We got a bunch of wine.
That's actually from Costco. I just went and bought it, but
we got some CBD stuff from. Oh my gosh, I'm embarrassed. I forget. Is it real? Can somebody read the name of the darn CBD? It's not marijuana, but it's CBD oil stuff. We're going to give them some of those away. We also have an iPad from GCI, an Apple Watch. We got some great stuff.
Yeah.
So we'll be.
Looks like a bunch of wine there too.
We got Charisse.
Donated some wine.
Wow.
Yeah.
We also have a $50 gift card to Allen and Peterson.
That's nice.
I mean, that's going to get you like a teapot or something. If you want to buy one of those big ranges, it's going to get you a small.
Right, but they've been there for a long time.
They have been.
They got good stuff.
It's amazing.
There.
Yeah.
But going back to the Pennsylvania, you don't think it's a huge misstep for her to not pick Josh Shapiro, the governor?
I don't think so. But any one of those candidates in that Midwestern region was helpful to her. But I still think what's happening there is you have kind of a demographic change. You have people who are, you might call them Reagan Democrats that have over time moved to Republican Party. And what's more amazing, and bluntly, is their interests, when you look at the data, the things they care about, jobs, the economy, things that matter to the individual, most of the time the Democrats have supported that. But Trump has inspired them, got them excited, and they are voting in big numbers in areas where, it used to be you could do pretty well there as a Democrat, but not in some of these cases. Well, and she's underperformed in some areas.
The polls in Alaska close in about 15 minutes. We're going to go to a quick break, folks.
I will say on Pennsylvania real quick.
We're going to come back.
Yeah.
Guys, we got a big treat. Watch the breaks.
Oh, great.
They're going to be epic.
We got a big treat for y'all here on the break. So we'll be right back, folks. Thanks for tuning in to Alaska Landmine Election Central.
Republicans, the goal is to beat Fran Ulmer in November.
You add Sarah Palin to the ticket, and we're unbeatable.
Sarah will bring younger voters back to our party. And she's proudly conservative.
Sarah cut the tax rates as the mayor of Wasilla, and their economy is booming.
If we're serious about beating Fran Ulmer, we need Sarah Palin on the Republican ticket.
With 19 brand new freshmen in the House of Representatives last term, you wouldn't have expected much to get done. But one of those freshmen was Sean Parnell, chosen by the Alaska Journal of Commerce as the most effective freshman in the House. How effective? The House unanimously passed Sean's long-range planning bill, the first step to reducing state spending.
I'm Sean Parnell, and I have a big investment in Alaska's future. I need your vote on November 8th.
We have a state that needs new management. These two people represent a new generation, and they represent a new vision, new energy. They represent the kind of people that ought to come along and take our places. And it needs a new agenda for all of us to get behind. Think of this. When you go to vote, don't go to vote alone. And you'll help Sarah become the next governor of Alaska, which we all want to see.
Easily paid for by Palin Parnell, New Energy for Alaska, 245 West 5th, 9.
When we were young, our father loved to bring us here, to this spot. When things seem impossible, I try to do what he would have done. Like when I took on Obama to open up drilling in the Arctic. I also took him on to protect our gun rights and exempt Alaska schools from No Child Left Behind. And I'm fighting like hell to fix the health care law so it works for Alaska. I'm Mark Begich, and I approve this message because I will go anywhere and work with anyone to do what's right for Alaskans.
I'm Ted Stevens. I approve this message.
People talk about change. Senator Stevens has already been changing Alaska for over 40 years.
He is down to earth and honest and forthright.
I trust his judgment. That's why I voted for him.
And he loves Alaskans.
We cannot afford to be without his presence in the Senate. Simply cannot.
I wouldn't change out my senator right now for a bet on anything.
And without Ted, we're toast.
2 years ago, with a group of Alaskan leaders pushing the Alaska gas line. My hair's changed a little since then, but one thing hasn't. We still don't have a gas line. It's time for Alaska to take control and quit waiting for someone else to do our job.
To get the all-Alaska gas line built, Alaska needs only one thing. We need a governor who understands what to do and has the courage to do it. That's Bill Walker, and that's why he has my full support.
Let's take back Alaska's future.
The word is Murkowski.
Could you please define that?
Alaska's senior senator in Washington who represents all Alaskans.
Could you please use that in a sentence?
To re-elect Lisa Murkowski, you must fill in the oval and write in her name.
Murkowski. M-U-R-K-O-W-S-K-I.
That is correct.
You get all the easy ones.
I'm Lisa Murkowski, and I approve this message.
I'm Scott McAdams, and my wife Romy told me I better start wearing a tie so I can look senatorial. Now, if it takes a tie to finally get the same share of oil royalties as Louisiana, then I'll wear one. And if it takes a tie to stop Joe and Lisa from outsourcing our jobs to China, or our tax dollars to the lower 48, then that's a good reason too. I approve this message because for me, it's about Alaska and getting our fair share again. We used to have a senator like that.
Joe Miller for U.S. Senate, West Point graduate, husband, dad. He chose Alaska as his home. Joe Miller, Tank Commander, U.S. Army in Iraq, awarded the Bronze Star.
We have to change D.C. In the Senate, I'll fight the incumbents' endless spending and tax hikes. And I'll work to free our natural resources, to lower energy costs, and to create jobs for all Alaskans. I'm Joe Miller, and I approve this message because to change D.C., you got to change the people that are there.
The Journal says Governor Palin's credentials as an agent of reform exceed Barack Obama's. They're right.
She has a record of bipartisan reform.
He's the Senate's most liberal.
She took on oil producers.
He gave big oil billions in subsidies and giveaways.
She's earned a reputation as a reformer.
His reputation? Empty words.
I'm John McCain, and I approve this message.
Look at that shot.
That's a great shot.
Look at that shot of Landfield. Holy, I can't even say it. Jason, are we streaming on KONR?
He's thinking very
We're
hard.
Not? I guess we're not streaming on, so I can say whatever
The thinking man.
I'm not going to say it right now. Wait, but whatever I want. Folks, we are back. We have Representative Julie Colom here on the panel. We have rooms filling up. Love that. My goal, the win for me, is the fire marshal shows up and shuts it down.
That's your win?
That's a win for me.
You want to make a call?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Of course you could.
But I want it to be. No, I want it to be
I'm
organic.
here for
I want
you.
it to be organic. Guys, we have a great panel. We have former Representative Charisse Millett, former Senator, U.S. Senator Mark Begich, Mindy O'Neall, our first Fairbanks Interior rep on the show. Love it.
First Fairbanks panelist.
It's always been Anchorage-centric.
Yeah, I always love it when Anchorage realizes that there's the rest of the state.
Somebody once told me, I'm
Cool.
probably going to mess this up, but they said the greatest rivalry in the state is between Anchorage and Fairbanks. It's just too bad Anchorage doesn't know about it.
They don't know about it, right? I know.
I didn't mess it up even.
Well, I know about it.
Or we don't care.
And they
I didn't mess
they
it
don't
up.
care.
Or we don't care.
Or we don't care.
You know.
And we got Matt Shuckerow, political consultant. So, again, our sponsors, I'm just going to do a quick. We got the top sponsors, GCI.
Did he introduce you again, Charisse? Did he?
He did.
Okay, I just
No, I did. Former representative.
I'm just
majority
checking.
and minority leader.
Sometimes
We
I
got
know
GCI,
you.
top sponsor, Aero International. Let's get those electronic pull tabs going. And we have the Alaska Miners Association. And then we have a bunch of other sponsors. You can see them in the back of the room there.
I got a question for you on
Yes,
the pull tabs.
Yeah,
if they're electronic, then how do the proceeds still go to nonprofits?
It's the same exact system.
It's the same system.
There's a bill. Julie.
Oh, is that what you're here for?
No, I don't. No.
It's not even her bill. No, but no, it's identical.
He's going to ask you if you support it. Be careful.
No, it's the same charity stuff. It just instead of having to give the money and get the physical, you put it in the machine and it's like a Vegas type.
But Jeff, let me ask you: when you go buy, how many do you buy at a time? I know what I do. I get like 100.
Well, sometimes I'll do like
do you
50 or 100, but I'll do partners. I'll do 100 each or something. And
but that whole part where you get to flip it open or break the back of it to flip them all, you don't want to do that anymore?
No, I do. No, I do. I want to have the choice. I want to have the choice. A lot of people will physically still pull those.
I still want to wait.
He's impatient.
He doesn't want
I've won where I'm waiting for 30 minutes.
He wants it right away.
Bartender isn't going to help.
I also want to take care of our sponsor. I want to like.
But actually, what it means is he loses a lot because he's going through it quickly.
I feel like he had to pay for a cruise. He got a free cruise because he lost so much.
I don't have a gambling problem.
So says the gambler.
Isn't it interesting how he volunteered to say that? I don't have that problem.
A lot of pressure on him
what
right now.
What are we doing?
Representative Julie Colom, you're here now. You're
Save
one of the.
yourself quickly here.
That's what I'm here for.
Please support electronic votes. You're in an interesting race. We talked about Bart LeBon earlier. Maxine Dibert. Mindy talked about that from the interior.
Right.
You're also in a similar situation where it's you and Walter Featherly, independent. Before there was just like Bart LeBon, there was a Republican kind of running to the right of you, Ross Beeling. Passed away, unfortunately. Sorry to hear that. But now it's just you and Walter. Before, there wasn't a clear majority, and we had to do a retabulation, and you won by 100.
140.
So now it's just heads up.
Right.
How do you feel? No more ranked ranking's not going to apply in your race with 2 people. So.
Well, I feel grateful that I don't have to sit around for the second round this time for 2 weeks.
And for the folks watching, it looks like November 20th. That's when they're going to do the retabulation.
Right,
and I'm really sad to hear they aren't going to do a live stream.
No.
Which they should do.
Right.
Also, the Division of Elections website was down this morning for hours.
I saw that on your post.
I don't like that.
They did
I didn't either.
They did put a little note on their division website. They did say, we were having some troubles earlier. Just keep hitting the refresh
Did you see one
button.
precinct in Nome didn't open until like 4 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
What is going on?
Well, I mean, for me, it's I would rather have just a head-to-head with me and Walter Featherly. Like, somebody will get 50%. So I won't have to do the 2 weeks of waiting and doing the second round. So I'm positive about it.
Now, Walter's longtime lawyer. He was on the school board many years ago. That got a little weird in the 90s.
Yeah, he got voted out.
There was a recall. But he's very well known, very well funded. He's funded his own campaign. He's actually had a lot of lawyers donate. So you've raised money. You guys have both.
Yeah.
I'd have to look at the numbers. I think he might have. Is it close? I pull it up here. Is it close or?
He raised money 2-to-1 to me. I raised about $75,000, and he raised about 150, 160. So, but the thing is, he had to raise that much because our district leans conservative. So he had to attack. He had to raise money. He's coming from a step behind me, just the way the district votes.
Charisse, when you were in there, were they raising $200,000 for House races?
That's
ridiculous.
It's interesting to me how expensive the House races have gotten. I think the most I ever raised was $75,000, and and I think that was.
And that's before the inflation.
That's
well,
before the inflation.
It's almost double what I raised the first time I ran.
Right.
Yeah. Just because of what the Featherly was raising so much, I had to at least try to. Raise more than I had last time. But it's got a lot more negative this time, too.
Yeah, but your race also, the Republicans took note of, too, and I noticed that they started donating.
Right.
Your donations went after the primary. I think I think the South Side races where people were stunned, because they usually lean red.
Right.
Were stunned a little bit between you, James Kaufman.
Right.
Looking at those primary numbers and saying, we need to wake up.
Right.
That's one good thing that came out of that primary is that
I beat
people started
Featherly in the
fundraising.
primary, but by not by a ton. Right. And so I think both me and Senator Kaufman got a lot of donations because of that.
Yeah.
And I kind of wonder how much is a primary, Mindy, how much do you think it matters in these races where it's really low turnout?
Yeah.
But it's still a lot of people. I mean, it's better than a poll where somebody might not answer the phone or might not say the right thing. When they vote, you know what they're doing.
I actually think it's more important for the campaigns to kind of like suss out what if their systems worked, how their voter, outreach is going, how their messaging is resonating with people. I think it's just more of an indicator of how the campaign is actually executing and what they can do to make it more efficient, reach more people, to get into the election.
What do you guys think? I mean,
I was just going to say, I think the other thing, and Charisse has said it, and that is it woke up people to some races that you better get focused. But, I'm one of these that are starting to believe, I don't really think we need a primaries anymore. If you have ranked choice, get right to it. The problem with voters today, in Anchorage, you had an April election, then you had an August election. In between that, you had a Chugach election for board members of the electric utility. Then you had a general election. I think people... if we want to get out of this perpetual cycle of constant campaign and fundraising now with no limits in Alaska, because that means, you get asked for a lot of money. And
we saw he might come tonight. Justin, he was on the podcast. Justin Weaver, Anchorage guy, family, a lot of money from Texas. I guess he's been donating to progressive and moderate. $200,000 this guy donated to about 12. Over the course of a few months, big money. Yeah. I'm for the unlimited because I think it's a little cleaner when you can. It's transparent, but when you start doing 10 and 15, 20, Robin Brenna donated $20,000 to a few people.
Yeah,
that's right.
But
Walter,
money changes. Money changes the election when you can fundraise like that, and it goes to the point like how much outreach, that money can buy in a district that has 17,000 people and 30,000 in a Senate district. I mean, when you start weighing that down, that's per person voter. That's a big spend per person.
It is.
And
I guess the flip side is when it was 500, you had to hustle.
You did have to
call.
hustle.
Well, yeah, you got
to call a lot of people.
A lot of people.
You know who hates it is the lobbyists, because they can donate to people in their district, and they're like, God damn it, they're asking for $5,000 or $10,000. They don't ask for $500.
It does change the difference in the dynamic.
Just say, I thought there was a limit. That's all you got to say.
Yeah, I thought there was.
Look, we have a very interesting candidate. I want to bring him up real quick. And Julie, you might know this guy, Dawson Slaughter.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting character in the District 6 Sarah Vance race with Brent John. Dawson Slaughter, how you doing? We've never met. I've seen your picture. You got a great headshot. We can do the full screen later. You're in an interesting race. Alana Greer, she dropped out after the primary. It's Sarah Vance, representative. It's Brent Johnson, who's look at that headshot, man.
Oh, that's a good
I remember
headshot.
seeing that and be like, more people need to do the Dawson Slaughter style headshot.
It almost looks like it's some magazine.
It's like the no look.
That is
even.
a GQ. That is a
That's what it
GQ
is.
photo.
I remember going through the photos. Like, remember the one guy we couldn't? He had the Harold Borbury.
Yes.
In one picture was on from 8 years ago. This guy's got a shot. Now, Dawson, you're in this race with Sarah Vance. Brent Johnson is he's the president of the Kenai. Is he off the borough assembly now, or was he the president of the borough assembly?
He is currently the assembly president, or was. They just had the election here on the borough. Yeah, so he's no longer the president, but he is still serving on the Kenai Peninsula, and we'll see what ends up happening tonight. But it's definitely been an interesting race, and I will say one thing about my headshot. I'm going to give credit to my wife. She took that picture for me.
Great shot. I mean,
absolutely.
She knows.
We try to find pictures of people, and sometimes you can find them, and sometimes you can't, but sometimes they pop.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to your wife for taking care of that for you.
It kind of looks like he inspired you for your headshot, where you're like looking off.
I should do one of those holding a cat.
It's like holding a cat.
Yeah, that would be.
You should hire his wife to take a photo.
I would. Yeah, I will. Dawson, so you're in a pretty strange race. Sarah Vance is incumbent for, I think, 6 years. I got a lot of, after the primary, texts and email. They were trying to get you out, right? They were people talking about trying to get you out.
And you know, the primary, as you guys kind of mentioned a little bit, you know, it's not a lot of voter turnout during the primary, and especially with our ranked choice voting. A lot of people that I talked to, they said, you know, there's 4 people in your race. No matter how it turns out, you're all 4 going to go right into the general election. So there's a lot of people that either forgot to vote, or they just said, you know, it doesn't matter, we're going to vote for you in the general election. After the primary, I had what was it, maybe 6% that went towards me. I had thought about backing out and maybe going towards the Kenai Peninsula seat, but majority of my supporters and even more people in our district that just didn't go out to vote said, please, would you stay in there? We'd like to have another Republican choice. And again, I had the Republican Party said, you know, you need to step out. This is Sarah's race, and a few of the members in the party said, you know, if you drop out, we'd even consider promoting you and helping you and being a mentor to you in a future race. So just you need to drop out. You have no chance at winning this. And again, I just go back to the supporters I had across the district and said, you know, I'm going to stay in there and do the best I possibly can.
Why did you decide? I heard your name a little bit in the past, but you kind of came out. Have you run before? I don't think you've run before, have you?
Not for this seat. I ran a couple times unsuccessfully for the District 9 Kenai Peninsula Borough seat. You know, I continue to serve on certain boards between the Chamber, the Emergency Service, and now the Kenai Peninsula Planning. It's that next stepping stone that I decided to go towards, and this decided to be that point. You know, a lot of Republicans that I've known, they were not happy with the current representation that we were getting, so they said, would you run? And ultimately I decided to, and unfortunately we didn't get the exact number that we wanted during the primary, but we stuck it out. I asked my wife, I said, what do you think? She said, just go for it. Do the best you possibly can, stay true to who you are, and let the people decide.
Well, Dawson, it's great having you on. If it was a race based on headshots,
you'd win.
I call that. I want to just say something real quick. The polls have closed. It's 8 o'clock. I'm getting a report from somebody in Eagle River, and the precincts are refusing to give tapes to campaign, all of them.
Oh,
which
really?
I'm texting somebody right now about that. this is unprecedented. They always give the tapes to media, campaign, poll watchers. So
yeah, any election watcher can usually get access to the polls.
If you're hearing about not getting
the
precinct tapes, which have always been provided.
Yes.
I'm talking to this person right now, and they've said no across the board, which I will be. I'm not going to say the F word yet, but I'll be livid if they don't give us these tapes, because this is a big part of our. Have you guys ever heard of them not giving the tapes out?
No.
I've never heard.
Nancy Dahlstrom told me they were going to. Lieutenant Governor assured me that was going to be okay.
Yeah.
So.
Do they have to give it to a registered?
So they have to give it to an election watcher.
A watcher, it's certified watcher.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so is your person registered or
no? But I mean, I've gotten it before. Campaigns can get it.
They
media can get
official,
it.
Jeff.
They've always given tapes out.
To official.
Dawson, sorry about that. Thank you for. Forgot about it. I got Shirley in my ear.
Sorry.
Dawson, if it was a headshot-based election, 100%. But thank you for calling in from the Kenai Peninsula, and we'll be watching the results of that race. Thank you so much.
I fired off a couple texts to see too. But I mean, look, they're supposed to. You have to register to be a registered poll watcher. You have a name tag. You have to go pick it up. I mean, you have to be registered as an associated with a campaign or a party.
Yeah.
So I personally called an election office and asked them, and I even said, hey, can you remind your poll workers for the process for requesting tapes? Because this, for this very reason, because again, these are earnest poll watchers who probably they aren't fully informed. This is, again, I don't see people as career poll watchers probably, and these are new people and haven't been through this process. So the hope is that
I've gone so many times where I've said, can I get the tape? They print it off.
Yeah, they print it off, and it's a transparency
Yeah.
measure too. I mean, it's to have full faith in the election. It's nice to have the tape to say what the.
Well, hopefully the polls have closed. It's 8:03, so I'm really hopeful that we're going to have some tapes so we can go over some of these precinct. Now the tapes again, folks, it's precinct level, so we're looking at a precinct and a district. So it's like it's kind of it shows what's happening in some race, but it's really not the way to kind of gauge the whole entire statewide race or even the ballot measures.
Yeah. Right. Well, do you want to talk? I mean, with that said, I mean, election numbers tonight, obviously, and did we get a final feedback from the division on what ballots are being counted?
So I was told early votes and absentee, which we could talk about that. We've had record turnout.
Yeah.
Last I checked, I didn't get a report today, but it was.
I think it's 105,000 total early and absentee ballots.
Yeah, it was over 100,000, and a lot of early. We saw the lines all over the state, which I think is kind of a failure on the division's part. Huge demand for early. Yep. People are waiting 2 and 3 hours. There should be more early voting places open, but I guess we're going to incorporate the results through Thursday of early, and I think absentee as well. So that's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We're not going to see, but we are going to see today's results. When it looks like, based on the numbers, we could see almost half of the votes early or absentee.
Right. We just got a text from Lieutenant Governor Dahlstrom on your question about the.
I love that. I love that access.
Yeah. So a poll watcher, not a worker, can request a copy of the tape at the time the polls close, but not after. They can take pictures. The tape is the total votes cast and only the first
always,
choice.
Right. They always give those out.
They do, but a poll watcher. So. As Mark said, you need to be registered. You're with a campaign. You've said you're going to be a poll watcher, and press gets it. They probably
the guy I'm talking to is with a campaign who has people at every single precinct in Eagle River. So I hope we'll see. But
yeah,
I mean, I really want Eagle River. It's a hot race.
Are they registered? Because that's the key.
Yeah.
They can't just show up and be like, I'm from this campaign. You should give me the thing.
You can't just show up saying I'm from a campaign.
They've given me in the past.
But they consider you press.
Yeah.
Way before landmine, even when I ran for state house.
Well,
you're a candidate. Your name was on there.
They didn't know who I was.
Yeah, well, what do you mean? They look and say, Landfield. He's on the list.
I mean, I will say, I'm going to give people the benefit of the doubt. I want to hear from the other campaigns if they're getting denied at precincts across the state. We'll see what happens. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I hope we're going to get some tapes here. But I will say early vote. I mean, I think people are excited. I mean, we talk about there's about 611,000 registered voters in Alaska. We estimate, in a presidential year, 60% turnout. So it's about 366,000 total votes cast.
That's why I love Matt on the show. He has these numbers.
Look, I worked on one campaign for my friend Leslie Hudukovich, who I worked with in Senator Sullivan's office. So that's the one campaign, but I still am a little bit of a sort of a, we like to look into this. We crunch local numbers, party registration, those sort of things. But, as campaigns, you're looking at your vote goals. What do you think happens based on turnout? So like in Fairbanks, for example, in Senate District P, in 2020, Senate District P actually underperformed the rest of the state. It was like 53% turnout. So those are the numbers that you're crunching, you're basing your goals. Like in District P, I think about 14,000 ballots will be cast of 26,000 registered voters. And so there's a magic number of around, you need 7,000 votes. And, you know, in that district, there's 2,600 early and absentee ballots cast. So, yeah, generally speaking, pre-COVID, it was like 25% early votes were cast. But we are trending up. I mean, we're seeing around 30% early votes. And I think, you know, I mean, a lot of credit to, I mean, I think it starts at the top of the ticket. Donald Trump finally said, yeah, let's early vote. Let's, you know, the Republican Party across the country said they started a program called Bank Your Vote. Yep. And I think that obviously makes a difference. And I think people were excited to just get out there. I think Republicans kind of felt the momentum. I also think, to be honest, this election across the board has been litigated for a long time. And I think people are just ready. You know, people made up their mind. They were just ready to cast the ballot and maybe turn down the radio and turn down the ads because they were kind of decided. So I think that's a little bit of what we were seeing. But, I mean, I also think people worked it. I know just my eyesight on the Republican Party, they really pushed out the absentee ballot request in a big way. They sent out slate cards and chased all those. And so, I mean, it is interesting to see.
Man, I would say this, that if they're going to go, and I agree that the trend lines are going that way, but you can't have just 3 locations.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is the most ridiculous. Luckily, you know, I walked into City Hall by a fluke, had a meeting, walked downstairs. I was the only person there.
Yeah.
And then it got crazy. And that's a systematic problem of what's going on, of how these elections.
Do you remember a couple years ago in COVID, they rented the big Sears Mall.
Yeah.
And they had by district, like district, or by, I think it was by district and by name.
Yeah.
And it was like boom.
And you waited inside. It was warm.
Right.
And you weren't
What's
in
that
the
thing,
weather.
Matt?
We said it's like they should do Spirit Halloween.
Spirit Halloween.
Yeah.
1 month.
Spirit Halloween for voting.
We know
Just
we have commercial
empty
property
real
available.
estate. They won't rent it from you, but no,
I'll be happy to talk with them. But I would say this.
Mark has the commercial lots.
Yeah, I would
very
say this.
available.
I would
We're
say this.
fixing all the problems right now.
I would say this on the early voting and getting people to vote, you got to make it convenient, which it was not this time.
It was not.
People are waiting like 3 hours.
Right, but second to that, you know, when the stuff comes into the election central and they do their job, I mean, they do their best. I remember, I think you did a video a few years ago, Jeff, in regards to how it all worked and all that. But it's a mathematical issue. You have so many ballots coming in. There's so many machines. How many fit through the machine every hour? It's not complicated.
Yeah.
And so if someone would just say, you know what, if we had 10 more machines, we could count them faster, you know? And I think this is a systematic problem. But the 3 spaces, that was unbelievably.
Folks, Julie Colom's still here. We love you.
I'm going to go.
Hang on.
Oh, he has some policy
hang on for 1 second.
questions.
I want to talk about E-Poltat. No, I'm just kidding. We'll say bye to you in 1 second. We have Jake Hirsch, folks. They're at Flat Top at the Ship Creek Group deal. I'm not sure what's happening, but it sounds like.
What's going on?
Jake Hirsch. He's our lawyer, law school, Moscow, Idaho guy.
I had heard through the grapevine it was like their candidates and some of the campaigns they worked on, which I think was
Jake,
BM1 and a yes and maybe no on 2, which I just had heard like
let's ask Jake.
Yeah.
Jake, what's happening over there? Where are you and what's happening?
I'm at an undisclosed location I wasn't supposed to say, but
you're like Jeremy Bynum in that hostage video.
Looks like Flat Top.
Yeah, it looks like Flat Top.
I played pool on that table before.
Are there any candidates there? What's kind of the vibe over there at Flat Top?
Can't even answer.
The mayor's husband is here. Anna Brawley is here. Former state rep Jonathan Kreiss-Tomkins
Wait, the mayor's husband
is here.
and Anna Brawley, not the. That's not the husband.
Yes.
She has a man
sorry,
husband.
those are 2 separate people.
Okay.
There's an Oxford comma in between those 2.
Copy. Is the mayor there?
I haven't seen her, no. But it's the Ship Creek Group's election watch night party.
Are we on the big screen? Our stream?
I haven't seen our stream on the big screen. We were at the
like
the Chuck Cobb party.
What's the vibe over there? I mean, I can't really see. It looks like, are they drinking? Is there food? What's happening over there? They feel good? Feel bad?
It feels neutral at this point right now.
Also, Jake, Have you been having top shelf?
Remember, they got a $100 tab
yeah,
for you.
We'd like to know about your menu of beverages this evening.
I'm falling behind.
He's already losing it. It's 8-11, guys. And Jake, this guy's in law school in Moscow.
I mean, this is
Idaho,
only
not Russia.
Stop. He should only be on 2 shots, so that's fine.
Yeah,
Someone
I'm
from
falling
Moscow
behind. I'll
can
catch
So
up.
is anyone there talking to you? What's going on? No.
Not especially, no.
Yeah.
Well,
do they know you're with Landmine?
Go talk to that guy
They
right
know.
behind you. The one
Why don't you
with
yell?
the white,
they-
the guy
they
with
do
the
know.
white,
Yeah,
with the white hair.
Pull somebody in. Pull somebody in.
Yeah, just go there.
Someone tells me Jonathan Kreiss-Tomkins is there. Someone tells me Jonathan Kreiss-Tomkins.
Get JKT.
Get JKT in there.
I was sorry. Let me go see if I can get him.
Let's
Hang
do
on.
it live.
Yeah, do it live. Just walk over there. Say
F it. We're doing it live.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tell him one of his former
Don't
reps want
listen.
to talk to him.
I think we have a Charisse Millett here. Tell him Charisse. I think we have a
I bet he's like restricted.
We served together.
remote. Yeah, I think we have a microphone.
I mean, just turn around and yell at those 2 people and tell them.
Scott's gonna get JKT.
Scott's getting him. Give him.
We have a wireless mic.
He must. It's like this.
Julie Colom. You can leave. You can leave whenever you want, but we
I will leave, but I'm very entertained by all
we
this.
love
It's hard to leave.
And
I want to
guys,
see if he
guys,
actually gets somebody to come
the
and
room's
talk.
filling up. Thank God. That was.
It's not news.
I can't really see back there. Are we looking? Huh?
I think he's agreed.
It's
Give me
not
just a
news,
sec.
It's entertainment. That's what they do
It's
here.
very entertaining, but I am supposed to be somewhere else. So
Okay.
thanks
you,
for letting me
Representative
on.
Julie Colom.
Wait.
There he is. There's
Jonathan.
There's former Representative Jonathan Kreiss-Tomkins.
You should tell him who's here. So
Hi, JKT.
Can you see?
I can see nothing. I can hear everything.
Okay, we have Charisse Millett, Mark Begich, Mindy O'Neall, Matt Shuckerow on the panel. I got to say, you and I both ran in 2012. You won, I lost, but here we are.
That's right. I remember us getting a faded coffee in Kulati like
Correct.
midway through the campaign
and
season.
We both play the cello.
Yeah.
Love that.
Hey, JKT,
That's right. That's right.
You should head over here after that. Come on over to Election Central.
Yeah. I'm gonna wander around. It sounds like an all-star panel, so I'm feeling the FOMO not being there.
Well,
now you didn't run a couple years back. Were you kind of done? Because you were kind of a little Charisse. You were there. He was kind of an operator.
He was.
JKT.
I actually co-primed a couple bills with him. We got the native language bills passed. We did several bills together. He was. You're great to work with.
Charisse, yeah. I when Charisse left, I knew my days were numbered. I had to leave soon after. So
we were the moderate people that got everybody in the same room and tried to collaborate and.
Yeah, Matt Shuckerow here, and we're talking about you leaving, but you're always up to something, and I know you guys are working on that Borealis project, and you're always thinking outside the box and big picture in terms of business and those sort of things. So, any care to comment on any of that stuff? I know you're always up to something.
Yeah. I mean, I'm bullish on Alaska. Mark's making huge moves, which is awesome, and I share that optimism about the state. So. I don't know. I kind of have an entrepreneurial personality, so I'm always trying to pursue different ideas and got a few projects, irons in the fire, that kind of thing.
Are you still living in Ketchikan, JKT?
No, I'm like going full nomad these days. So
Nice.
Bouncing southeast, Anchorage, wandering. I'm going to Tokyo in a couple of weeks. Burning some Alaska Airlines miles. So it's all over the place.
That's what we need. We need to see some JKT up in Fairbanks.
I don't know who's talking, but
it's
Mindy
O'Neall.
Mindy. Hi. Sorry, it's like one-way glass. I have no idea who's on the other side.
We're not really
You guys
here.
keep talking. I'm getting tapes. I'm sending. I'm not even looking.
Well,
we're getting tapes. You guys keep
seriously,
talking. JKT, I love you, man.
Please come back over to Election Central. We can get you up here on the stage and
We can actually make eye contact.
pick your brain a little bit. Yeah.
But remember, over here,
I would love
you gotta pay for the liquor. Over there, get all the free liquor you can and come
No,
over
I've
here.
got a tab.
Stop.
Don't advertise that. And there's also a code. There's a code.
Oh, there's a code.
The code is.
I got to say, JKT, I was in Juneau for the last 6 years when you were down there for a couple of years. One of the most memorable things is during COVID, you'd leave the floor and you'd be talking to some guy and you were coordinating or building some app, or there was you were some Silicon Valley Peter Thiel type guy, and I remember watching you talking about. Remember this thing?
I do.
And I was
you're
doing something pretty big. I mean, I was pretty impressed with the thing. I just want to say it's awesome.
Okay. Well, thanks, Jeff. Yeah.
JK.
Well, I'll get my free drinks here. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Sounds good.
Okay,
It's the right progression.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll throw you on the big screen when you get here. We're going to cut you off, though, because we do have 3 tapes. I've sent this. I haven't even looked at these babies. JKT, Jonathan Kreiss-Tomkins, former Sitka, 10 years? And you could be honest, you could have stayed.
He could have stayed for a long time. Yes, he could have. Well liked, well respected.
Rebecca's doing an even better job. So
And she's unopposed. She's
I'm
unopposed.
out to pasture.
She's unopposed.
Yeah.
So love that. Well, you were a great guy to be in Juneau, and you know what? I love when you get out on top, right? I mean, nothing wrong with that. Thank you, JKT.
That's what she said.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Jeff. Did someone say that's what she said?
Mindy doesn't know the rules.
Mindy, we can say whatever you want. Guys, we have 3 tapes.
Okay. It's been a lot worse, Mindy.
Hey,
we have
nobody gave me the rules.
Well, there's no rules.
There's no rules.
I didn't think so.
Guys, we have 3.
Okay.
Okay, we have 3 tapes. I've never seen these. I just forwarded the tapes. I haven't looked at them. Let's okay. This is Ketchikan number 3. Number 3.
581.
Okay, so Trump, obviously way up on Waltz or Harris Waltz. Nick Begich, 303 Pelt. Wow. Okay, this is let's qualify this. Look at those nails. Look at those painted nails. Whoever sent this tape, we love that. Now, this is Ketchikan, right? We're Republican.
Jeremy Bynum's ahead.
What
296.
What precinct is this?
3. You said, I thought. No, but that says.
No, that's a ranking. So up on top it is precinct.
Ketchikan number 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Ketchikan generally Republican type situation. So let's just go through it. So obviously Trump way up. Okay, so we have Peltola 200, Begich 303. Matt, do you have anybody have any insight to that? It looks.
Which district is this? Sorry.
Ketchikan 3.
Ketchikan 3. No, I do not.
Look at Bynum. Wait. She has more than Moran and Echo Hawk combined.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Bynum's got twice the number of Agnes Moran.
Let's check out those ballot measures. Do we have any more on the tape?
I just sent you. I sent you Fairbanks.
Ballot measure 1, yes, 299. Woo. Look at that.
Oh wow, ballot measure 2.
Okay, we got one from Matt. I'm gonna forward this to our guy. This guy Stephen and Casey Rechetnik. They're doing a great job. We got a great team here. Let me send this to my guy here. You guys keep talking about these. I'm gonna forward this to my guy. I'm getting more tapes. So I need his email address that I can copy. Hold on a second.
So did you say so this is still Ketchikan? You said there's a Fairbanks one?
I just sent
Oh, you just sent
I'm gonna
it.
forward
Okay,
this.
got it,
I'm gonna
got
forward
it.
this to Stephen right now. Hold on a second.
So ballot measure 1, which is the minimum wage, and then ballot measure 2 is the ranked choice
Were
voting.
we looking at 1 or 2 the first time?
Both were up there.
Both.
What did 2? Maybe I was looking at 1. I thought it was 2. What did 2 look like?
So 2 was 299, and we'd have to put the tape back up. I didn't. Okay.
Okay, new tape.
Eagle River number 3 is coming up. Here we go. Eagle River number 3.
Okay, I got a bunch of Eagle River ones, 2 other ones.
Okay.
So obviously Trump, not surprising.
Trump.
Let's go down to the Peltola.
Begich.
Okay, this is Eagle River, right?
Eagle River. Here's the Senate district. This is a highly contested race. Looks like Kelly Merrick is 282.
Whoa.
And Jared Goecker is 204.
We picked Gecker in this race. Now this is, guys, everybody watching. This is day of at the precinct votes.
Right.
Not early, not absentee.
One precinct, they counted 577 votes.
This is what happens at the precinct when they close.
So that's pretty good for Kelly.
Yeah, it's good for Kelly.
Yeah,
she's up
in that
80, almost 80 votes. So looks like that
Did they
precinct.
have ballot initiatives on that one?
They did. We just didn't get a chance to look at them.
I got more tapes coming in, guys. Keep going through these.
Okay, make sure they hold the ballot issues up there too, so we can take a quick.
Can we go? Do we have the ballot issues on the last one?
They're probably.
You're the best. You have the best people working on this.
Stephen, if I'm sending you. Okay, if I'm sending you duplicates, I'm sorry. I'm trying to save all of these and then send them to you.
The smaller the phone.
Well, so everybody that's not here knows, the bar is full. And
guys, we have some door prizes we're going to start giving away
up.
pretty soon. We have iPads and speakers and
you still
wine and.
Still have time to get down and get in on the giveaways.
Oh, I'm told.
Gonna win something soon.
Egan Center, first floor. There we go.
Oh, look.
I'm told we have an iPad here. I don't know. I gotta deal with these tapes.
Let me have that. Let me have that.
Doing 10 things at once here.
What's
that?
It
looks like that we have. This is Relief.
Oh, that's
dispensary. It's a Trophy Joe special for you. It's got some CBD oil in it.
It's not weed.
No, it's.
But there's a gift card in there, I think, for a weed.
And then there's looks like some candy in here that is THC free, vegan. We have a Apple
Watch.
That's GCI. That's one of our great sponsors.
GCI.
Apple Watch and an iPad.
And an iPad. So, folks, if you are not here, you should get here soon because we're going to be giving away this.
We have Corey giving out door prize tickets. I'm probably gonna just draw one of these babies in a minute.
You should.
Yeah.
If you're not here,
what should we give away first?
We got 5 bottles of wine. We have.
I think you should start small and warm it up.
Why don't we
I was gonna say, what about like the early birds? Maybe we go. Maybe do Apple Watch.
Let's do the Apple Watch.
Because they're early birds.
Yeah,
let's
do that.
Yeah.
We have some more tapes.
Who has the numbers?
Jason, can you grab Corey? I need the bucket of tickets.
And then we're not ready. Okay, so you could. You can. Do you know how to use this?
Should I use that or should I use this?
You should use this.
Yeah, use that.
I bought that at Great.
maybe at the grand prize giveaway. You can use that.
You guys want to talk about the tapes and I'll do this?
No,
well, the tapes aren't ready yet.
Yeah,
we want to participate.
Yeah, we want to get the bucket up here.
Yeah.
Where's our guy?
Just get him.
Let me just go ahead and give you Mindy's ticket. Oh, I'm just kidding. Just looking for a.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Okay, Jeff's giving out something.
We're going to do the early bird special. Apple Watch.
Apple Watch.
Apple Watch. Here, Charisse.
From who? Jeff.
Okay, here's
Who's
the ticket.
sponsoring the watch? Tell me.
GCI.
GCI. Love GCI. On the big screen over there. 495-233. We have 233. I feel like this is an apple. We're going to draw like 7. Last call, 495-233 for Apple Watch brought to you by GCI. We have a maybe. We're going to give you 10 seconds. We are getting a lot of tape pretty soon. You guys can watch it on the big screen over there.
John Binkley, Dan Sadler.
Dan Sadler, representative.
Hi, Rick.
We got a bar, we got lawnmowers, we got an iPad, a bunch of weed. It's not marijuana, but it's like CBD.
Let me have that other ticket.
Anybody? We're going to go.
Draw another one.
New ticket.
Okay, 495-238. 238, 495.
Oh, we got a winner.
Boom! There it is. That's the Apple Watch. Trust and verify. No, 239.
Oh, wow.
238. Folks and matches. Yeah, nice work with Apple Watch. We got a lot more real prizes to give away. Folks, thanks for coming. DJ, spin that shit.
As you can see, it's pretty busy here at Election Central. Good job, Jeff. Good job.
Yeah.
Luckily, we only had to go through 2 of those things.
It's all right.
You guys like the early bird?
I like the early bird. I think that was a great.
They got it early, they get a reward.
Do we have more tapes?
I think they're working on them. They're coming up.
District 10. Okay, we got one coming up. This is South Anchorage, District 10. This is the Chuck Kopp, Craig Johnson race, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Looks like Chuck
look
Kopp
at Charles
has 388 and Craig Johnson has 266. This is Ballot Measure 1.
Ooh.
Is
yes,
351. No, 335. Yes. Ballot Measure 2. Yes, 352. And no, 345.
That's very close.
Very close.
What's this one?
So this is House District 10. This is a Chuck Kopp race. Another tape. This is Chuck Kopp, 481. Craig Johnson, 284.
Now this is a conservative.
This is a conservative district.
No on Ballot Measure 2 is winning by 13. This is so close,
So
Mark.
ballot measure 1 minimum wage is yes 427, no 374.
Between those two,
ballot measure 2 yes 400 and no 413.
Let's explain. Ballot measure 1 is the minimum wage,
Right.
and it's also kind of
Family leave.
sick leave.
Sick leave.
Right. And then ballot measure 2 is repealing the ranked choice voting. A yes repeals, a no remains.
Between those two precincts, it looks like the ballot 2 is almost even. If you count,
we're going to go to District 24. Who's 24? That's a Valley.
That's Dan Sadler's district.
Dan
He's
Sadler's
unopposed.
He's
unopposed.
here. Crowd.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
We should go get him.
Dan Sadler. Congratulate him while you're on there.
Yeah.
Dan Sadler, we got your tape on the big screen here, and you're unopposed, so congratulations.
We're going to predict you win.
What's interesting though is Eagle River. Let's go. Let's get him on.
He's so excited.
Talk
Come
to
on
that
up.
guy, and we'll get you on the big screen there. Talk to that guy, Jason. Let's go back to that tape. I want to see the Kelly Merrick. Let's see the Kelly Merrick.
Very excited.
Yeah, the Kelly Merrick was ahead. She substantially ahead in that race.
Yeah.
Can we go back to that tape?
That was Eagle River 3, right?
Yep, House District 10
Yeah.
or Senate Senate District.
But it's Kelly Merrick's?
Yeah, Kelly Merrick.
Yeah, I think it was Eagle River 3.
L. That's right. It was L.
Yep. There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, so
there it is.
Did we see this one before?
Yeah, this is the one that we just had talked about.
Okay.
So we have Jared Goecker at 204.
I just got
Kelly
two. I just
Merrick,
got two ocean views.
282.
Hello.
So Kelly Merrick has a 80 vote lead in this precinct for District L.
I'm getting more tapes, folks. I'm sending this to Stephen.
This is great. That's great. Is there
Jeff
a way to
is
go?
a tape master.
Is there a way to go up a little bit on that just to see how the Begich race is? Thank you.
Yeah. So
Nick Begich 345, Mary Peltola 222. Total votes in that U.S. House race is 607.
I just sent another ocean view.
Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting that the Republicans endorsed Jared. His last name is Goecker, correct?
Gecker.
Gecker.
Gurker.
Okay.
Gurker?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
you live in
he-
Eagle River, so.
Yeah, so
I know.
Dan, Representative Sadler's
Representative
here.
Sadler.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
You're one of the 11.
Congratulations.
One of the 11
Congratulations.
unopposed.
Yep.
How's that feel?
It feels glorious, just glorious.
So you probably spent your time helping other candidates.
A lot of it, yes.
Yeah.
It's a culmination of many years of door knocking and getting out to know people. Either I scared them away or I'm the dumbest person in district.
Yeah, it's important though to have other legislators, especially when you're unopposed. You have the time and energy to go help other candidates, so you can, hopefully successfully have an organization that's,
What are your thoughts? I mean, you're out there. What this Eagle River, this Senate race, probably one of the most contentious Senate races.
Well, having had a contentious Senate race myself once upon a time, I know the people of Eagle River Chugach care a lot about their representatives.
Because you ran against Senator Merrick in 2018,
Negative,
right?
negative. Senator, well, actually, it was Representative Reinbold.
Oh,
at the time.
right. I'm sorry,
no,
Reinbold. Yeah.
The people of our district don't expect a lot out of government. They don't want help with their PFD. They don't want help with their child support. They do expect people to take care of the economy, the value of their homes, the value of their businesses. And being a more conservative district, the social issues and the fiscal conservative issues mean a lot. So I'm curious to find out how it goes myself. I've seen both candidates work hard, do a lot of door-to-door, do a lot of outreach. And so we'll see what the tenor and temperature of the people in Eagle River is.
Are you with those two tapes that we saw? Are you
just got a diamond tape?
Are you shocked a little bit that Kelly pulled ahead? There was just a lot of money spent on that race.
A tremendous amount of money spent, and I wasn't maybe paying as much attention as I should have. I heard lots of stories of people going door to door early and often.
Yeah.
There's been a whole bunch of signage and a whole bunch of mail, for which I'm sure everyone's grateful it's going to be over. There's a lot of attention paid to Senator Merrick, and a lot of attention and a lot of support for candidate Gurker. I'm curious myself to see how it turns out.
Yeah.
I just got a text from some random number. Gurker, yeah. It's
Yeah,
Gurker.
Gurker, yep.
Yeah.
Maybe it's him. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was one of the races that everybody around the state was watching, just because it was so contentious, and as we like to say, Republican on Republican, right? There was a little bit of, much like the race in Homer, Republicans don't really like to challenge each other, but when they do, it becomes the hot race to watch. Also, looks like Kelly Merrick has joined the coalition.
I think
Jared said he would not join a coalition, so that changes organization quite a bit.
It does. I think people have Charisse have a strong memory of how organization happened in the House a couple times ago when they were sitting in Juneau for 30 days waiting for some kind of movement to allow organization. And that has been kept fresh in people's memories at many district meetings of our party's district.
Yeah.
That has been brought up over and over again. So I think we have a very smart electorate in Cheegrike River, and they know the importance of organization, and so they know how those kind of maneuvers really can make a difference statewide.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I found it interesting. I think the Eagle River is always one of those districts that I watch because I don't live there, but I've walked the district. I walked the district for Nancy Dahlstrom when she ran. It does seem like it's kind of the heart of the Republican Party, though. They're very, very staunch Republicans.
Yep. Very red and good folks, really good folks.
Great folks,
well-churched, conservative, a lot of patriots, a lot of veterans and active duty military. It's great people to represent, and I hope that they're a bellwether as to how the rest of the state goes.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting race to watch.
I want to say it's unfortunate Katie McCall is now with the university. Your former staffer, great staffer. She was working for many years in Juneau. We did have a foot race, 100-meter dash.
That, yes.
Which, even though I lost, I don't know if anybody saw it on Twitter, I did feel like I won because
it's a moral victory.
She's much younger and
better looking.
But you went into the race knowing that, so now you're.
I actually thought I was going to win.
Now you want to slide the scale.
I was worried about.
Based on age.
I was worried about falling and embarrassing myself.
Okay, when you say that, then you should not think you're going to win.
Yeah.
Okay?
Also,
when you start with that statement,
I got that explosive charge.
Yeah, that's it.
I feel like we're in a foot race now.
Seconds before she did.
No.
Charisse is ready. Right out. We're going to close down 6th Avenue.
Right here.
I'll do it.
Oh boy.
Okay, we have tapes for F12. What is 12? 12 is in Anchorage. What's
Senate District F?
Harriswald, so up on Trump. 12, that's a East Anchorage. No, 12.
Let's see who's running.
Oh, that's my district. That's District 12.
Okay,
That's
Kaufman. 324 Park.
162.
No, 362.
Wait.
Is it 362?
Oh, we've lost the.
There we go. It's back up there.
You think this person rocks an iPhone or something else?
I don't know. Probably an Android.
So
yeah, this is the Stragi race. So Stragi obviously way up. Look at Park. Senator Kaufman was 362.
So she's up 40 votes on Kaufman.
What district is this? What precinct is this? Sorry, precinct.
12. Let's see. It's either 270, 271, or
not available. Okay, well it's look at ballot measure 1. This is the minimum wage and the family or the sick leave. No is winning.
Choice is
Ranked
is lose. I mean no. The
winning.
No is win.
Yeah, it'd be
Is
interesting
that 519 or 319?
Is that 319?
No, yeah, the no is winning.
Interesting. So look at that. No is winning, but Kaufman is losing.
And I wonder what precinct this is.
That's
we
interesting.
do have a couple precincts in Senate District F that are.
I've sent the amazing Stephen Rechetnik like 20 tapes. I think some
It'd be
some are
interesting
duplicates.
to see this.
Jeff, this is Aurora that I just sent you.
You sent me. Okay.
This F.
Matt, do you have any of your people?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very interesting
if
race.
they have
because
others in this precinct, in this district, they should put them up. It'd be interesting to see what's going on.
Guys, I got a North Slope tape, and I got Mindy. I haven't even looked at these. I'm going to send these to Stephen.
Yeah. So in that district, that was my House district. Was that, and there are different pockets of more. Liberal districts.
That's right. It's
right,
split.
and they're concentrated. Right,
Yep.
it's split. It usually runs red, but Calvin's an independent, so he's kept that seat.
Lertzman's not a serious candidate by any means. I mean, that was never going to happen.
But no, I mean, but it is. It's I will say that district is turning a little purple. It's after redistricting, it went that way.
Yeah.
There's more. They've included more demographics within that district. It used to go all the way to Huffman, if you remember.
Right.
And so that encompassed, right. When I started in House District 30, it went all the way to Huffman, and that was where we got our.
That's where you got your vote.
That's where you got your vote.
All right, folks. Polls have been closed for about 35 minutes. We've gotten several tapes. We're going to pull some more up. I don't anticipate the Division of Elections posting any results till about 9 or 9:30. Last time I think it was almost after 9:30.
Yeah,
it was like almost 10 o'clock.
And remember, the way you're doing this, Jeff, so people know who's listening or watching, these are tapes that are available at the precinct level, at the voting district, and your folks or folks who have IDs and so forth can grab
the
them.
best people.
the best people. They're taking photos and sending them so we can see them before the state sends out their full list.
And this is just for the folks listening, precinct level, so it could widely vary depending on if it's Fairbanks or Anchorage or Juneau.
Right. And it's just one precinct of, sometimes 7 to 11 precincts in a district.
So. It could change dramatically.
This is what the poll watchers will see and report into the campaigns. Yep. This is the fresh, raw data hot off the press.
If Steve, if you can hear me, we got several more tapes. That Brower, that tape in the North Slope Borough is really interesting. Let me pull this one up here. I'll just read it until we.
Yeah. And
we have Rob. This is fascinating. Listen to this.
Okay.
Robin Burke, this is again North Slope Borough Precinct, 475. Simon Chase, 81. Thomas Baker, 66.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit. I'm going to say the bad word.
Wow.
We're not streaming to the radio anymore, or we weren't. So
there's
that
a
is
7-second delay.
Yeah.
Also,
so Robin Burke is way up.
Also, ballot measure 2 in this, let's pull this one up when we can with Stephen. No is 392. Yes is 235.
Wow.
This is Browerville.
Wow.
Yes is 472. No is 124. So we have wide variations in these precinct level data. Wow. So she has like 3 times as many votes as Burke does as Thomas Baker and Simon Chase combined. This is one of those seats where Thomas Baker's not going to win for sure.
Yeah, no.
But it's either going to be Robin or
you could actually
Sima.
See that in the primary votes, that he was going to have a big trouble.
Yes.
A lot of people voted against him.
Dan, without getting too much into the weeds here, what are your thoughts about, you're the majority leader.
Indeed.
Former majority leader right here. What do you, the Senate, I think, is pretty fair to say it's going to stay coalition.
Probably
the
is.
House, right, 50-50.
It sounds like the coaches on a football game, but it all depends on turnout. I've done the numbers myself, and I'm cautiously optimistic that the state of Alaska's House will be led by a Republican majority, maybe a coalition, maybe just straight Republicans. There's a couple tight races. Obviously, there's a number that are locked in, the unopposed, and some very likely. And there's about 7-8 that I'm watching that we're all watching to see how it happens.
Yeah.
And there's microclimates of politics around the state. Things could happen different in Fairbanks that I, as an Anchorage guy, would understand. And so that's why I'm here tonight, to watch returns and see what happens. But I'm optimistic. I think the state will make the right decision. The voters will.
What do you think about the David Eastman Jubilee race? What's your feeling on that race?
For years, Charisse, you've seen it, and other folks watching, President Eastman is a lot of things, but he has certainly developed a following. I have to say he has not been effective in terms of getting legislation or amendments passed.
Right.
He has frustrated a lot of the process. There are those who say that he cost Republicans a majority under Speaker Dave Tallarico for his intransigence. So it's been frustrating. We've heard him complain that Republicans should organize all Republicans, but when we have tried to do so, he has been operating in a way that's been counter to the Republicans' interests. So I don't know how it's going to work electorally, but
he's definitely made himself an island, and
he has indeed.
I watched just.
Okay, we have I'm getting so many tapes. Real quick, I want to go to this diamond tape.
Okay.
This is what district is this? 10. Another Chuck Cobb. This is different than the other one we saw, right?
Oh,
Chuck Cobb, Craig. Okay, hold on. 354. Trump's up a little bit there. Okay, not surprising. Let's go to the Begich.
Begich is down by 30. It's 354.
Interesting. Look at
Begich,
go up a little
287.
bit. Trump up.
Begich down.
Peltola up.
Wow. I will say the big conversation nationally and across, everywhere was early voting going to cannibalize your voters, right? And so, we did have an incredible early Republican vote, but I mean, even some of these numbers
let's go down a little bit just real quick to the ballot measures. Sorry, Matt. Cop again, just absolutely. I mean, we saw this in the primary. This is not surprising. Ballot measure 1, the minimum wage, paid sick leave. Mm-hmm. Yes is just killing it. Mm-hmm. Look at no is wow.
Amazing. Let me pause you there for a second. Look at the vote totals. Up above it was 800, 813. These are in the high 700s. But look at the legislative race.
Wow, look at the drop off. That is amazing.
That's actually, so it's weird.
That's 100 people drop off.
It's going
Just
up.
Didn't vote.
Down, further down the ballot, it's going up.
Yeah. Well, the early votes, the presidential was, I think, 813, and the next one was 800. Then it dropped dramatically on the legislative vote. And it's almost like they didn't care.
Yeah.
And they moved on.
Right.
That's a lot of drop off. That's
so
almost 20%.
This is where, can we go up? Do we know the location of the precinct? Because this is kind of very interesting. This is 10 Diamond.
824 cast.
It does remind that in Nevada, for example, they have none of the above
right.
that they can cast.
I bet you if that was up there,
I just find that fascinating that Trump's up and Peltola's up in the same precinct.
Right.
And then obviously Kopp, but there's 100 and some less votes.
Right.
Yeah,
130, 120 less votes.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That just said, I'm not voting the legislative.
I mean, it's
race.
interesting that some will vote for Trump and then vote for Peltola.
Split a ticket.
And split a ticket, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's interesting to me.
We have so many more tapes, whenever they want to pull those up. But we're seeing so many we're going to, at some point they're going to put the results up. We'll have a better picture of the statewide. But, I mean, it was Representative Sadler, unopposed. You don't got to worry about it. But
your tape was up.
Yeah,
you won.
I'm good.
We called first race we're going to call tonight.
Did you worry about like in June 1st or May 3rd? I feel like somebody's going to do it.
Who's this guy? Anybody but Sadler, who's doing all the write-ins? No, I'm very pleased with the results here. There's several of us, and frankly, I'll make the point here that the Republican leadership, many of us were unopposed. So I'll take that
Speaker
as a vote
Tilton,
of confidence.
Delaney
leadership.
Johnson, finance co-chair.
Our whip, George Rauscher, our co-chair, Delaney
Mike
Johnson.
Brox.
Mike Brox, who is our health and social services chair.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt, but we do have election results from Anchorage.
Okay.
From Alaska. If you guys want to pull up your screens.
Let me pull these. Okay, I can share the screen here.
Share the screen.
Right now we have, with 60 out of 403 precincts reporting, we have Nick Begich 4804, Mary Peltola 4633. President Trump is 55%. Harris Waltz is 4032. Now remember, this is just 60 of 403 precincts.
Okay, guys, we're going to just go here real quick. All right, so this is 60 of 403, so we're 15% of precincts reporting. Yep. Charisse talked about that.
Yep.
We don't know which precincts.
We have
Trump 55, Harris, no surprise.
40.
Again, 60 of 43 precincts. We don't know which ones. Begich up.
Urban.
Less than 2 points.
Less than 2 points. And then we go right into Senate District
Keel's unopposed, one of those unopposed guys. Carpenter, look at this one.
Wow.
4 of 17.
Wow.
Jesse Bjorkman is pulling ahead, 55.85% to Ben Carpenter at 33.46.
Look at Kaufman. 3 of 13. He's squeaking by.
Yes,
we saw that one result that was strange, but that was one precinct.
Matt Kleiman.
Yeah, but remember, that's a go back to that for a second. This is where ranked. I'm assuming Harold will go up, right?
Right, because they'll rank Kaufman and then rank Borbich. Yeah. Well, Matt Kleiman, interesting race in Matt Kleiman's district. He's 52%, and his challenger Liz Vasquez.
Wow, Kleiman's a lot closer than I thought, huh?
I find this interesting because I didn't think it was that close, right? 4 of 13.
Forrest number. We're not even sure that Sharonda Smith is a real person.
Right. And then we go to the Kelly Merrick, just Senate District
5 of 13.
She is.
That's pretty good.
She's now look at this. That's interesting. We'll see how those
wow.
other results.
Yeah, where
the
they
next
roll
one,
up.
Senate District.
Now I predicted Yunt.
You did.
I said Bjorkman. I said I might be wrong on Gerker. Look at this Yunt thing.
Yunt is
1 of 12 though. 1 of 12.
That's
Wright and Wilson.
1 of 12.
Wright and Yunt got almost 60% of the vote in the primary, which and Yunt didn't campaign really before the primary at all.
Right.
So that's kind of fascinating. This is
next we have Senate District
2 of 8.
2 of 8.
Scott's up.
Scott's up.
Wonder what Matt, you're working on this race with Hajdukovic. What and
yeah,
Mindy, you're on this race too.
Insight there.
What do you guys think? I mean, are these some of these precincts weighted?
2 out of 8. Is that what it was?
Yeah,
2 of 8. Yeah.
So like I just sent in the Badger Road one where Leslie is up by like 240 votes. So I don't think that one's counted yet. But I mean, some of the other 31 districts, Scott has an advantage over Leslie in some of those districts. So I mean, I'm uncertain which one these represent.
And we're not even sure if they've incorporated the early or the absentees yet through.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's the two. If 1,500 votes, it looks like it's just the precincts, but I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, so this is look at Kronk, 5 of 40. Now they have a lot of precincts in that.
They do.
It's a huge rural
district. Yes.
So we need to see what happens with more of those come in, but he's well up. Donnie Olson's unopposed. Look at Bynum there, 5 of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on for victory.
Dan Sadler's real excited about that. We saw that. Unopposed, Rebecca Himshoot. Unopposed, Andy Story. Unopposed, Sarah Hannon. We knew Louise Stutz was going to. She's actually here. She's coming tonight.
Oh, good. Then we have Sarah Vance.
One of 9, but still, we predicted Vance.
Our friend, our good-looking friend Dawson.
What's going
Slaughter,
on?
GQ,
What's going on with
headshot.
Dawson?
He's got 14.
Ruffridge, that's not
votes.
a surprise there with former Representative Gillum. This one was one of the ones we called a toss-up because this guy's an assembly member, Bill Elam, and John Hillier's a retired general.
Right.
So we're not really, but both Republicans.
3% in. There's
3 of 11, and and really whoever wins, it's a Republican.
Yep.
So, wow, this one we said Lucy should win. We said Lean Lucy, 2 of 9 precincts, but this is very close right now.
Yeah,
wow,
it's very
that's
close.
very tight.
Close.
Yeah.
Kopp after the primary, that's not a shocker.
Yeah, he's done that race.
We had Julie on earlier,
Yep,
2 of 7. She's up
doing good.
quite a bit there. Again, folks, these are just precincts. I don't think we have any early or absentees.
Right, and that was just 2 of 7 for Julie. We've got Calvin Schrage, 1 of 6.
Oh, look, this is my district. This is my district. Nothing.
No one.
You didn't vote.
I voted early.
No one's voted.
Elise Galvin, she's essentially unopposed.
Wow, look at that. Denny Wells and Mia Costello, House District 15. Mia's got
1 of 6.
1 of 6.
1 of 6.
So
We'll have to come back to
little
that.
ways to go.
Carolyn Hall. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Now, this is full disclosure. Scott Jensen, our guy, our remote guy, his wife, Carolyn Hall. Nick dropped out of the race. Literally dropped out. Didn't file his paperwork correctly.
But he's still in the race.
He's still in the race.
But again, that's 3 of 7. 3 of 7 precincts reporting.
There's always a weird one.
Always one that stands out.
Look at
Wait,
that.
so hey, what happens if Nick Moe wins? Then
that's a great question.
We'll be talking.
He dropped out, but he didn't fill out his paperwork correctly.
Well, then he didn't drop out.
So then
No,
he
I don't
didn't
think
drop
he.
out.
I don't think he put his paperwork in.
Right.
He filled it out. He didn't sign it, and then he did it again, but it was past the deadline.
Right.
Signed. That's
so
what
he
happened.
didn't withdraw. Like
Yeah.
we can just be honest with that. He did not.
He did
withdraw.
not technically withdraw. This is going to be interesting.
Folks, we're going to keep going through these. Dan, we got somebody else. We're going to pull. Thanks for coming on.
Dan,
Majority Leader
congratulations.
Dan
Good luck
Sadler,
to us all.
unopposed.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Love having you on, and love the guitar and the music and stuff you do in Juneau for the band.
Okay,
Let's
so
keep going here.
Andrew Gray, Scott Kohlhaas, Andrew Gray
Cliff
is
Grow,
up.
nothing on that one. Fields unopposed. Zach Fields unopposed.
Yep.
This is interesting. This is one of those we don't know what's going to happen with this Grow Nelson with the base.
Right.
Mina, not surprising there. That was going to 1 of 5. She's going to win. Andrew Gray way up over Scott. 1 of 5 precincts.
Nothing on.
Nothing on the Mears. Sims. Nothing on. This is one of the big ones.
Yeah, this is Stanley,
Eyeshine,
right?
Stanley.
Eyeshine, yeah.
Do we have any tapes? I don't know if we have any tapes of those. Allard's going to win, no problem. There's our guy Dan.
Dan Sadler,
unopposed.
congratulations. Delana
Johnson
nothing
unopposed.
Yet.
Speaker Tilton unopposed.
Nothing on the David Eastman.
Oh, darn. I want to see that one.
That's the one we were all kind of waiting for.
We called this for Menard, but 1 of 7. This is going to go to the ranking, though, for sure.
Definitely.
This is the Jesse Sumner. He's here. He's going to come on later. Rauscher's unopposed. That's interesting.
Yeah.
3 of 12. Brett McCabe down by a little bit there.
Again, that's only 3 of 12.
3 of 12.
Yeah,
no early, no absentee.
Yeah. And,
Maxine. Wow, look at that one. 1 of 4.
Wow,
Mindy O'Neall.
That's a big number.
That's our Fairbanks interior correspondent. What do you think about it? We don't know what precinct that is, but that's interesting. She's way up.
I think it's Aurora, which is.
Oh, that's the one you thought you saw.
Yeah, downtown district.
That's downtown,
so that makes
which
a lot
would be
of sense.
Will Stapp, way up. We knew that. Prox unopposed. Tomaszewski, Cottle, no results yet. Carrick, not surprising. That's not. I think Schwenke was going to win that one. Pam Good though, 31. She used to work for David Eastman, but they wouldn't give him enough points, so he had to let her go. True story. That's why I thought if she won, that'd be the ultimate comeback story.
So look at, let's go ahead and look at House District 40.
Let's see, do we have any in for 40? Look at this. This was
we do.
McCormick's in a lot of trouble. We don't see this yet.
20. One precinct.
That must be the one she sent us. That must be the one she sent us.
Yep.
So the ones we're getting sent, it seems like are, well, maybe not necessarily because we don't know what they're incorporating, but that's.
I mean, Jeff, we looked at this. I mean, Robin Burke raised. We were like cross-referencing it. She raised $79,000 and spent most of it.
Hold on. Let's go to ballot measure real quick.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Joelle Hall. We have Joelle Hall here in the panel. We're going to talk to her in a second. This is the minimum wage and the
sick leave.
Sick leave.
Let's look at no. Wow. 60 of 402. We're at. I knew this was going to be close either way, but right now we're looking at very close.
Very close.
Wow.
Let's go to Joelle Hall. This is the ballot measure 1 AFL-CIO as a president or leader.
Both.
Both.
I'm the president. Yes. Hi, Jeff. Hi, everybody.
Hi,
Well,
Joel. Good to see you.
Hi, Charisse.
Ballot measure 1 kind of under the radar. There was some, I think, out-of-state groups have funded it or got it on the ballot, but we haven't really heard. There was a little bit of opposition towards the end. I think State Chamber maybe, and they were concerned about the sick leave portion, but really way under the radar, right, compared to ballot measure 2.
Yeah, I think we only have a couple million as opposed to tens of millions. So yeah, it's a busy cycle to kind of stand out. But we have been at it for quite a while and educating folks out on the road. We've created a whole business group for support of the increase in minimum wage. We have over 100 businesses in that group. So we've been doing a lot of organizing on the ground as well. We know the minimum wage is popular in Alaska. We've never lost when we've taken it to the voters.
Yeah.
So
Now, some of the Republicans told me they actually wanted to do a bill to raise it. I mean, I think minimum wage should be raised. I don't think anybody would necessarily disagree with that. But now there's some concern about the sick leave portion and also raising the minimum wage for service workers.
You're talking about a tipped minimum wage?
Tips, yeah. So I guess was that factored into this? And why do you think? Because some Republicans, including Jesse Sumner, were pushing, let's do the minimum wage and let's leave the other stuff out, and that didn't even get, I don't even think, a hearing.
Well, okay, let's back up. When you design a ballot initiative, there is no hearing process.
No, he's talking about legislation.
Sometimes legislation gets passed in lieu of a ballot initiative to remove the initiative.
Yeah.
Like with the Jonathan Kreiss, or Jason Gren had one for the lobbyists, and then they just passed a lobbyist bill.
Yeah, they passed a lobbyist bill.
Yeah, I don't know why it didn't get a hearing. I don't. I actually don't even track your question.
Really well.
I don't understand your question.
It would have made sense for the Republicans to pass the minimum wage by itself.
Without the sick leave,
without
is what
the
you're
sick
saying.
leave
Yeah.
and the other stuff with the tip, because now there's some concern about that. But even they didn't want to, I guess they didn't want to bring it up, which seems to me is a winning issue, raise the minimum wage. I mean, you see the costs are going up across the board on goods and services for everybody.
Well, I don't think it was going to go to the voters, and they couldn't remove the whole ballot initiative by removing part of it. You can't do that, so there's not much. I mean,
they were stuck.
Then they get voted on it twice. I mean, I don't know, that would be too strategically smart on their part, right? They put themselves on the record. Maybe they don't want to be on the record on that.
Yeah.
And now they get to vote on it in a booth all alone, so they can make a choice. And we are happy that we know Alaskans would support the minimum wage, and we're very glad to be able to finally have Alaskans who've been unable to earn sick leave at their work have the ability to earn sick leave. And yes, these are people who serve you your hamburger, who take care of your grandma. These are people who really probably shouldn't be at work sick.
Right.
So
a lot of hospitality and a lot of people working in medical areas, right?
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are susceptible the most. We saw that during COVID, right? With home healthcare workers, with people working in restaurants. I mean, that was one of the reasons why they closed down the restaurants, because they were worried about the contagious aspect of it. So, and not having sick leave, it really was a burden for people that are making very low wages.
Very low wages.
I'll ask, I heard from some folks who, it's a more broad question about, we tie this had 3 provisions. It had minimum wage, which, we're seeing minimum wage already exceed what's being proposed anyways, for the most part. I mean, you go to Subway and they're offering $17 an hour.
Yeah, McDonald's $20
But,
an hour.
and then obviously paid sick leave. But then it was the third provision that I think it in its sum was like, hey, these are sort of, they're similar but different. Obviously, I don't think anyone challenged the single subject issue. And there is a lot of conversation of, will this be challenged in court? Because there is, in some way, this First Amendment issue, the third provision. And do you have any thoughts on that? I've just heard it from a lot of different folks.
I absolutely do, Matt Shuckerow. Yeah. Thank you so much for asking.
Phew, softball.
So
guys,
this.
I want to answer that. We have Ted Eischen. They're at the event with the Democrats. I want to bring him in real quick. I don't want him to wait too long. We're gonna come back to that real quick.
Okay.
I just want to get Ted Eischen.
It's just
real
all
quick.
over the place.
I'm sorry. I mean, they're in my ear. They won't
it's the
stop.
Landfield show.
Well, it's not, but
Be prepared. Buckle in.
We're going to get back to Matt's question. Ted Eischen, Democrat candidate against Stanley Wright. You're a rematch situation. So far, we have no results in your race, which sucks, but you're at the party. You're at the 49th state, right?
I'm at Flat Top right now.
Oh, you're Flat. Oh, there's still a Flat Top.
Yep.
How are you feeling? This is a big race, one of the big ones.
Yes, it is. So I feel cautiously optimistic. The voters get to decide, and that's a humbling experience when you are running a race. But, I feel really great about the campaign we ran. We executed an excellent plan. We worked really hard as a team, and we left it all out there. So win or lose, I'm totally happy with what we've done and all the partners we've had, and I'm looking forward to the results.
Well, so far, like we said, no precincts on your race yet. This race, along with the Laban race and the Grow race, and maybe this even Bauer race, will kind of determine how the House, if it's majority Republican or kind of coalition. How concerned are you, or I guess how confident are you if you win, if there's going to be a coalition compared to the Republican control of the House of Representatives?
You're asking me to predict the future, which is always a little tricky. I'm confident in my ability to work with others, and I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I just know who Ted is and how Ted works, and Ted works well with a lot of different people, and we'll see what happens. A lot of it depends on all those other races as well.
Well, we're watching your race closely. Tell those folks to get over here. We got some giveaways. We got an iPad and a speaker.
Jeff, Ted's a great guy when he's wearing an Iowa State Cyclones shirt.
You went to school there, right?
That's
I did.
So did Mindy.
Who said that?
We got
Who
Mindy
said that?
O'Neall, Charisse Millett, Matt Shuckerow, Mark Begich, and Joel Hall's on the panel, too. So it's kind of loaded
Iowa
up here.
Brotherhood here.
I graduated in 1984 with a fisheries and wildlife biology major. So all I can say is it was a great university, and I really enjoyed the education I got there.
Well, thanks for coming. You guys I don't want to age myself or age you, but I was born in '84, December. I'll be 40 in December, and it's going to get weird.
There's no cost.
Oh, you're young. You're young.
Yeah,
he has many years ahead of him.
Feel that, yeah.
Also, he's inviting folks on his 40th birthday party to
Buenos Aires.
Yeah, that's right.
You're all invited. I'd like everybody to come.
Is it an open tab?
It's an open tab, but it might be one way.
Well,
so be careful.
I might not come back. Some would prefer that. Well, Ted Eischen, we're going to be watching your race. Thanks for
Ted, thanks for running.
And come on down to the Egan. You're close by. Come on the big screen here. We'll get you in the panel, and tell the folks to, if they ever leave, if they do leave, to come to the Egan. We have some marijuana, not marijuana, CBD. It's not marijuana. We have an iPad. We have a lot of stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Ted.
Ted.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Appreciate
it.
Thanks, Ted.
Let's go back.
Wait, before you say it, the most important thing that we as your panelists are hoping for at the end of the night, that we can actually walk out of here and not get arrested. We don't care about, so keep doing what you're doing.
You're fine. I want to have Joelle answer Matt's question, and we're going to go to a quick break because I do want to show we've compiled like dozens and dozens of old political commercials going back to the 80s up until the 2000s. So we're going to do a break in a second. But Matt, please repeat your question to Joelle. There was a question about the ballot
it was
one.
just. Look, some of the feedback we heard on this initiative is that it's three provisions built into one, which is raising the minimum wage, which I think most even acknowledge the people who are sort of opposed to the initiative said, hey, look, we don't have an issue. It's already, the market has already surpassed this. Obviously, paid minimum wage. We did hear some concerns about smaller employers, seasonal workers. And then the last one was sort of the employer provision. And some people called it some First Amendment issues that may be challenged in court, and then if not, there's going to be some significant regulations tied around that, and what does that look like? And so I was just kind of setting that up to say, hey, what's sort of your sort of response to that?
Well, it's a really great question. This did come up a lot, especially in debates and conversations with the business community. So this bill, this provision, is modeled off a bill we ran in the legislature last session. And that bill was modeled on bills that have been passing all over the country. Yeah. We are the first state to do it by ballot initiative, but this first passed in Connecticut, 8 or 9 years ago. And so to be really clear, the First Amendment rights of employers are completely intact in this ballot initiative. If an employer wants to have a meeting to talk about They want to have a meeting that they talk about politics, they talk about religion, they talk about who's their favorite football team, they want to talk about Coachella, they can talk about whatever they want at that meeting. Workers can be asked to attend that meeting, but unless it's germane to their job, if the worker chooses to go back to work, all it says is the employer can't retaliate against that worker. That's all it says.
We're going to go to a quick break. I just want to say one thing. I want to say if you're willing to work in this country 40 hours a week, you should be able to have a decent life.
100%.
And a lot of
Jeff
people aren't.
Landfield.
I've said that for a long time, actually, and that's just not the case for a lot of folks. And I think that's a problem. So this is
agreed.
Interesting.
16,000 people are going to get a raise.
Yeah. We're going to go to a quick break. Joel Hall, AFL-CIO president, thanks for coming on. We have Andrew Gray up next. We have a great commercial.
Stutz out
we have Speaker Stutz, former Speaker Louise Stutz. We're going to be giving away some stuff on the break. Folks, get down here.
Good to
it's
see you,
getting pretty
Good to
loose.
see you too.
I love
Thanks.
that.
There you go.
Quick break.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Wild about Anchorage, nothing can change my mind. Wild about Anchorage, it's a marvelous find. There's no place anywhere else that you could want to be. We're all together here singing in harmony. Oh, wild. 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 Wild about Anchorage. Wild about Anchorage.
Here's Cal Worthington and his dog Spot.
If you want a better buy, go see Cal. You're the guy be satisfied, go see Cal. Give a new car to your wife, she will love you all her life. Go see Cal, go see Cal, go see Cal.
Now's the time to get that new Ford car or truck here at Worthington Ford. Shop indoors. Big, friendly, giant Worthington Ford. Bring the kids. It's Worthington Ford. The rebates are back. Worthington Ford. We're open to midnight. I'll see you here.
Have you ever wondered just what flying is coming to?
Hi, I'm your talking ticket. Do you have baggage?
Oh, yes.
Hi, I'm your talking ticket. Do you have baggage?
I don't have any baggage. These days, a lot of airlines are crowding more seats into their planes, leaving less room for people.
This little beauty we like to call banquet on a bun, right, Bob? Banquet on a bun.
I like it. What's next?
I'd appreciate it. Do you have 4 quarters for $1? Anybody have 2 quarters for $1? Yes, miss, do you have 2 quarters for $2? 2 quarters for $5, please? Oh, boy, I'd appreciate it.
On Alaska Airlines, we have low fares too, but you'd never know it by the way we treat you.
Holy comic books, it's Batman.
Not just comic books, Billy. Bosco's has it all. T-shirts, baseball cards, models, posters, computer games, role-playing games, anything a law-abiding citizen could want.
Golly, Batman, you sold me.
Just a Gotham City minute, Billy. There's more. Bosco's has gift certificates. Take it from this Cape Crusader. Don't be a joker. Come to Bosco's.
Okay, folks, we're back. With a bathroom break. We're gonna bring the crew back. We do have Andrew Gray, Representative Andrew Gray, here. Rick Whitbeck also here. We're gonna talk to Andrew. So far, 60 of 403. We predicted you were gonna win, and now we're at 109 of 403. Actually, we have a little bit of an update here.
Is there an update coming?
We have 109 of 403. We were at 60 of 403. We have Representative Andrew Gray.
I'm here.
You're here.
Good to see
you have
you,
Scott
Jeff.
Kohlhaas again, Libertarian. He runs all the time. You're at 60, almost 60. Feeling pretty good about that. I don't know how many precincts. What are you? You're 20.
I'm 20.
You're 20. Let's just pull this up to the big screen. We have 2 of 5 right now, and you're up 58 to 40% against Libertarian Scott Kohlhaas.
That's a good number.
Let me go big here. Let me go big or go home. There we go. Andrew Gray, 2 of 5. You won 2 years ago. You've been a real kind of character in the legislature. I love having you down there. You've been a breath of fresh air. We'll call
He means that in a positive way.
I appreciate it.
Positive way.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Jeff.
Says Jeff Landfield.
you're a standout. You do your own
I like
thing.
Andrew. He was a assembly guy, right? He was active in the assembly during all the craziness, and then he ran for office.
He has he told me about his podcast, and I guess you're going to invite me on at some point.
You are invited.
Yes.
The only person here who's been on the podcast is Jeff.
I'm actually mad that you've taken a few guests that I was going to have on my podcast, and you got them on your podcast before me, like Liesl McGuire.
I did have Liesl McGuire on.
So you've stolen a couple.
Can I break some news? Who my guest is tomorrow?
Who's it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You might know him. Paxton Wilbur.
He mentioned you asked him, but I don't know if he's going to be on Wednesday morning after the election. Is he going to do it?
He's doing it.
That's the best time to do it. He'll
Not
be
for me.
groggy, and he might say some stuff that will be outlandish.
Now, Rick, we're going to go through some of these races. You're a former political consultant. You've been around for a long time. Any takeaways just of what you've seen so far?
No big surprises. I think it looks like right now if the
Sorry, it's Rick Whitbeck.
Yep. Hey guys.
I'll make sure we know who that is.
The State House looks like it could go coalition. The Senate could be a couple Republican pickups. We'll see what happens.
Let's pull up the big screen on my screen, because we have, with 109, we've added about 49 precincts here. Begich, obviously Trump's going to win Alaska. We knew that. Nick Begich, 48 to 45. Nobody with 50% quite yet. We still have a lot of precincts to add. I don't think there's any early votes or absentee votes incorporated. Keel's unopposed. His lead went down a little bit, 9 of 17. He's below the.
Below the 50.
was above the 50 before,
yeah.
right? This is again 9 of 17. We have some more precincts added, Charisse. Kaufman, wow, he's 8 of 13.
Yeah, but look at Borbridge. I mean,
he's here. I think he's here. I saw him.
Okay.
We should get him on
Get
the
him?
show.
You should get him up here.
He seems very excited. Like I spotted him. It's Waldo.
Guys, how shocking is this?
That's shocking.
That is shocking.
I mean, Matt is
insane.
big fundraiser, very popular, 6 of 13. Liz Vasquez, former one-term rep. Wow, that's.
It'd be interesting. This is where it matters in that district
Which
where
precinct?
those precincts are.
And there's always a few every year where you're like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah, I mean, on
Right? What
here,
happened?
if you end up with, a big chunk of his, north side of his district isn't in, that's a big area for him. But
Right.
it's just, these districts, when they're like this, it's tough.
Let's keep going here again. We got Dunbar, no surprise. Merrick's lead went down substantially.
Still above 50.
Yeah, but
Still
she's
above
above
50.
50.
7 of
And
13.
the name of the
She's
game
doing
with
better
ranked
than-
choices, you stay
Look
above
at this
50,
demo over
game
here,
over.
12 and a half.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but as
I
long
might
as
have been
she's
wrong on
above
that one.
50, it doesn't matter.
I want to say I'm probably wrong on this one, it looks like, maybe, but look at this one.
This was crazy.
Crazy.
Yunt, right? Over Senator Wilson.
2 of 12.
I mean,
12.
2 of 12, okay.
And Yunt
I don't think
fair,
that
fair.
has that changed? I don't think that changed.
No.
I think it would. I
don't think it
was,
changed.
I think it was 2 of 12. when we went
Kawasaki
down.
up 3 of 8. Might be the same.
I think
Yeah,
that's the same.
I think that's the same too.
Kronk, that went up a little bit, but Olson unopposed. Bynum up a little bit, I think 6 of 10. Unopposed Himshoot. Unopposed Story. Unopposed Hannon. Louise Stutz is here, former speaker. Didn't change. Oh, boy.
Wow, this is interesting.
Oh,
Oh,
hello.
boy. There's our guy, our headshot guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
GQ man.
He's holding him below 50.
Yes.
That's his.
Yeah.
You know,
4 of 9.
and again, reminding to the people listening that and watching that all you got to do in multi-race like this, if you get the 50.01, game over. You're done. You're won. And so that's why you watch these numbers. When they're getting up in that 47, 48, 49, their margin of popping over is there. And if they do, they don't care what happens after that.
Yeah. Well, we do let absentee ballots be counted up for 15 days as well. So we have the longest. I mean, you guys saw the court rulings in Georgia. You have to have your absentee ballot in by election day, which is kind of wild. And then there's other states that have 10 days, and we're 15. We have one of the longest in the country.
Bill Elam's up here a bit in District 8. This is the open Ben Carpenter seat. Look at that one. 3 of 9.
Wow.
I said Lucy should win, but that's a weird race.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Kopp is way up.
Still a 1 of 6, though, for Kopp.
Yeah.
Is it 1 of 6 or 2 of 6 for Kopp?
1 of 6.
1 of 6.
Oh, 1 of 6.
Colom, that maybe didn't change much. Shragi, no big deal. Okay, we have one here. 1 of 5. This is dead heat. One precinct with. I wonder if they're incorporating that. There couldn't have been 954 votes in one.
Oh, maybe.
Could there in one? Yeah. I live in that district. That seems high.
I mean, the total vote count's almost 15. Oh, it's 15.59.
Well,
it's only 6%.
Look at that. She's up by. I wonder what precinct
14.
that is. That's closer than I thought.
And again, that could very well just be depending on which precinct that is.
Right.
You know, that could be an outlier.
Poor Danny Wells. That's a. I really want to see what happened here. Is this the same?
Yeah, that's the same.
No, Nick was up. Was Nick up before?
No, it's the same.
No,
it's the same.
This is the
He
same
dropped out, but he didn't file his paperwork correct.
No way.
Oh yes.
There's
What do you
a
think about that, Andrew Gray, Representative Andrew Gray?
Hey, there's an 8:56.
I'm completely shocked
I don't know what
by
time you're
that.
at, but they just did another update.
Another update. Okay, well we're at 1:09.
No, what's your time? Go to the time to the.
Let me just refresh it and see.
Yeah. There you go. What's your time say?
8:44.
Yeah, there's an 8:56 update. So if you want to refresh, you can go through the numbers again.
Andrew, how bad do you want to be in the majority?
Badly.
Okay, be honest.
Very
At least he's
badly.
honest.
Hi, Andrew. It's good to see you.
Hi, good to see you.
Hi, Rick.
Charisse.
Hey, Charisse, how you doing?
Good.
Matt?
So have you
Good, yeah.
you've been in the legislature just one term?
Just one term.
Just one term. Okay.
And he's still
Seems
smiling.
Like you've been there
He's
for
still
quite
happy.
A while. You've been doing such great work.
Thank you, Mindy.
Get that $5 back.
It's been an interesting couple of years.
Yeah.
Hey, were you part of the Lucky Wishbone crew today?
I was not. I actually worked today.
Okay.
I worked at urgent care.
Oh, wow.
I had worked at urgent care 2 years ago.
You're a physician's assistant, right?
I'm a physician assistant.
If I go down right now, are you going to help me?
I'll help you.
And Andrew, it's very possible
I
this
think
could
you
happen.
need to check my blood pressure.
Do I need to?
Yeah.
Everyone goes to Lucky Wishbone, but 2 years ago I worked. And so this morning I was waving signs and I got a text message from the manager saying, "Hey, so and so is sick. Can you work today?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm meant to work today."
Yeah.
I work on election day. It's what I do.
There you
But
go.
it's probably nice to get your mind off the election to do something else. Time goes by
You
fast.
know what I appreciate, Andrew, is your attitude is always positive no matter what, and this gives you survival skills in Juneau.
I have a lot of silver lining takes on today. I do.
Yeah.
Well, give us your top two.
This is Representative
Well, I
Andrew
mean,
Gray.
I don't think it's a surprise. I think that if Trump wins and Dunleavy goes to the administration, that is a silver lining for Alaska.
Honest. He's honest. He's, you know.
Andrew doesn't know that.
Andrew, I'm going to send him a note right now to tell him you made a comment.
Guys, I'm
folks.
trying to load this
I have it
results.
on my computer.
Well,
What's
I
your
can't share
second one?
yours, but
What's
I'm
your
trying to
second
load the
one?
Division of Elections results page, and it's not loading. So we'll
I can
try
walk
it again.
through 'em. The one thing I will say, we were watching Senate District F, which is James Kaufman. He has 9 of 13 reporting. He is up 49%, 49.40 to Janice Park, 41.28.
So
And
he's got those precincts.
He's got those precincts that are coming in, like we talked about those. So he's still got 4 more precincts. So it's too close to call because it's just, literally.
And I'm sure he's not anxious to not be.
He's
below.
not over 50.
Yeah, he's not over
Right.
50.
Yeah,
That's
he's not over 50.
Going to sleep tonight is not going to be fun.
No one's sleeping.
And then I was going to look. It looks like Jesse Borkman is up 48 to 41%. So
I'm having a hard time loading this page, but we do have Kai Holland on from the party. Kai Holland, how you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. It's good to be here with you guys.
I'm having an issue loading my page, but right now, pull that up, Charisse. We're looking at your races with a few precincts, dead heat.
what precinct is he? I'm sorry.
He's not 9, right? District 9?
Yeah, House
Kai
District
Howell,
9.
with Lucy Bauer.
Oh, yeah.
With 6 of 9 precincts.
You're 50 votes behind right
You're
now.
at 50.6. Lucy Bauer, you're at 49.09. So, I mean, we're dead heat here.
Kai, do you have any feel of what's still out there? What parts of your district is hanging out there yet?
No, I'm sorry. I don't have any idea which districts have reported and which ones haven't. So I'm just watching the raw data at this point without any idea of where the votes have come in already that are being reported.
It's a definitely close race. One everyone here is watching for sure.
I do want to report. It looks like the Division of I'm getting some texts. I can't load it. The Division of Elections website is not loading for me. So
I have it.
You have it up, but don't refresh.
No, I'm not going to refresh.
Reporting out of 400 employees.
Kai, this is one of the races that I think a lot of people were wondering about because it's an open seat. It was Letty Shaw's seat. Lucy Bauer, Republican, kind of self-funding, also raised money. You raised a lot of money. You're both out there campaigning. It's kind of a Republican-leaning seat, but I think Biden might have narrowly
got
won. So it's a weird kind of situation. What were you hearing and seeing when you were? I know you were knocking doors. Some folks I know lived there said you knocked on their door, and so did Lucy. What were you kind of hearing and seeing out there?
The issues I ran into were probably no surprise. A lot of focus on education. Our district, has a lot of focus on education, is pretty highly educated, and so they're concerned about the funding. I heard a lot of concern about energy in the South Central area. That was a concern. Probably the thing I ran into more often than not was people's concern about what the economy would be like in the future for Alaska. I ran into just too many people that are thinking about whether or not they're going to stay, or maybe they've got friends that have left or kids that are leaving. And when I started talking to them about what we might do in order to keep our next generation of kids here and get them excited about the future, there was this overwhelming support for thinking about the economy that could be in the future. And I'm excited about that.
We've seen since 10 plus years ago, people leaving the state, young people leaving the state, who see other opportunities, lack of opportunity in Alaska, and it is a real problem.
Yeah, the other thing I ran into pretty consistently was people feel like we have spent enough time, too much time, arguing about some of the fiscal issues, PFDs, how we're going to pay for our state services, the ongoing battle we have every session that leads us into long, protracted funding debates and delays in funding, like with the schools. So there's a lot of folks that basically say enough is enough. It's time to resolve some fiscal issues so that we can move ahead on some tougher issues like the economy and our growth, that this is getting in the way of our growth by not having a fiscal plan.
Well,
Kai,
go ahead, Mark.
Kai, this is Mark Begich. So I got a question for you. I think I appreciate what you just said, and Andrew's here also. And a general question I have is, do you think there is, and I'm going to be a little harsh here, do you think there's a backbone in the legislative body to actually do exactly what you're saying? Because they always leave the permanent fund at the back of the day, the last 3 days, to harass each other over it and make the legislative process get jammed up. Do you think there is, and I'll ask Andrew this when we get back on air with him, but in your situation, if you won, do you think there's the gumption, the ability, the backbone to do it? Because they talk about it every year.
Yeah, well, I can't speak for all the rest of the legislatures. I can tell you that the reason I ran is to step up and make some decisions on these issues. I'm not running to get reelected. I'm running to get this issue dealt with. And quite frankly, I want to get it dealt with in this first session, because I do not want us to be in the excuse of dealing at second session then it being election year again that does that. So, I've suggested to folks that I want these issues to come up right at the very beginning. I want us to frame them, and I want us to make some decisions, even if they're hard decisions. I'm willing to make them, and I'm willing to help lead and stand in front of this bus if somebody needs to do that in order to say it's time for us to move ahead. We've heard it for years. We all know this. It's just a question of now doing it. I'm willing to do it. I hope we're going to elect a couple other people that will be supportive of a bipartisan coalition that will be looking at the future and what's good for the next generation of Alaskans and not protecting what's in the rearview mirror.
Kai, we have Charisse Millett real quick with a question, then we want to go to Andrew and Rick, and then we have John Binkley we're going to have them up in the room. But go ahead, Charisse.
Kai, I was just curious. You know, I love your optimism, and I love the idea of getting the legislature together. I was in the legislature, Andrew, you're in it now. Mark, you've been in a large, you know, bicameral body. Until you have the public buy-in for having a fiscal plan, it really is, and a governor that supports what you're doing. How do you see yourself as a change maker in that arena with the governor, with the public, and then obviously in the House and the Senate? Like, what does that look like to you? Because that has always been the roadblock. You know, there's never been the perfect storm for a fiscal plan because it's, you know, we've always had a coalition or a Republican-led House or a governor that, you know, didn't have the same game plan that we did.
Well, you know, my view is that the support is changing. I'm seeing, even in the case of the governor, a willingness now to look at future economic diversification and to look at changes like his support for energy, including even renewable energy and the carbon sequestration. I think there's a change happening, and to me the only thing that needs to change now, because we have the Senate bipartisan coalition that was being proactive and looking ahead. You've seen the governor beginning to shift to looking at the future. I think the only thing that's been standing in our way now is a House that would have that same bipartisan commitment to the future, and then we would have the alignment we need.
Yeah, and I guess I would always caution legislators when they come in is that always inform the public, because I think that's the crucial part that sometimes the House and the Senate and the governor forget. And if you don't have buy-in from the public, you know, I went through every single year that I was a legislator a tax debate, and I can tell you until you have buy-in from the public, you know, you can't get much done. So I'm always saying transparency.
But, you know, yeah, one of the things, though, that I found a lot of success with was when I would be talking with people in different community sessions, I would ask people to recognize that we have focused in on managing the decline of our state instead of managing our future. And when I would tell people, you know, look at what we're doing, look at the things we're arguing over, closing schools, cutting funding. We are managing our decline, and folks are waking up to the fact that we have spent too much time managing our decline, and it's time to build the future. So I think we found a message and a focus that talks about how do we build the future, not manage our decline, and how do we make sure we're taking steps so that we're not having to buy plane tickets to visit our grandkids in the future. Because that's what we will be doing if we'll do that. So I'm seeing a lot of support. I'm seeing a lot of folks that want us to finally take action. I don't think we will ever have everybody on board with this, but we have got, I think, at least in the district that I'm coming from, a significant portion of folks that are recognizing that the future must be something we start investing in, that we have been looking backwards too long, and it's time to start looking forward. And managing that growth instead of managing a decline is a message that for me has worked.
Well, thanks a lot, Kai Holland, for coming on. We got a bunch of results. We have the division's website's finally back up, but you know, looks like you're having a good party. If you guys want to get over here, we got some giveaways. We got some iPads and some wine and speaker and all kinds of stuff. So if you want to stop by, you're welcome to stop by. Thanks for talking to us, Kai Holland.
Thank you, guys.
District 9, he's facing Lucy Bauer, Republican. That's kind of dead even right now. The website's back up. We got John Binkley coming up in a second. I want to thank Andrew Gray.
Thank you.
Andrew, real quick, 30 seconds. How are you feeling based on what you've seen so far?
Well, I wanted to respond to Charisse. I wanted to say that Governor Dunleavy had a sales
Hold the mic a little bit. There you go.
Governor Dunleavy had a sales tax that I supported. And Ben Carpenter had a sales tax that I supported. And you'll remember, Jeff, I moved on the floor to discharge Ben Carpenter's sales tax from his own committee, and he voted yes. So there's some
from
truth.
The Ways and Means Committee.
Yes, there's some truth to what Kai was saying about the House standing in the way. Like, we were moving towards a sales tax, and I'll just say that there are plenty of Democrats. I'm a Democrat. There are plenty of Democrats who hate the sales tax.
Well, Dunleavy had a sales tax bill which he talked about, but never introduced.
Showed it. Yeah.
He actually was before the press conference 2 or 3 years ago. He audibled at the press conference. They was supposed to introduce the.
Right. Well, here's the thing.
It's aggressive.
Here's the thing. We got very close to something important. which is the sales tax. And the Democrats who don't like the sales tax say that they will go for a tax when the PFD is at 0. And that will never be me. That will never be me.
So short-sighted.
And
so short-sighted.
So
Rick, you're closing real quick, 30 seconds. What do you, based on what you've seen so far?
You know, I think that again, I think that the legislature is poised to go bipartisan in both houses. I think that is going to change things up. If what Andrew said about Dunleavy leaving is kind of maybe the worst case and best case kept secret in the state, we'll get leadership in the governor's mansion, and then who knows what happens, right? I mean, change isn't coming.
Well, guys, we're going to go to a quick break. We have the great political commercials, 3-minute break, so let's not go too far. I want to thank our sponsors, big sponsors: GCI, Alaska Miners Association, Aero International. GCI. That's the electronic poll tabs. Representative Andrew Gray, Rick Whitbeck, great panel: Mindy O'Neall, Mark Begich, Charisse Millett, Matt Shuckerow. We'll be right back, folks.
With no choice, stick with Greening. To cast a write-in or sticker vote for Senator Ernest Greening, here is all you have to do. On your ballot, find the heading United States Senator. Under the names of the other 2 candidates, there is a blank for your write-in vote. Write in Ernest Greening. Easy and smart. Or use a sticker. Stick with Greening, your great United States Senator. He can do more for Alaska, for you.
I'm Elmer Rasmussen, candidate for United States Senator. This statement is one that I have made many times as president of the Board of Regents of the University of Alaska. Money spent on education is not an expense, but an investment. And then the greatest resource we have are children.
Elect a senator who will get things done for all Alaskans. On August 27th, vote for Elmer Rasmussen for U.S. Senate.
Something different is happening in Alaskan politics this year. Jay Hammond. All of a sudden, a man running for political office is actually talking about the things that are really important to us. Lowell Thomas Jr., a respected Alaskan senator. With his experience, he knows how to make government work. Jay and Lowell worked together for 8 years in the state Senate. Then they broke with tradition and ran as a team from the beginning. Together, Jay and Lowell want to put government back in the hands of the people because they know that's where good government comes from. They're convinced Alaska's future depends on teamwork, not just these 2 men working together, but all of us working together. Jay Hammond and Lowell Thomas Jr. Strong, sensible leadership for Alaska. Paid for by Hammond for Governor Committee, Doug Bailey, Treasurer.
None of the rest of you have to go home and face the problems of unemployment because of an action of Congress and the problems that we cannot live the lives that we lived before. Can you imagine having to go out on the land that you've been able to utilize for the last 300 years, you and your ancestors, and have some little person in a green uniform say, no, you can't, because the Congress says you have to have a permit? Now that's what we are against in the state of Alaska.
I'm Ted Stevens, and I approve this message. I spent the last 40 years listening to and working with Alaskans to improve our state. My love for and commitment to Alaska has never wavered. I am not perfect. I've always tried to do what's best for Alaska, and I know in my heart I have not done what I'm accused of. On Tuesday, let's tell Washington that Alaskans will decide this Senate race. I would appreciate your vote so that together we can continue to build a better Alaska.
All right, folks, we are back. We just gave away a DeWalt drill brought to you by the Alaska Oil and Gas Association. Delana Johnson, Representative Delana Johnson, the budget finance co-chair, won the drill. She's going to drill the budget, but her husband grabbed it, so I think it's for him. We're still at 176 precincts reporting no results. The Division of Elections website is back up. We have Charisse Millett with us, Mark Begich, Mindy O'Neall. We have Matt's coming back. We have John Binkley, former senator from Bethel, representative finance co-chair,
a boat driver,
just a riverboat
captain. Yeah,
there we go.
gubernatorial candidate, ran for governor in 2006.
Yeah.
And running the riverboat deal and the tourism business in Fairbanks and in Ketchikan.
I got a question for you. Did you ever run a riverboat onto a sandbar?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. He's honest. This is all I was checking here. This was good.
I've got a gray hair for every sandbar I've hit with the riverboat.
Oh, my God.
But did anyone have to come out and say, oh, how do we get you off of this sandbar?
You get off and push.
You get off and I actually had to do that.
Just wait for the high tide.
Yeah,
And you just built a dock, right?
Not when the
Didn't you
tide's
just build some
coming.
docks?
You guys built a very large, when I took the cruise on I talked earlier about Holland America cruise to Ketchikan, you guys built a very, very large dock which could accommodate some of the biggest ships in the world, right?
Yes.
And it's big.
It's very large. Yeah, big dock.
And it was kind of during COVID, wasn't it? There was a
yeah, we completed it just as they shut down the cruise ship industry.
Wow.
So.
Was that for the Malaspina?
Well, we have the Malaspina there. We purchased that surplus from the state, and we have that there at the facility. Yep.
Yeah, how's that working
right,
out?
Really well. Just great. Yeah.
So
Love
how
it.
many people are able to stay
Me included.
there?
I live there.
You live there?
Go up and have coffee on the bridge every morning.
Okay, well then where do you vote?
I vote in Fairbanks.
Okay.
At Wood River Elementary.
I got to say, I'm told I need to mention Norwegian cruise lines. I've been on Holland America, but I'm getting a Norwegian.
There you go.
Not been on there, but if you want to set that up as a kind of like a special deal.
I'm going to mention Royal Caribbean.
How about we mention all the cruise ships and what they bring to the Alaskan economy?
2 million.
Exactly.
Yes, right?
About 1.7 this year.
Yeah.
And they just had an initiative in Juneau which failed to close them down on Saturdays and the 4th of July.
Yeah. Yeah.
We didn't like that.
We didn't like that.
No.
I mean,
we like revenue coming in every day of the week.
Time to make money, yeah.
It was a creative.
Now, John, I want to talk to you. I've looked this up, and I couldn't find anybody else. Are you the only Republican to ever be elected in rural Alaska?
Oh, I don't think so. But
I looked.
It's rare.
I looked, because you're Bethel, right? You were.
We lived in, my wife and I started a tug and barge business in 1977, initially on the Yukon River, and then we moved over to Bethel late 78, 79, and then lived there and ran our tug and barge business there, and got involved at the city council, and then ran for the House and ran for the Senate.
What do you think about,
as a Republican?
We have the ranked choice voting now. I mean, do you think that would have been any different back then? Or
wouldn't have made any difference in my races.
It really feels like the more rural you are throughout the state, the less a party matters, because it's really
exactly.
about your neighbors. It's about survival. It's about understanding the subsistence, right? It's really a lifestyle that's way different than anything that's urban, even in Fairbanks or some of the smaller communities in the south.
Yeah, and they is your mic not working?
Yeah, Mindy needs to bring her mic closer to her mouth.
Oh,
there you go.
There you go. Bring it.
Yeah, and I think everybody that saw the R behind my name thought it meant rural.
That's good. That is good.
Great. Yeah.
It's a new packaging for the Republicans.
Yeah.
Get a new image.
No, John, you've been here for a while. You've seen some of the results. Any surprises or any takeaways? I mean, you're Jeremy Bynum looks like he's been doing no surprise.
To be honest with you, I've been socializing. So I've been watching the returns, but Mindy just shared some with me from Fairbanks. So we're probably on different sides of one of the Senate races, or maybe two of the Senate races we're looking at in Fairbanks.
I think you're accurate.
I will say, I've been helping in Fairbanks a little bit too. But one thing I was so fascinated by is sort of Fairbanks really has this commitment to service that you guys actually have like a lot of familiar names that are in business or out in the community that are still community leaders that you're like, oh, they were a legislator, she was a legislator, they served, and you kind of, I mean, it's something I really learned about Fairbanks is like a lot of these people that are there, they kind of took their turn, served their community, and that was people do step up, and I was really sort of pleased to hear that about Fairbanks, and it's just people didn't make it a career. They didn't spend 10 years. They spent 2 terms, and then they're like, okay, do you want to go at it? Like, do you want to?
Yeah.
So it is interesting about Fairbanks.
That's exactly what it I mean, I feel like that's how Fairbanks,
Somebody else take this for a bit.
They go down to the coffee shop, figure it out, and
there you go.
Have coffee and breakfast. They see you later. It might be penance at times. You know what I mean? They might say,
I
your
think-
turn.
I mean,
your turn.
It's
Anyone
like
that's
Mikey
spent
with the life commercial.
Anyone that's spent a session in Juneau kind of can tell that. But.
We're trying to get, we got somebody big we're trying to get on the Zoom stream. Somebody you know. So you guys keep talking.
I'm
I'm
going to guess Mike Cronk. That would be
I'm not going to say who, but
I was out waving signs with Mike
Were
Cronk
you?
this
Good
morning.
for
Yep.
you.
Honk for Cronk.
Honk for Cronk. I mean, that's the best campaign slogan.
So John, do you think, we've asked candidates this tonight, what do you think is going to happen? And maybe you don't watch it this tight, but on the House, do you think there'll be a change in how it's organized and get away from what it was last session, where there was, Republicans controlled it with the Bush component to it?
I'm not watching it that closely.
I know,
Mark.
that's why I was just wondering if you want to dive into.
What would you like to talk about?
Yeah.
Let's keep on the cruise ship.
Yeah, about the Avenue.
Or the railroad. We can talk about the railroad too. I mean,
yeah, there are big issues in the cruise industry, right? Because you got in Whittier and Seward big potential dock developments as they get figured out how they're going to finance them and all that. That is huge. And then there was big issue down in Juneau that was on the local ballot.
And that's become an issue in some other communities too, smaller communities in Southeast that really do experience a huge number of visitors that come in on cruise ships, very small towns. Sitka has had some pushback in that regard. Juneau certainly with the initiative that was on the ballot. But I think it's incumbent upon us that are in the industry to make sure that if we're going to grow the industry, that we don't do it in a way that negatively impacts the quality of life that the people live there.
I mean, it feels to me like we have problems in South Central with energy. We have education problems. We have people leaving the state problems. We have just a myriad of problems. But it's like tourism is the one thing that seems to be going pretty well.
It's growing. Yeah, it's
that's
definitely
the one thing statewide, whether it's in South Central or whether it's in Southeast. I mean, this is like maybe the best thing we have going for us right now.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it when the cruise ship comes in, 8 o'clock in the morning, people get off, spend a bunch of money, leave their money, get back on the ship and leave.
Right.
What's a better model than that?
Just drop off your cash and just on your way to the next port.
Deposit your cash and go away.
It is amazing. I mean, I was watching that one in Juneau, the ballot initiative there, and it actually did very well to say no to the restriction. But when you think about the industry, it's been the opener, really, when you think about the early days. It was an opener to a lot of people who've never been to Alaska. It was their chance. I call it the sampler play.
Yeah.
They came in, they had a few cities real quick sometimes. And early, we as a communities, we kind of said, why are they just coming for that? But now you've got this massive independent traveler that I think was grown out of the cruise ship industry, because now you got second generation people, right?
Yeah. Right.
Kids of families that came here.
And cultural tourism.
And cultural tourism. It's really
big.
changed the dynamic. I think people think
Winter
suddenly tourism just
Winter
showed up
yeah.
overnight. It didn't. It grew.
Yeah.
And the cruise ship industry saw it as an opportunity, and they utilized it.
Well, and 30% of the independent visitors that come here a second time are originally cruise ship visitors.
Right.
There we go.
So
they're
just
going
as you said,
independent.
the sampler. Yeah,
Yeah.
they come in, they say, this is easy.
Yeah.
You get the same currency.
Yep.
You speak the same language. You can drink the water.
You have the same.
It's
You
got
have the same bed every night on a cruise ship, right?
And next time, let's come and spend more time in a community.
I love. Whenever I travel, I tell people I'm from Alaska. They're like, "Oh, we want to do a cruise." I'm like, "It's the best way to put your toe in the water in Alaska."
Exactly.
But once you put that toe in,
you'll be back.
You'll be back.
Well, just to give an update, I'm looking. I don't see an update yet. We're still at 176 precincts out of 403, so it's going to be a long night. I'll be honest. I think we might. I'm going to talk to the Egan. We might just go. I don't know. We might just pay the extra $1,500.
Well, we could probably do
if we stay past 12:00. I mean,
we could do a cash call with our audience right now. I feel like we should get an auctioneer out.
A reverse
These
giveaway.
folks can afford it.
Yeah, maybe John, you want to lead
you
our
want to be a sponsor.
John, I want to be honest. Are you the top Alaska airline? I mean, you fly so much. You fly every week, right? Like I saw your one time you showed me. You fly a lot, man. I mean, you must be like. It's almost like you should buy your own plane, maybe, because you literally fly that much.
Well, he has a helicopter.
But every week you go Ketchikan, Seattle, Fairbanks, right? I mean,
That's typical. That's the most efficient. A lot of times they take the milk run, though.
We sat next to each other recently, and I talked to you the whole flight.
Yeah.
I sat next to him recently.
That's
talked
right.
to him the whole flight.
All right, Jeff, are you making your request to your viewers? Anyone want to pitch in to keep this thing going?
Right. I mean, well, I got to talk to Trent as well and Shirley and our great crew, and I want to thank our sponsors again: GCI, Aero International for the electronic pull tabs, Alaska Miners Association. If you're watching this thing, it was mining, right? It was mining brought that to you. We have a bunch of other sponsors: RDC, Alaska Oil and Gas Association. I have a list here.
And you have the lobbyists.
The lobbyists.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't say this because they didn't want their names like written down, but ConocoPhillips and Hilcorp.
Yeah.
Came
that's right. They came.
I haven't even brought that up. They didn't want their names like
bannered
up.
up.
Said that. I mean, she probably gave it away. Anyways, ConocoPhillips and Hilcorp. Thanks for coming through. For us.
They were doing a 501c4. They didn't want to be known.
They were okay with me talking about it. But we have IBW Local 1547, Alaska State Chamber. We have Katie Capozzi coming on soon. Tudor Bingo, Alaska Oil and Gas Association, Resource Development Council, Sumner Homes. Look, I just bought some property in the valley. I might call Jesse Sumner. He's here.
Gonna build
he's not running, but he's a builder. He's one of our sponsors. Alaskans for Sustainable Budgets, Brad Keithley. Again, Conoco, Hilcorp. They came through. Legislative Consultants, Wendy Chamberlain, Heather Brakes. Confluent Strategies, Chris Noss, Royce Weller, Frank Bickford, Ted Popley. Strategy North Group, that's Jerry Mackey and Mike Pavlowski. Ashley Reed, Kevin Jardell, Sarikman Ward, who's not really a lobbyist, but we didn't have anywhere else to put her.
She's not a lobbyist.
But she's not a lobbyist.
There we go.
She's cool. And then she who must not be named, I'm not allowed to say who she is.
But she's a great lobbyist.
But she's great.
We love her.
And I'll say it. If she texts me, I'll say it. But I won't say it unless I get the green light.
So our viewership is so big. I want you to know this, that my grandsons right now are texting me saying, I see you, Grandma, on the
great.
TV. Who's the guy sitting next to you?
I can't believe you're a grandma. I mean, you look great.
I'm a grandma. I have 6 grandkids.
I love that.
I do too. Me too.
John, last question. You ran last time 06. You're here having a party. It must be a lot nicer, right? Not having to do all the election candidate stuff, right?
I loved it. I mean, I love being a candidate.
Are you done? Are you maybe making a cup? Is it?
That's a question for Judy Binkley, my wife.
And that was the right answer, because she's watching right now.
Yeah. she's got a location finder, and she's going, he's at Election Central.
What is he doing there?
It's not good.
Well, John Binkley, businessman, former legislator, co-chair of the Finance Committee. You've done a lot of stuff, and always a gentleman. And you let me tour the Malaspina a couple times when I was in Ketchikan, and really enjoyed that. So thanks for coming on.
You bet.
Can I tell you one quick fact before he leaves?
Absolutely.
My very first election, my very first fundraiser, John Binkley and Ralph Samuels gave me my very first check. And so that was pretty special to me because I had no idea, that how influential you were, and started out my whole career in the legislature.
Well, you did a great job, Charisse, too.
Thanks.
So it was money well spent.
I great mentors like you.
I think all campaign contributions. I mean, I give generously. Our family does because it's important to candidates to be able to get their message out, whatever it is. And so it's. I'm very appreciative that people that do give money to campaigns and help them get the message out and get whatever perspective they have out to the public. So it's important for all of us to do it.
2 years, John. 2 years. We got to pick a new governor. Just saying.
It's an open seat. I might get weird. I'll be honest.
There you go.
Maybe it's a ticket.
I mean,
he's top though.
We've all heard the name. I mean, there's a laundry list of names of people who are already lining up to consider a run for governor.
But have you ever met a better candidate than John Binkley?
Well, and
if John runs, I'm not running. I'll be honest.
But and then you add their 14 running mates. I mean, I was like, I've never seen the Alaska political bench that good.
Guys, we're gonna go to a quick 3-minute break. We got Katie Capozzi coming in after the break. She looks really excited to see me. My good buddy. We're gonna go to a quick 3-minute break. We have some great commercials. John Binkley, thanks for being here on the show. Mindy O'Neall, Mark Begich, Charisse Millett, Matt Shuckerow. We got the room's filling up, but we got some more giveaways. 3-minute break. We got a lot of legislators here, candidates. It's a great show. We're having a great time. Show up.
Vic Coring starts early each day working for your vote. Vic worked hard as a construction contractor. As a member of the Alaska Housing Board, he works hard to provide affordable housing for Alaskans. Vic Coring offers Wasilla and Peters Creek voters a hard-working, conservative alternative to the ineffective liberal incumbent.
Effective leadership isn't just being a good old boy. Results are the product of hard work. If you vote for Vic Coring, I will work harder for you than anyone else.
Max Grunberg is a 24-year Alaskan. He served in Vietnam, earning 3 battle stars. He worked as Ted Stevens' legislative assistant. He's experienced in business and has 8 years' experience of public service. As a father and a husband, Max understands the importance of strong family values. Max Grunberg listens to you, and Max will stand up for the issues that affect you. Vote for Max Grunberg for State House.
Harriet Pullen began her working career in a cook tent amidst the squalor of Gold Rush Skagway. She came to Alaska with $7 to her name and 4 children to support in Seattle. Pullen achieved great success as the only woman freighter on the White Pass Trail. Harriet's boarding house, famous for its apple pies, earned her the name Mother of the North.
My choice is Betty Davis.
I'm voting for Betty Davis.
Betty Davis's record on law and order and her commitment to our community has won her the endorsement of the police and public safety employees. Her work with children and education has earned her the respect and support of our teachers.
Betty Davis is the most exciting candidate we've had in East Anchorage for a long, long time.
Betty Davis, leadership for East Anchorage.
Commitment, determination, capability. Tackling the tough issues like the Mental Health Lands Trust and economic development, Ramona Barnes has been a tough advocate for all her constituents. As Speaker of the House, Ramona ensured passage of the crime package guaranteeing victims' rights and defying the special interests lobbying against it. In the years ahead, Alaska must chart a new course. Ramona has the experience to lead the way. Commitment, determination, capability. Ramona Barnes, State House, District 22.
Senator Jay Kurtula runs his campaign on facts, not cartoons. Unfortunately, his opponent is using negative campaigning and false statements to try to discredit his service and work. You may not always agree with Jay, but you can rely on him for one thing, the truth. Jay is tough on crime, for development that brings jobs, for reasonable health care, not socialized medicine, and for your hunting and fishing rights. On November 8th, don't let the joke be on you. Vote for a senator you can rely on, Senator Jay Kurtula.
Golf.
Election.
All right, folks, we are back. Still 176 precincts. It's a little frustrating, but we're here, and we got a big party. We're very excited. We have former Representative Charisse Millett, former Senator Mark Begich, Mindy O'Neall from the Fairbanks North Star Borough Assembly, and we have Matt Shuckerow, political consultant, and we also have Katie Capozzi, who I want to call my good buddy. We've been good buddies for a long time. It did take about 4 years for you to accept my friend request on Facebook.
It's true. It's true.
It might have been 5 years.
Or 8. Maybe never.
Could have been a long. It was a long time.
Smart move.
Alaska State Chamber President, CEO. You're one of our sponsors, by the way.
Yes, I am.
I want to thank you for being one of our sponsors. Again, we're still in 176 precincts, so we're going to wait for an update. But you were you're on the other side of the ballot measure one, and we talked with Joelle Hall, who was on the pro side of this is the minimum wage, the sick leave, and there was one more deal about meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Meeting at work or having meetings with
no captive
employees.
audiences. Yep.
And we talked about, I think most people agree with minimum wage. It's
There's 92% of Alaskans make more than what that minimum wage would be in 2027.
We good? Ooh.
Are we good?
They got,
the whole thing?
They got fresh.
We're good.
You're good.
What? So this was, I didn't even know much about this, and I follow politics pretty, kind of under the radar.
Yeah. Yeah, I think all the air got sucked out of the room with ballot measure 2, the ranked choice voting. And so this was one that was written and funded by outside interests, predominantly labor groups. And it was all kind of under the guise of minimum wage. Most Alaskans get paid more than minimum wage, but there was also this paid sick leave provision, which had no exceptions. So if you're a small tourism operator out of Ketchikan working 90 days a year, it applied to you. If you were a seafood processor, it applied to you. So it kind of was revealed itself in that no one. It was clear that the people who wrote this did not think about how Alaska's economy works. So that was kind of our biggest issue.
We talked to Joelle, and I don't know if you were aware of this. There was at least an effort by some Republicans that I talked to about introducing a minimum wage bill, which I guess would that have killed the initiative? Because I know Jason Gren had a bill for like lobbyists and how much they could buy for food, and they passed a bill, and that ended the initiative. So I mean, was that like a factor, or did that? I heard about it a little bit during session, but it wasn't like a big issue.
Yeah, I mean, to be determined. We would have never known, but we have heard that was being considered, and that that would have killed the bill. But the way that our system works, I don't believe that it would have. I mean, there was 3 things, lumped into this. It did not pass single subject, like most ballot measures don't. Mm-hmm. And so I don't think that even if someone got a minimum wage passed, that would have. Now
Alaska is one of the few states. I worked in New Mexico where I grew up. I was a bartender server. I got $2 an hour, made my money in the tips.
Yep.
Alaska is one of the few states where you get the minimum wage.
Yep.
And again, I'm all for raising minimum. I think people who want to work full time should be able to survive and have a good life.
Yep.
But if this goes and it raises the minimum wage for all the service, like bartenders and servers, would that have a big impact on the prices of like food or drinks?
So Alaska's one of 7 states that's required to pay minimum wage. And that's the other part, that like the funders and the authors of this are not Alaskan. And that was clear when you read the language. So this would have completely decimated a lot of bars and restaurants. So we know Sweet Caribou, for example. We all love our Sweet Caribou salads. We go to the airport, we grab a salad. It's going to cost them $12,000 more a month to abide by this new ballot measure. So our salads that we love so much at the airport are going to be $30.
They're going to go up. They're going to triple.
Lord knows.
Yeah.
I mean, Charisse, the way a ballot measure works, I'm pretty sure is if it passes, it can't be touched for 2 years, right?
It can't be touched for 2 years.
Yeah, it can't be altered or changed.
Yeah. We hear a lot about outside interests bringing in ballots into the state.
Yep.
Why do you think there's an interest in doing that with this ballot measure?
I mean, it's a great question. If you look at, the Fairness Project is the largest funder of this ballot measure. They are in Arizona doing things like passing abortion measures all over the country. So they're a pro-union, very union-funded, backed organizations that are passing or attempting to pass ballot measures all across the country that have nothing to do with.
I mean, I feel like Alaska's cheaper than like New York or Florida or California.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I'll say this. I think even with ballot measure 2 from 2020, ranked choice voting, I think Alaskans don't love being sort of this sort of guinea pig, like, let's try it there and see if we can build momentum. I mean, it needs to start somewhere, and I think you are seeing it. It's like your cheaper date doesn't cost as much. I had one prominent Alaska attorney involved in ballot initiatives who said, our single subject rule is very loose here in Alaska.
I like that word.
And so I think that for all those combinations, and look, I think it's very clear in ballot measure 2, the ranked choice voting, this is their domino that can't fall. It's been used as their example, as say, look how well it's worked. Let's implement it in 6 other states across the country. So I think for those things, but I do think it rubs Alaskans a little bit the wrong way. That's like, hey, we're going to come test this out here, see how it works, and then drive it home other places. But I will say some of it's on us. Like, I think on single subject, like we should be challenging those things. We should. I mean, and then also I don't like to tell the legislature how to do their job. Of course not. But I think this sort of nuanced policy that has three very different provisions probably deserves to go through a legislative process, deserves to have these nuance and hear from both sides. But obviously that doesn't happen. I would love to see, look, I'm fine with the ballot initiative. I think how loose our single subject has been used and how it's some ways been abused, it's not a great thing, because I'll tell you, minimum wage is a great thing. It's easy to pass. Even Joelle was like, we knew this was going to pass. Yep. And so they're like, what else can we add in here?
In there. Yep.
And I can guarantee you most people, I mean, maybe paid sick leave. If you were to survey people, no idea what the third provision is. And I think that's where, if you're going to vote on it, maybe have a little bit more sort of understanding what it is. So
yeah, I totally agree.
Even when we tightened the ballot measure initiative legislation, that was back in 2010 or 2012, having a hearing in each of the judicial districts, even that didn't, I mean, we do have a very liberal ballot system, I believe. I mean, goes back to the cruise ship initiative that had the $50 head tax. That's all you heard. You didn't hear about the people that were going to be on board. I can't remember what they call them now.
Yes.
I mean, and the taxes on the offshore trips. I mean, there was so much in that ballot initiative. There was 12 or 11 subjects in that ballot initiative. And when it came 2 years later, we did repeal a lot of that, but it was hard work. And the public felt betrayed because it was just a $50 head tax as advertised, much like the minimum wage ballot initiative was. And, Matt's right. We don't challenge those single subject rules.
Well, that's not true, actually. I think we have challenged the single subject rules, and we've been defeated every single time. And so now we've become just like, we don't want to do it. We're going to lose. We know that we're going to lose. Our court system does not push back on that. There are other jurisdictions, and I can guarantee you, like Missouri, for example, they have this exact ballot measure happening right now, and their strategy is to fight in the courts, and they are like, we're going to win. I'm like, have fun.
I just want to give a quick update. We're still at 176 precincts. I don't believe we've incorporated any absentees or earlies, it looks like, so far, which is, we're at 9, 10 o'clock almost.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me ask, Jeff, I was quietly listening here while I was texting something, but, let me go to the ballot initiative. The state chamber, who represents businesses, and I'm going to be a little contrarian here, what was the percentage that gets minimum wage?
92%.
So there shouldn't be an issue?
No, we don't care about minimum. We do not care about minimum wage.
Then did you engage with the folks who did the ballot initiative about how to get to a compromise on sick leave?
Yeah, I mean, they contacted us. A person contacted us last year and said, will this be a problem for you? Will minimum wage be a problem for you? And we said no. And then they start talking about sick leave, and I'm like, let's talk, because there are industries who will be impacted, seasonal industries, part-time industries.
No, I get that. My wife and I employ over 300 people.
Yeah.
So, but my question is, the one call, what I'm more curious about, you represent a business community. Did you take an aggressive stand to call Joelle Hall and any of those folks and say, we want to talk to you. We know you're doing this initiative. It's contrary to some of our employers. Because what I always hear in these battles, everyone goes to their sides.
Well, she worked with Joelle on the
I'm talking about
oil initiative.
I got it.
Yeah, they didn't call me, and I guess I didn't call them. I didn't write the ballot measure, so
right. No, but I know when I'm dealing with stuff here in Anchorage and there's ballot initiative I don't agree to, I pick that phone up and I call those sponsors. I say, we're going to sit down, and I may lose the argument.
Yeah.
But this is what is part of our problem in this. I don't say just this state, but we see somebody doing something, then we kind of back off. I'm being a contrarian because sometimes the principle is right. As business people, the minimum wage, who cares? It's already 92. Right. Sick leave, I don't want my employees showing up sick, so I want to figure out a solution to that. But we believe in those principles. I do as a business person. I know my wife does. And so the question is, what do we do as a community instead of to do this, and
Yeah.
maybe we disagree at the end.
I mean, shouldn't these be adjudicated in the legislature and
that's
committees?
Why,
and
Well,
that's why we're a big
yes,
believer in having
and-
them involved in the legislature.
Yeah, but the
introduce a
legislature-
bill.
The legislature
Yeah,
will
but-
punt.
but
The
you know what?
legislature always punts on difficult
That's
issues.
right.
And that's a problem, and
Okay.
that's why the
That's
ballot
right.
initiative
Okay,
is there.
and
but
the-
sick leave has never been,
No,
the paid sick leave has literally never been introduced.
Right.
So
It's never had its day on the legislative floor.
Yeah.
We've talked about minimum wage several times.
Sure.
But you're right. Sick leave has not.
or no captive audience. So, I mean,
Right.
the general concept was brought to us, and we said this would be a problem, and then we never heard anything again. And then and then we were collecting signatures. So.
Well, that's fair. I mean, but I just think if you're not, I mean, when people say no to me, I just say they don't know yes yet.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah.
I push the envelope, and
Yeah.
I don't care who they are, because otherwise we're in this perpetual fight
Yeah.
on cycles every 2 years,
Yeah.
and this is not healthy.
Totally agree.
I mean, I'd rather the business association spend time on how to make my life a little better than dealing with the legislature every day.
Guys, we're gonna go. I feel so bad. We had Justin Ruffridge waiting for
Great.
a while.
Go
I feel
for
very
it.
bad about
Yeah,
that.
Chuck
We got
Cobb.
But I
Representative
just wanted to
Ruffridge.
throw a grenade.
This is
you
getting
did.
weird. We can do that.
Hey, over under on Ruffridge. Is he outside by his fire on his balcony?
He was on last time. He was by the fireplace.
He
That's
was.
true.
Let's
and
see.
he had a,
Let's
he had
pull
a
him up.
warm
Over
room.
under.
Hear
Justin
fire
Ruffridge.
crackle.
One of my favorites actually.
Is it a real fireplace?
Yes, he's
was-
outside in his
I think
fireplace.
he was
it's one
by
of
a
those-
fire pit.
Yeah.
He was by
Yeah.
a fire pit last time.
Okay.
Let's pull up Representative Justin Ruffridge.
Katie, great job, by the way. Thank you. Great job.
He's not ready. He's gonna come back. He's gonna get ready.
Mark, do you want to throw any more?
The fire scared
I
him.
wanted to throw, you guys were too much loving over here. And I said, we got to
Hey,
roll a
I'm
grenade
all about
here,
kindness.
man.
Do a grenade all day
Hey,
long.
you
I'm
guys
ready
are
for
two of the
grenades.
best to do this kind of.
Well, what's interesting, and I think about little restaurants that start up,
Oh
right?
my gosh,
The
I feel so bad for them.
The open
God.
and shut part of the newspaper, I read it religiously because I always want to see what's happening in Anchorage. And I think about my friend PJ, who owns Little Italy,
Yep.
and what is going to happen to Little Italy with paid sick leave. She already has a hard time getting employees. Now
Yep.
she's going to have to allocate for sick time.
Mhm.
I mean, not saying it's wrong, but at some point there should have been some carve-outs for these small mom and
Yeah,
pops.
there should have been
Or
carve-outs.
we're
Yeah,
going
that's
to
a
end
fair-
up, or we're going to end up with Amazon delivering every single one of our packages. We're going to end up with Walmart being the only grocery store in town, or one of the big three, right? We don't think that. I went shopping today, and I went to Altered Boutique. I thought about going to Nordstrom's Rack, and I thought, my friend owns Altered Boutique. I'm going to go, and I'm going to spend my cash there. Single owner, one woman owns that store, works there all by herself. If she expands again, it's her employee now. There's no carve-out for her.
Mindy, did you guys see any of this in Fairbanks?
The
The ballot measure one.
Not really.
Yeah,
not really.
I
Not a lot of it. No.
We got Ruffridge. They're in my ear. We got Ruffridge.
There you go.
Thanks for being here, Katie.
Yeah, okay.
You can hang out, Katie,
Thank
if you
you,
want to hang
Katie,
out,
for
or you can stay or
surviving.
leave or whatever. Justin Ruffridge, you're at some party. Oh my gosh, there he is.
There he
Don't
is.
hold it against me.
Justin, I want to apologize to you. I knew you were in the room. We have a lot going on here, but
There's no fireplace.
Um,
What are you talking about?
is that Mayor Machicki next to you? Is that?
That is Mayor Machicki.
Oh boy.
wow.
We can get him in at this conversation.
No, we want to get you, but I happened to see him, former Senate
Well, we
President.
always want Peter Machicki. Don't say that. We always love Peter Machicki.
We're still now, Justin. You're looking at this. I'm sure we're still at 176. No absentees, no earlies. It looks like incorporated. But you are at what are you 6, 7, 8? What are you 7, 8, 7? You're
I'm step
5 to 6, 59%. Let me just hold on a second. We're going to pull this up real quick because we have the
It's a
great
good
team
number.
of Shirley and Scott and Steven and Casey, and we have the best team, the best people, and we got Simon and we got Peter and all these folks. Let's pull this up real quick if we can pull up my screen, Justin. We're going to show the crowd here, the audience. 59% to 39% with former Representative Ron Gillum, who you beat 2 years ago. I'm going to go ahead.
How many precincts?
5 to 6.
Should we declare him a victory?
I'm going to call it Justin
We're
Ruffridge.
calling it.
Second one we've called.
We've
Justin.
called this for Justin Ruffridge.
Yay.
Thanks, guys.
I feel like this is pretty professional.
This is very professional. This was the decision desk.
We
This
need a
is decision
whiteboard.
desk.
Yeah.
We need a whiteboard
We
to
need
call
a
it.
thing that we can draw on next year, next 2 years.
When the aviator comes through, or the wild birch, we're going to have that Chiron.
Yeah, you got to be
screen.
moving around and.
I like it.
Yeah.
Justin, we've seen a lot of rematches this year. Julie Colom, Walter Featherly, Bart LeBon, Maxine Dibert, Cliff Groh, David Nelson. There's a few others I'm thinking about. You're another rematch.
Yeah.
Tell us about the dynamic. And I mean, I think most folks thought you raised a lot more money. Ron didn't raise a lot of money. I think it's not a surprise, but you know, this kind of rematch year. What are your kind of thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, nothing really changed. Same thing a few years ago. It's all about me, the change that I thought needed to be.
We're kind of having a hard time hearing you.
I do that. Yeah, can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, there we go. It's much better. Get a little closer. Much better.
Let me grab one more earbud. Okay, yeah. So
much better.
You know, it's all about doing work and being present in your community and being willing to represent. And that was the same 2 years ago as it is now. You just go into places where people are at and willing to represent them. And I think that obviously is resonating with voters.
Now, you were in the majority your first term. It was 23 with the 4 Bush members. There was some contentious situations on certain bills. It's still early. Now we have 248, actually. We're going to do an update. We're going to finish up with you. We're going to look at the new update. But, I mean, do you have any feeling of kind of how things are going to go next year? I mean, there's 4 or 5 kind of key, you know, races for how the House is going to go next year.
Yeah, it's been great to actually see some of the returns come back in. I'm really excited to see, you know, some of the returns coming back really pro-Republican. So I think I'm going to take a little bit of time, 24 hours, 48 hours, kind of digest these results and really hope that we can have a group coming back and be a strong majority again.
You kind of joked with me. I know we're just we're texting, but you kind of said, man, I hope you would have picked the other guy because then I could have just not gone back to Juneau. I know it's in jest, but I mean, it is Juneau does get. I mean, you have 2 kids, and you know it's tough, right?
Yeah, I mean, you see the group behind me. You know, I have a lot of support here, and one of those big support items is having a great family. But you're right, I do have young kids. I have a great life here on the Kenai, and you know, I think it's important to know that there is a sacrifice that people make, and a big part of that sacrifice is with your family. And so I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do the work for another couple of years if that's what the voters decide. And but you know, I also not unhappy with the life that I live outside of Juneau.
Well, Representative Ruffridge, thank you so much, Justin. I've got to know you the last couple of years in Juneau. You're a stand-up guy. You know, you're a great guy to kind of get to know, and
congratulations.
Thanks, Jeff. Well, I agree. I like getting to know you too, Jeff. And honestly, if you guys do want to talk to Peter, he is here. He says he will join you on this Zoom right now.
If you ask him if he's running for governor.
I'm going to be honest with you. I want to talk to Peter. No. I want to talk to Peter, but we have a special guest, and I'm not going to bump Peter because I don't want to do that. But we do have to go to the
we love you, Peter.
Special. But we can't come back to Peter because I do want to ask if he's running for governor because that's a question
we
been.
do want to ask that question.
He might be on the spot a little bit, so. Tell him we're going to ask him that.
That's
He
a
wants
question.
to come back.
You can bow out.
Coming back to him.
Yeah,
thank you
I'll let
again.
him know, and then we'll see if he comes back.
Representative Ruffridge, and you did get that vote for being, what's the vampire show? You Halloween costume?
Oh, I'm going to leave that up to you, Jeff. A
couple years ago, the vampire, I don't know, whatever it was, but he has that look.
Dracula?
No, it was he knows.
No.
He's not going to tell us.
I'm not going to tell you. You're going to have to go
up.
to the AlaskaLandmine.com
and search
and
it.
go
that
to
was Allison, the Alaska stalker.
And search it. The stalker.
I'm on it.
Thank you so much, Representative Ruffridge. Really appreciate you being on here, okay? Looks like you're having a good time down there.
Take care.
We have a special guest, and I'm actually going to, once we get, I'm not yet, but once we get this guest, special guest, I'm actually going to turn the reins over to, I can't believe I'm doing this, but this wasn't a condition.
I'm driving.
This wasn't a condition, but it was, I'm just going to, you know what I'm going to do?
You're going to take your headset off and walk away?
I'm not going to walk away.
No.
Where are you going?
You're going to stay right there.
I'm staying right here. I'm just, there was a lawsuit, and I'm going to give him one. I'm going to give him one.
Maybe this is a good time to practice forgiveness and
I like him. I like him a lot.
It's a new day.
Maybe a verbal apology. I don't know. Like just.
I like him. We both hit this guy who's going to be on pretty soon. We both ran for the state senate in 2012. He won, I lost. Okay, he's a special
That's
guest.
big of you, though, to let Mark.
You know who it is? Don't say who it is. But
no, I'm not going to say who it is.
You know who it is, though?
I do.
Because you're hearing the.
I am. I'm hearing the voices.
You don't know because you.
And I agree with the voices.
We have a lot of voices.
Is he tall? Is he tall?
He's
Is he
very
small?
tall.
He's pretty tall.
There-
We're
there's
going
a
to
lot
bring
of
him in.
voices in
We're
this
going to bring
area.
voice only.
Voice
Voice
only.
only.
Yeah.
Put his picture on the screen if we can. If not, go ahead, Mark Begich.
And he's live now?
I think so.
Mike, can you hear me? I don't hear anything in my headset.
Maybe he's muted.
Might be muted on his own phone.
Maybe he reconsidered.
Maybe.
I don't think so.
Maybe I
He
don't
didn't
think
like the introduction.
I mean
It's a good introduction.
Oh, it's a great introduction.
It was
I like him.
great.
I like him.
It was a great introduction. I'm patiently waiting to hear if we hear him.
Governor, can you hear us?
I hope we can get him.
Can you hear our disco music in the back? Is what I really want to know.
It's getting hard to stay still.
Can you hear the house beat we have?
The house beat.
Big shout out to our DJs, by the way.
Our DJs
They're
are
doing a great
Yeah,
job.
they're doing great.
We're patiently, I think a note might be coming, so just.
We're gonna we have a shot of the room.
Our
Like,
shot
I'll
of
be
the
honest,
room.
I was a little concerned we were
No,
gonna fill
this is
baby
great.
up. and-
Alaskans are latecomers. You know,
Oh, yeah.
they don't come right at the early.
There's an update for the precincts reported. It's 248.
There is an update. We did get an update, and I was just looking at the Nick Begich, Mary Peltola race right now with 248 precincts reporting out of 403. Nick Begich is up to at 48.85%. Mary Peltola is holding at 45.87.
So we're at 248 to 403.
So half the precincts reporting, or a little more than half the precincts reporting. Nick Begich is ahead
And I'm
by
not sure if we have any early
2%.
or absentees
Right,
incorporated yet.
right. So moving on down, some of the things we were looking at. Jesse Bjorkman is 47.9. Ben Carpenter is 41.
We're gonna pull it up on the big screen here. I think
Okay.
we have that. And if we get the governor, if he's on, we'd love to talk to him.
Yeah. James Kaufman has pulled ahead.
Hold on, we're gonna pull up my screen here in a
Got
second.
a 77.
Here we go. So
yeah.
so this is
Scott
Keel.
Kawasaki's race and
And there's, I mean, I will say there's a huge
with all
early,
precincts
the
reported.
Republican early vote.
So Kaufman, look at that. Kaufman's still ahead, but
Yeah.
not below the 50.
Nope. He's still state.
What do these folks do? 12 or 13?
Well, I mean, that's the same. It's the
Let's
same.
go back up to this real quick. We have the U.S.
It's the same.
representative.
I mean, here's the I will say this. I'm like, as I look at these, I'm looking for, I'm like, where are these votes? Obviously, because it's precincts reporting, because it's, districts are tracking 50 to 60% turnout, and as we're reporting.
Look
now,
at the Bjorkman,
it's
also below the
25%.
50. What is this Democrat?
Where does that?
They
person
probably go to Bjorkman, or they bullet vote. But it's.
But even if they bullet vote, then he'll win.
Yeah,
because it exhausts.
Because it changes the denominator of votes when they don't pick a second. Matt Clayman now well ahead. That was close. Remember that before? We were very close on that one. I'm curious about that Carolyn Hall one. Dunbar, no change.
Then we have the Kelly Merrick race.
Look at that.
District
Look
L.
at that. I thought that was going to be a lot closer. That Merrick race.
Yeah, I mean.
And that's going to be that race. You can almost call it based
Right.
on.
I mean, Senate District.
Mark, you want to call it? I don't want to call it.
No, not yet.
I mean, it's.
I'm just saying that.
Joey got pretty aggressive with me. I don't like
I'm
that.
just saying it's hard to call if you don't know what the early votes look like.
Yeah, but look at the
round.
don't know how the
9
rankings
of 12.
Right.
Based on the primary was 60%. Wright and Yunt.
Yeah,
look at this.
That kind of shocks me.
Mindy,
Neck and neck.
8 of 8.
Neck and neck, 8 of 8.
I don't think we have any earlies or absentees yet.
Yeah, but so it's there's
What Shuckerow is saying is right.
there's 2,600 early and absentee votes. I crunched these numbers the other day. I mean, literally, Republicans are there's the numbers that I was requesting or looking at. I mean, Republicans have significantly more ballots, but even when. So I did a thing where all Republicans went to Leslie, all Democrats went to Scott, and then you broke the, I said 80% of the nonpartisans going to Scott, 50-50 on nonpartisans. It's still that breakdown only gives Leslie like a 250 vote lead. So it's like, this is going to be a very tight race. It's going to come down. So
we're at 8 of 8,
but I will say
it's going to be a tight
there
race.
should be. We said.
But here's the thing:
No.
you don't have somebody who's been representing a district for 18 years. That's not going to be a tight race, right?
Right.
And so, I mean,
Unless you got lazy, and he's not lazy.
My kind
he's
of
had to run for the last 2 years
my
as
kind,
a senator.
My kind of read
because
on
of
this.
redistricting. So this is his third time running as a Senate, in the Senate race with only serving.
But also in the presidential cycle before, when it was Jim Matherly
right.
and Pete Kelly was
That's
in the
right.
off. It was in the
That's
the
right.
off
And
year.
he's had good contenders. David Pruz, now city
yeah.
mayor. Jim Matherly, city mayor. Pete Kelly, the chair of the finance committee in the Senate, to get to the Senate. So his challengers have been hard every time. And this district is not easy, especially after redistricting.
Yeah, this is
Mike Cronk. Let's just keep going through. We're gonna have Chuck Kopp down here in a second. Let's just go through the rest of these races real quick. 21 to 48. Mike Cronk looking pretty good. We're gonna get Chuck Kopp on here in 1 second. Donnie Olson unopposed. Bynum 9 of 10.
Yeah, Bynum's doing good there.
Pretty
still.
good.
Yep.
Himshoot unopposed. Story unopposed. Hannon unopposed. Louise no problem. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah.
No, this guy's there.
Pulled ahead, but she's still not above 50.
Our guy who was on earlier, Dawson, with the great headshot.
Yeah.
He's gonna pull her over the edge.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
He'll close the
his
deal.
second votes will go. Yeah.
Ruffridge, we already 6 of 6 now. We called that. We actually called that race. We call races here, folks. Look at this one. 11 of 11, 51. A lot of absentees and earlies. That's interesting. Wow. Wow.
That was a big.
That's over.
Wow.
Well, there's a lot of her.
No. Look at the 2,600, 3,400. You're almost 800 vote differential.
Right,
I don't want to
one
protect
precinct
myself,
left.
but we said Lucy should win. I picked Lucy, but I said this is a weird race.
Yeah.
You did say that. I got it right here.
Did you read my article?
Look at right here. Look.
Chuck,
On paper.
Look.
I feel like he has it printed. He has it printed
he
up.
actually did print it off.
I feel like you're
I did.
Were you
I love
studying?
that.
I did.
You don't bring in the computer, but you print
No,
it off.
I am old school, baby.
He wants the rippies that you
The
pull.
Let's just stop. Let's just stop real quick on number 10. We got Chuck Kopp here, former representative.
Did you call that one?
I call.
Yeah.
Okay,
I predicted after the primary.
No, but did you call the race?
Yes.
We're calling it.
Oh yeah, we're calling
it.
it.
Yeah.
What are the numbers, Jeff? I haven't seen
You're
it.
winning. You're winning.
Pull it up real quick, folks.
We'll
There
do it
it
right
is.
here.
61 to 36.
61.
You're the former rules chair. He's the current rules chair. It's kind of the rules v. rules.
Actually, it's the voters of District 10.
What a great
just spoke.
political answer.
And what you just saw there.
That was a thing of beauty, Chuck.
What a great
That
answer.
was a voter
Yeah,
spoke.
we ran a campaign, but we spoke to the people, and they're the ones that delivered the paddling at the polls today.
And you're kind of interesting because you used to be in a different district. Tom McKay beat you in 2020, 2022, I guess, 2020 or 20.
2020 in a closed primary.
And
yes.
then the redistricting happened, and now you're in a different district.
Right.
And you kind of came back in hot.
Well, we just talked to every home. Thousands of people, knocked on doors for 5 months, from June 1st till this past Sunday, and learned from a lot of people about how they wanted us to approach,
Mark,
the big solutions.
Mark, I think you had something. Go ahead.
That we need to look at for Alaska.
I was going to say, Chuck, you did something that has never happened in my life for a legislative race, a federal race. I gave for the first time to a Republican, and you were it.
Thank you, sir.
And I actually was nervous that
I saw that on the political report.
I was nervous that I
highlighted your
would
donation.
kill him on his election if I gave him money. But, I like you. I think you represent the district right. And you also, you're kind of the Republican that, I'll be blunt about, that isn't off on the deep end crazy talk. You're willing to listen to people on both sides. You're willing to work things out. That's what I liked. And like I said, I've never, for a legislative race, federal race, given to a Republican.
Wow.
Until you came along. And, I'm sure now I know someone who's going to text me as I'm speaking, wondering why I haven't given him anything, and I'll have to explain because he ran against me. But I'm just being very honest, and I think the legislature, however it shapes up, there's big issues in front of this state. We're having out-migration out of this state by huge numbers. We have an economy kind of just barely there. We have, resource development that's questionable in some areas and what's going to happen to get it going. There's all kinds of things. And, I've made a decision over the last couple of years that I'm interested in people, Democrat, Republican, that are going to actually quit saying the BS and let's get busy. And if they're willing to do that, I'm willing to put my few bucks on the table. So I just wanted to, I confess that here, And lightning will strike me from the Democratic
lightning.
lightning.
I saw it on the APOC. Chuck, we're going to get to your answer. We got Sarah Vance on Zoom. We're going to go to her in a second. Real quick, we got Nick Begich, actually, from the party. Chuck, we're going to get back to your answer real quick. We got Nick Begich, Jacob Hirsch, Scott Jensen are at the party, the Marriott. We have Nick. I think we have Nick Begich. I'm hearing that in my ear. We're going to come to Nick real quick. We have Sarah Vance waiting. Also, just so I'm seeing this, I'm not paying attention to any of this, but according to Decision Desk HQ.
Decision Desk.
Yeah, there it is. Trump won. I don't know. According to this, I don't know.
Yeah, he's getting ready to speak.
I'm not paying attention.
Everybody called it, and he's getting ready to.
Should we pipe that in? People are going to watch that. People are going to watch it on their own.
People won't be watching us.
We don't have an hour and a half for his speech.
That's a good point.
Hey, I will say this.
Trying to tell you.
I thought it was. I watched a lot of coverage.
Hold on, we got Nick Begich.
Okay.
Let's bring in Nick real quick. Let's bring in these numbers. We see it. He's speaking, right? He's not talking to us. He's speaking.
That's Bernadette Wilson, his senior campaign advisor.
That's Bernadette. I'm shocked she's talking.
Why is she screaming?
I don't know. Pull up my screen real quick.
Jerry?
So 248, 403. Nick's up. A few points on Peltola. This John Wayne Howe guy, Alaska Independence Party, peeling off 4%.
So John Wayne Howe ran against Dan Sullivan in 2020, and he has he can pull 5% of the vote, 4 or 5% of the vote.
I was told this guy makes Jim Minery look like Kamala Harris. I mean, I listened to him on an interview. It was wild.
Eric Hafner, I said he could get 1% of the vote. I still think he can.
He was supposed to call in from prison if the warden approved it. We were emailing with his wife.
In the New York Times, I said he could get 1% of the vote, and a couple people called me and said, what a terrible take. And I was like, I don't know.
Let's go back to the Bernadette situation. They're at the Marriott.
Is that what you call it, a situation, Bernadette?
This is Bernadette Wilson at the Nick Begich party at the Marriott. I guarantee we're the only one streaming this.
Is this Scott right now?
Scott Jensen's there. Yeah,
Scott's there. Great.
We have the best people.
We do have the best
people. To be honest, Jeff, you should be putting. Yeah.
That's James Kaufman. He's very excited. He's very excited about this. James Kaufman's over there. He's looking pretty happy. 48%.
He's very happy.
But
very happy.
Should I give away a prize?
Yeah.
Well, I mean.
Please give me a prize. I need a prize right now.
Hey, I will say, Mark, are you surprised to see Nick up at this point in time?
Yeah.
No. We text all the time, and I said you have the edge last week, and I think this is what shows it.
Yeah. I mean, I will say this, too, like, I've been saying it kind of a lot, and there's a lot of talk about a Mary Peltola run for governor, win or lose. And,
right.
One of the things I said, I was like, can you imagine having to run like your life depended on it every 2 years, have to raise $12 million, and, if she wins, literally go back to D.C. and start all over again?
That's right. That's right.
I mean, I can't imagine, I still think we're a Republican-leaning state. And I've kind of said, I said, I think your nephew had a caste disadvantage. I don't think by nature of the race, he ran a less sophisticated campaign than you could have. I mean,
that's right.
And so, and he's still able to show potentially a win here. It can still come down, but it is interesting. I just say to someone like Mary, running every 2 years like that, it's just, it would wear anyone out.
Yeah, no, the 2-year cycle is brutal for these guys.
Yeah.
And, everyone in the House side has to run again. In a state like this, or Montana, or North Dakota, these are tough states because you have to run statewide like a senator would run, and then you get like 2 staff people.
Yeah.
You get really a disadvantage in servicing.
Yeah.
And the people that you serve don't understand that. They expect you to be like in a state like this.
Yeah.
Don Young was always having to be like the senators. He had to serve the population. They didn't want to hear anything different. And so I think that's the same thing you'll end up with. This is you'll end up constantly 2 years, and
it's got to be just a brutal cycle.
It's brutal.
I mean, running for the House is brutal, but it's not a statewide campaign where you have other entities outside of the state influencing the race that you're in, right?
That's right.
You're not only dealing with the people, your constituents in Alaska, you're dealing with Washington, D.C. bureaucrats who are putting pressure on you to do X, Y, and Z.
That's right.
Right? And you've got to vote while you're running.
That's right.
So you miss votes. I mean, it's constant criticism.
And you'll end up on a Thursday leaving, you spend 10 hours in flight,
right?
And then you got to go 10 hours back and be there on Monday.
Right.
Yeah.
So
they had that United Direct from Dulles.
They do. Dulles, yeah, but then you spend in traffic from Dulles to Capitol.
One thing I will say, this race, we're looking at the U.S. Congress total. The projections say, by projections, it says that the potential is they're estimating 219 for Republicans. You essentially need 217 or 218 to have to elect a speaker.
Yeah.
And it is going to be a razor-thin margin. And I think nationally they've known that about this race. That's why it's the most expensive congressional race in the country.
Yep.
Mary Peltola has been able to raise in the last 4 years personally to her campaign committee literally almost $20 million. And just for perspective, Lisa Murkowski in her 6-year cycle raised $10 million.
Right.
Dan Sullivan, $10 million. So to be able to do that, $20 million over 4 years, you have to hustle. And again, it's a lot of work. And,
But it also shows how important the Alaska seat is.
That's right.
It really, people took notice of how important that seat was to the Democrats. People are taking note how much the Republicans are putting into Nick Begich's campaign. Alaska is... with razor-thin margins, Alaska could change the makeup of the House.
And I will say, even when you served, Mark, there was always articles that said Alaska punches above its weight. And I don't know, you probably remember those because, to be honest, it's a good message. It's Don Young, Lisa, and you and Dan, too. But historically, we've always had to punch above our weight in serving on key committees. And literally, they measure how much do you deliver, how much can you get. And so it is really important because you really have to work hard. But again,
and with the earmarks gone, right? So that was the other thing that Don had the advantage. Don Young had the advantage of earmarks, and when earmarks went away, everybody had to work 10 times harder to make their name and to get their district or get their state, something. Tangible that he could come back, or you could come back and say, "This is what I did in Congress. This is what I accomplished." Right?
Yeah, it's a mix. Now they last 4 years, 6 years, maybe a little bit longer. They put earmarks back in, but it's kind of this. They don't call it earmarks. They call it congressionally directed spending, which is the same thing. But the issue is that the challenge they have now, and it's classic Alaskan, right? We want the money, but then when you spend the money, they're mad at you for spending the money, but they want the money.
Right.
it's we have a quirky, challenge when it comes to this. But that is the Alaska for decades.
It happens in the legislature all the time, right? You know what? We hear people all the time like, "Oh, hey, I'd like to fund a snow machine trail," and it seems like a rational thing to do. Once you fund the snow machine trail, though, by gosh, it will show up in your next election campaign that, hey, you funded a snow machine trail. I don't know. It's fickle people.
Hey, Mark, when you ran against Ted Stevens in 2008, if I recollect, everyone went to bed and you were down. Is that right?
Yeah, I was down election night, 3,700 votes.
Yeah.
I turned it around to almost 3,800 votes.
So, and that's the reason I bring that up is the numbers we're looking at now.
Yeah, this is what I was going to say. What you don't have in here is a lot of rural votes.
Yep.
Bethel, ran out of early vote ballots, so they had to use temporaries.
Yeah.
So the rural vote is a much different
ballgame. Guys, we're going to go to a
ballgame.
quick break. I want to show two races. Carolyn Hall pulled well ahead here. District 60. Nick Moe is here. That was weird for a minute. We still have the earlies and absentees. I'm also hearing
So are you willing to call that race?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can call it.
That guy didn't even want to be there.
That's Scott Jensen's wife. He's at our event. And also, I'm hearing the Eastman race is interesting. What race is that? That's
20.
Wow.
Wait, where? Yeah,
Look at that.
Yeah, look,
wait,
Jubilee.
Where did it go?
Jubilee essentially had the support of every other Mat-Su Republican. And I don't know if you saw, there's this huge debate going on against like Jim Minnery and Alaska Right to Life, and it's like it's kind of boiling over. Which, to be honest, like if you're like very pro-life, it's probably not good for. I mean, this is a big squabble.
Right.
And
so what happens here? Let's assume this is where the percentages are. When they roll them up, the write-ins don't have it. So he basically
I think they win. The winner
Jubilee
wins.
wins. Right?
We're going to go to a quick break. I want to say, if you guys, I don't know if you guys saw the drawing. I drew like 8 tickets, 10 tickets for the iPad. I drew another one. Elizabeth Bowling, the lobbyist, she won. She used to work for Louise Stutes. Louise Stutes had a number. She didn't come up. Louise Stutes won after I called another number. Anyways, I gave Louise the iPad. I gave Elizabeth Bowling the speaker.
There we go. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I don't know, man. I mean, Stormy Stutes. We're gonna go to a quick break, guys. We have some great commercials. We got a lot more to do here, folks. We got a lot more to do.
Yeah. Thanks.
Republicans, the goal is to beat Fran Ulmer in November.
You add Sarah Palin to the ticket, and we're unbeatable.
Sarah will bring younger voters back to our party, and she's proudly conservative.
Sarah cut the tax rates as the mayor of Wasilla, and their economy is booming.
If we're serious about beating Fran Ulmer, we need Sarah Palin on the Republican ticket.
With 19 brand new freshmen in the House of Representatives last term, you wouldn't have expected much to get done. But one of those freshmen was Sean Parnell, chosen by the Alaska Journal of Commerce as the most effective freshman in the House. How effective? The House unanimously passed Sean's long-range planning bill, the first step to reducing state spending.
I'm Sean Parnell, and I have a big investment in Alaska's future. I need your vote on November 8th.
We have a state that needs new management. These two people represent a new generation, and they represent a new vision, new energy. They represent the kind of people that ought to come along and take our places. And it needs a new agenda for all of us to get behind. Think of this. When you go to vote, don't go to vote alone. And you'll help Sarah become the next governor of Alaska, which we all want to see.
Easily paid for by Caitlin Parnell, New Energy for Alaska, 245 West 5th.
When we were young, our father loved to bring us here, to this spot. When things seem impossible, I try to do what he would have done. Like when I took on Obama to open up drilling in the Arctic. I also took him on to protect our gun rights and exempt Alaska schools from No Child Left Behind. And I'm fighting like hell to fix the health care law so it works for Alaska. I'm Mark Begich, and I approve this message because I will go anywhere and work with anyone to do what's right for Alaskans.
I'm Ted Stevens. I approve this message.
People talk about change. Senator Stevens has already been changing Alaska for over 40 years.
He is down to earth and honest and forthright.
I trust his judgment. That's why I voted for him.
And he loves Alaskans.
We cannot afford to be without his presence in the Senate. Simply cannot.
I wouldn't change out my senator right now for a bet on anything.
And without Ted, we're toast.
2 years ago, with a group of Alaskan leaders pushing the Alaska gas line. My hair's changed a little since then, but one thing hasn't. We still don't have a gas line. It's time for Alaska to take control and quit waiting for someone else to do our job.
To get the all-Alaska gas line built, Alaska needs only one thing. We need a governor who understands what to do and has the courage to do it. That's Bill Walker, and that's why he has my full support.
Let's take back Alaska's future.
The word is Murkowski.
Could you please define that?
Alaska's senior senator in Washington who represents all Alaskans.
Could you please use that in a sentence?
To re-elect Lisa Murkowski, you must fill in the oval and write in her name.
Murkowski. Murkowski.
That is correct.
You get all the easy ones.
I'm Lisa Murkowski, and I approve this message.
I'm Scott McAdams, and my wife Romy told me I better start wearing a tie so I can look senatorial. Now, if it takes a tie to finally get the same share of oil royalties as Louisiana, then I'll wear one. And if it takes a tie to stop Joe and Lisa from outsourcing our jobs to China, or our tax dollars to the lower 48, then that's a good reason too. I approve this message because for me, it's about Alaska and getting our fair share again. We used to have a senator like that.
Joe Miller for U.S. Senate. West Point graduate, husband, dad. He chose Alaska as his home. Joe Miller, Tank Commander, U.S. Army in Iraq, awarded the Bronze Star.
We have to change D.C. In the Senate, I'll fight the incumbents' endless spending and tax hikes. And I'll work to free our natural resources, to lower energy costs, and to create jobs for all Alaskans. I'm Joe Miller, and I approve this message because to change D.C., you got to change the people that are there.
The Journal says Governor Palin's credentials as an agent of reform exceed Barack Obama's. They're right.
She has a record of bipartisan reform.
He's the Senate's most liberal.
She took on oil producers.
He gave big oil billions in subsidies and giveaways.
She's earned a reputation as a reformer.
His reputation? Empty words.
I'm John McCain, and I approve this message.
Got it. Okay, folks, we're back. This party is getting wild. I mean, they're going to come back as they can. I want to share my screen. I've not been watching this like very closely because we're focusing on the statewide races but Mark Begich it looks like Trump won. I mean, is that? If we can share my screen.
There we go. I'm on now.
I'm showing 280
I don't
on
even have to look at it. Trump won. The Senate up by 2, maybe 3, and it looks like the House may stay Republican, which is.
So this is identical to 2016 when he had the whole thing.
Yeah. Now he'll have to, produce. Because I'm expecting. Here's what I'm expecting. Just so you know, in 1 year, my gas bill's going down by half. Because he said that. I expect the border to be safer than any time in the world. I also anticipate.
I mean the border. I mean, he has run on the border for 8-9 years.
Right, but inflation. I'm going what he said. Inflation's going away. We're not going to have inflation, according to him. Gas prices will be half in a year. Food prices are coming down. I can go through the list.
Going back to my original question. I mean, according to this map, again, this is.
No, I just told you he's won.
But Pennsylvania,
he won.
We talked about the Shuckerow.
No, I don't. It's a 200,000 vote margin plus. That's
he's winning. He's winning. This, according to this, and this is Shuckerow. He's not here, but he recommended this.
That's a DC.
He's winning the popular vote by 5 million.
Yeah, that's it. Game over.
Game over.
Mark, how happy? Just talking me and you.
And me.
Yeah.
Well, and
see what I mean, Charisse? He never includes you.
That's
he
not.
doesn't introduce you. He doesn't. Go ahead.
We're
please.
with Mark Begich and
weird
Charisse
relationship.
I'm talking about. A Democrat. I'm just saying. Him winning or her winning, in this case, him winning. It seems to me it's just better if somebody won by a decisive vote.
Yeah, it has to go. I totally agree.
270, 268.
Right. No, totally agree.
You don't want to end up in court.
Yeah.
You don't want to end up
And
in
you don't
court
want-
disputing all the election results.
Yeah, you don't
you're
want
not wrong.
people to feel like so on both sides of it. I think everyone predicted, even I did, that she'd win the popular. She did not win the popular vote. Once she started losing the popular vote, it was going the wrong way.
I also think there was a lot of damage done by the beginning of the election when Biden, when he started getting, tired and just a lot of things were happening. And he's an older man, and God bless him, it happens.
Yep.
But the fact that she got in late, but, you can't overcome saying that someone is competent and then, push him out and then clearly distance yourself from someone, right? I also think there was a lot of things going against whether it was the administration's fault or not. I mean, we had economic problems. We have, war in Ukraine. We have the Israel issues. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, and it was almost like worlds colliding.
I would say this, Charisse, that we're in 12 consecutive months of growth in GDP. Inflation has gone down 75%. In the last 3 years, we produce more oil than any time in the history of oil production by any country in the world, including Saudi Arabia. Here's our challenge. Democrats can't figure this out and talk about it. I mean, that stat I just gave you on oil. We produced more oil the last 3 years, every year, than Saudi Arabia has ever produced in any single year. That is an unbelievable statistic.
It is.
And we are doing more. When I think about inflation, it's gone down 70+% in 3 years. So the argument is
it's gone down, but it's still way higher than it's still very high.
They put a
historically
plan,
speaking. We're talking about
Jeff,
70s level.
They put
inflation.
a plan in. We came out of a pandemic where when you talk about Trump and he talks about his stuff and he says, well, we had the lowest unemployment. No one was working. The economy was flat on its ass.
But
then,
we also have an unemployment rate.
Let me finish. Because then what happened was the system was jammed up. And so as soon as it busted open, the economy couldn't keep up in the sense of supply lines. Inflation went up. But they set a target. They worked on it. It went from the 9% to 2.1. Exactly where they wanted to go.
What I want to say on the unemployment, though,
we're at the lowest unemployment.
But there's 10 million men not working, not looking for work in the economy. Yeah. There's 10 million men
people have
for some reason aren't working,
rolls, but they're still
aren't looking for work.
Yeah, but that's
a strange.
Yeah.
That's 1930s level.
No, there are
unemployment for men.
The economy.
Why is that?
Well, the economy is much different than it used to be. People don't want to work 8 hours, 5 days a week anymore. It's a different economy. It's a totally different economy. But if you're saying, and again, Trump's won, I'm going to hold him. I hope the Republicans hold him to what he said. I'm expecting gas prices to go down by half. I expect food prices to go down. And I expect us to be a peaceful world with nothing going on.
So I find
I'm saying you make the commitments.
But I find it ironic
and it's not literally because it is literally.
Every politician, including you, made promises when you ran for Senate.
And you know what I did every election? I'm going to tell you, Charisse. When I was mayor,
I'm just saying that you can't hold the gold standard
to
Trump and not hold it to your own.
I do, and here's how I do it. When I won the mayor's race, you know what I did? The first thing we did, we took every commitment I made in a brochure, we put it in an Excel sheet, and every day we looked at. When I was in 6 years in the Senate, 80% of what I said I would do, we did. The 20% we didn't have time. But I'm going to tell you, I'd be happy to show it to you because it is one thing I believe in.
I'd like to come over and have lunch at the Aviator, and maybe you could go through that list with me. And I'd like a tour because I only got the tour when we were doing the Facebook tour.
But I'm not going to let on this election,
the rhetoric is always going to be there.
Let me ask this. I watched a lot of the national coverage, and it literally at one point, and this was I sort of referenced this with some of my friends on either side of the aisle, and it really felt there was this debate of Republicans are debating the economy, and the National Democrats were debating this race is about democracy, the future of democracy.
No, I totally agree.
And
I will say, been economy.
And the thing is like, and that at the end of the day, like, there was this sort of like, who's nicer, who cares about this? But at the end of the day, it really was about I mean, it sounds cliche. It's trite. Are you better off today as you were 4 years ago? And I understand there are some nuances on the economics, on GDP, on job numbers. But at the end of the day, I think, there's some great studies about people who are two-time Obama voters who voted for Donald Trump in 2016 in Wisconsin and swing states. And they said, why would you be a two-time Obama voter and vote for Donald Trump? They're like, they didn't listen to us. They told us they would fix it. They made it worse. I'm willing to try anything else. And I will say this. I asked this on a more progressive side. I said, do you think, and look, I understand Trump is not the perfect candidate. I also think Kamala Harris was probably a poor pick to run. She was a lot of the status quo of the Biden administration's failures. And I think they probably could have, in a more perfect world, they probably could have had a better candidate with a cleaner slate who didn't have to carry the debt and burdens of Joe Biden.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily disagreeing, but I would say this, that the way I look at candidates, one, you're absolutely right. Democrats sometimes cannot get out of their way. They cannot. They want to talk about the things that 2% care about or 5%. This was about an economy
the weird
that crashed.
Gender stuff.
Well, they want to be liked. Democrats want to be liked.
Well, I don't care for me.
Well, but generally,
yes, but most people do. But I would say this, that what Democrats didn't do right out of the gate, they didn't take, what that statistic on oil I said, not one person in the Biden administration would ever say it. But it was a fact. It was a fact.
Right, but they wouldn't use that fact because it would alienate their
another
base.
Group. And so the last thing, on a candidate, we can argue over who's running for the legislature and that, and people, because it's herd mentality in the legislature. Things move, right? But when you're picking an executive, there's one thing, and I believe this 100%, what matters is character. Because when they're sitting in the decision room in the basement of the White House and they got to make a decision, or you're a mayor of a city, or you're a governor of a state, the character of the person matters. And there's one thing, everyone says, Trump says this and that. Well, that's his character.
But Mark,
that is his character.
Look, I'm just going to tell you, I voted for Trump first time ever this time, solely really because of when Trump was president, Iran behaved, North Korea behaved, Russia behaved, China behaved. Now
we were in a pandemic.
Yeah, a lot of people behaved.
We were shut down.
When he went to North Korea, when he was dealing with Russia, when he was dealing with China, when he was dealing with Iran, Soleimani. That was before the pandemic.
That was before the pandemic.
Yeah, pandemic hit March 13th.
We have
2020. That's 8 months before an election. So, there was a strong 3-year record.
But it took within 3 weeks. Economy. Why do I know this? Because I remember calling the governor and saying, Governor, shit's going to hit the fan, and you better figure this out. And people like me are willing to step over the line to work with you.
Guys, we're going to go real quick.
That's what.
We're going to go real quick. Mindy, I'm going to turn
There's
this over
my
to you.
emotional rant for the day.
I'm going to turn this over to Mindy. we got Maxine Dibert, Representative Dibert. I got the screen up here, 4 of 4. I don't think we have absentees or
What's
earlies
the
yet.
numbers?
Maybe 53, Maxine Dibert, 46, Bart Laban.
What's the gross number? What's the?
If we can pull it, here we go.
That's a big 400 votes, 350.
4 of 4. I don't think we have the earlies. Let's bring in Maxine Dibert, Representative Maxine Dibert. I'm gonna turn this one over to Mindy. Mindy O'Neall.
Hey, Maxine, how's
She's
it going?
Jeremy Bynum situation.
She's outside. Look at her.
She's outside.
Hi, Maxine.
Hey,
where is
Mindy,
she?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing?
Good. I promise I'm not outdoor knocking.
Oh, that's good because the polls are closed. What are you doing? Where are you?
Yeah, I'm actually on my way home. We were at the watch party here in Fairbanks. I got my results in from the tape. I'm so happy.
Yeah, so the reports are coming back that 53% of the district is in your favor. So why do you think? How do you think that happened? What is contributing to again you headed back to Juneau?
Yeah, thank you. Oh my gosh, as soon as I got back from the session in June, I went out and started door knocking. It's day 100 of door knocking. I walked my district 3 times and just talking to thousands and thousands of people. And I just thank my community for like believing in me. And I will, so tomorrow, the hard work begins.
Representative Dibert, it's Jeff Landfield. I want to ask you, before 2 years ago, it was you, Bart LeBon, he was the rep. Kelly Nash was in there as a very conservative, right-wing kind of person that went to the ranking. This time it was heads up. 2 years ago, Bart and Kelly got kind of half the vote, just over half the vote combined. I mean, were you worried? I mean, again, I don't think we've incorporated earlies and absentees yet. I don't think, because we're only in 5,400. But you're 7 points up. Did you think it was going to be like this, or were you thinking it was going to be closer based on the 2022 result?
Yeah, I did not. I thought it was going to be really close. I mean, Bart LeBon won this district in 2018 by 1 vote, and I was ready. I was ready for, like, this is going to be very hard. And so, you know, I just kept my chin up and kept working hard, and I knew it was going to be close, but I just kept working hard and talking to thousands of people, and they wanted good schools.
What were you hearing? I mean, you were knocking. I know both you guys were campaigning. What were you hearing, like at the doors?
Yeah, people want really good schools. I talked to a lot of working families. I talked to a lot of grandparents that worry about their grandkids and their schools and the cost of energy. The cost of energy is a really big stress.
I think for us living in Fairbanks, I mean, or Anchorage, Mindy, you can talk about Fairbanks. The heating bill is like, from my friends, it's more than the mortgage.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which, I mean, Mark, I know you've been involved.
Oh, yeah.
You're doing the gas line stuff. You've been involved in this gas line. Let's build that motherfucker. I mean,
he's off air.
We're
so.
off air. No, I'm serious. You know what? It's a national security. We have Greeley. We have Jay Bear. Right. We have this Russia situation, China. We should be building.
Well, especially
we should not be relying on out of state, out of country gas.
Well, that point
for our energy needs. That's crazy.
Just that point, Jeff. The LNG being imported in which has to feed not only our families in South Central, but also it goes to our military bases. This makes no national defense strategy here, national security strategy. For us to go out and say we got to import to an energy-rich state is crazy. And so, I will say that without saying too much, there has been a lot of progress in the last couple of months. Matter of fact, while we're sitting here, I'm getting a text on something I have to be at tomorrow now, or talk about it tomorrow, in regards to this issue.
Even under Biden, with Rahm Emanuel, the Japanese ambassador, he was here.
Oh, Rahm's been a huge supporter.
The Koreans.
Yeah.
Everyone. I mean, we have the straight shot from Alaska.
Yep.
If you look at the map, straight shot to Asia. Right. Australia, they have to go through the South China Sea.
Yep. The latest report, which was asked by the legislature to produce, because they were questioning this, it's been finished, and it shows that the gas line can be produced equal or less than the LNG they're going to import, and that tells us we should get going.
Maxine Dibert, we're gonna let you go. You look like you're. What's the temperature in Fairbanks? Is it freezing or is it normal?
Today was a beautiful day in Fairbanks. It could not have been a better day to get out and vote. And I just thank the thousands of people that got out and vote.
Well, I got to say, last 2 years in Juneau, I've never seen you not with a smile on your face.
Yeah.
Just like you have right now. So,
Maxine, I haven't met you, but
Matt Shuckerow
I've heard a lot of. Yeah, Matt Shuckerow. I haven't met you, but I've heard a lot about your positive energy, and I'm feeling it right now. And look, I think a lot of optimism. I think it's going to be a close race, and I think Bart. It's a weird district. Trump won the district by like 0.9%, and it's like a very odd district. But it's it does seem as if today it looks like you have this. But good luck out there.
What I said in my predictions, and I said, look, I don't know. I said, just based on the Trump turnout, I said maybe kind of a slight edge for LeBon. But what I did say was everyone likes both of you. I mean, I've never heard anybody in Fairbanks say, I don't like Maxine Dibert. I don't like Bart LeBon. Nobody's ever said that to me.
That's a really good point about this whole district together, the Senate race and the House race. They're moderate they're moderate representatives.
That's
and
right.
it really does represent this district, which is very urban, the heart of Fairbanks, and then the military base, and right outside of the city going to North Pole.
Bart was in the coalition the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
and then the Republican, so he was,
yeah,
it wasn't like a very, ideological either way. Well, so Representative Dibert, again, I said Dibert, but then I saw somebody put a die, like an individual dice, and then Bert, like Bert and Ernie. That was a couple years ago. Die, one dice, Bert, die, Bert. That's how I learned
It's
it.
a good visual for you to learn how to say that.
She tweeted that.
Yeah, no, she did.
That was
great.
good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Representative Dibert. Appreciate you.
Bye, Max.
We have Jake. We have Jake and Scott.
We'll do.
They might be a second to pull them up, but I don't know where they are exactly. But I'm a little concerned. Jake has not.
He hasn't checked in for a
coherent
while.
or
Remember,
alive.
For those of you who've been with us from the beginning of the program, Jake had a $100 bar tab. Sounds like he might have taken us up on it.
Right.
Well, because
Now
we
we
haven't
got a
seen
bar
him.
allowance.
I feel like I'm going to get a Venmo request tomorrow or tonight.
I'm going to
for
pay him.
several
Totally gonna pay
$100.
him.
He has not shown up in the last one.
While we're here, just again, we have in the room, but we have GCI. These are our top Jubilee Gold Platinum sponsors. I'm just calling it that.
Gold
GCI,
sponsors.
Alaska Miners
Is
Association.
that like a new name you just gave him?
The Jubilee sponsors.
Platinum Jubilee Gold.
Platinum
Okay,
Jubilee.
well, that's
GCI, Alaska Miner Association, Aero International.
Jubilee
That's
Diamond,
Yeah.
Gold, Platinum.
Yeah.
just like every car dealership or
Yeah.
real
We have a
estate.
special deal for you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Aero International. This is
Now
the
it's
electronic
getting
pull
crazy.
tabs, which some of you guys aren't about, but we like the
I like pull tabs.
we like the option for the electronic.
Right. I mean,
And
whatever
then-
makes it. I mean, if you're in a rush and you want to do $200 worth of pull tabs, I mean, pushing the button to
Throw it
open
in.
all.
We're
I mean,
mostly just real
right?
curious why you are so excited
I
about
know.
it. Like you are really
It's
the one that
basically
keeps
only in
bringing it
Juneau.
up.
I mean, I Anchorage rarely, but if I'm in the triangle
Pull
or if
tabs
I want to just,
all the time.
I've gone on some rushes. I really have.
I mean, I will say there's often times where you get a client or a sponsor where you're like, yeah, okay, we'll take it, and I'll mention you. But then it sounds like you have a sponsor who you're like, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
look,
that's-
if
well, he has a
you
box
talk-
of those pull
if-
tabs underneath there.
Look,
he's going to get full.
if the
full
Latter-day
value.
Saints,
full value.
if the Latter-day Saints or the Assembly of God, I would promote them, but maybe not as excited.
Enthusiastic?
Maybe not as
'Cause
excited.
you are very enthusiastic about the electronic pull
I
tabs.
know.
I want to have the option.
When they come here, if they make it, I want to be at the first one where you go to it.
He's gonna be like their first guy.
He's
like,
going to be the guy you
Hey,
meet at the
did you-
beginning. Hi, welcome.
Did
Let
you
me
guys
show
go
you
to
the
the state?
machine.
He's gonna be the
Did you
promo
guys go to the
guy.
Palmer State Fair? They had a whole booth. They had them on demo. We were going to have them demo. We were going to have them put them in the room for demo, but
Wait a second.
they were kind of busy. Again, IBW Local 1547, Alaska State Chamber of Commerce. Katie Capozzi was here earlier.
Heck.
Tudor Bingo. They have the physical pulls.
Have
but-
you ever called numbers there? I do it all the time.
Oh, you know what? I like the little stamper.
I
thing
have a
where you
dab.
go-
No, I have a
No,
dabber.
no, I
will
yeah.
physically
A dabber.
No,
dab.
I go up there
We should all
and
go
call
play
the
bingo.
numbers. So
You-
people,
We should live stream that.
I've called numbers
so
there.
like
oh
it's
yeah,
like a
yeah.
like
I
a
go up there. They give me the
celebrity-
mic, and they and I say, hey,
Mark Begich
number
is calling the numbers.
B12, blah blah blah.
But just like the electronic pull tabs, look, I like a physical dabber,
Me too.
but I want that machine option, right? They have the machine option.
No, you don't
too.
want the machine.
I don't use it, but I like to have.
You need to have the red ink on your hands.
So the next time
and
you call
purple.
the bingo, Mark,
Yeah.
I would like you to text me so I could actually be at that bingo.
Yeah,
and
I've
I'll
done
bring
it.
Jeff.
Had
and
Powers.
Jack.
Let's get back to the
Tudor
Alaska Oil and
Bingo,
Gas
run by the
Association.
Powers family.
Yeah.
Aoga, Alaska Oil and Gas Association. They actually donated that DeWalt drill that
I think they had a
Representative
conference this
Delana
week. didn't
Johnson
they?
Yeah.
won.
I think they had a conference this week. The Miners
No,
Association.
miners.
Yeah.
They're our big sponsor.
Yeah,
Aoga
well,
was
so
a
they
few
also-
months ago.
Yeah.
Resource Development Council, we love them.
Yeah.
Sumner Homes, if you're in the valley,
Build.
you're one. Did you guys know
Yeah.
this? Half of the homes in the whole state last year were built in the Matsu Valley.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
it's
We have
growing.
Yeah, hey,
your mayor. We have a building problem. We have a permitting problem. We have a zoning
During
problem.
my time, Anchorage was
Uh-oh.
building more houses in the valley.
Well, we
I'll
need to
just
make
be
Mark.
happy to
We
give
need
you
to make
that.
Mark Begich trade again.
So I hear the enthusiasm that he has, and I feel
Hey,
like
do you guys want to hear a true story?
there's a run coming up.
No,
There's a run for
no, he's
governor.
not
Everyone
running.
is getting out of it at the right
Do you want to
time.
hear a true
Look
story?
how happy he is. He's on
Yeah.
his point.
I don't
He's
even
super
know what's in
happy.
there. It's just water.
Yeah.
I've brought this up with Mark Begich many times in the podcast. 2006, I moved here in 2004. This is a true story. I was working at Platinum Jacks I was a bar back. I wasn't even a bartender. I was a bar back. One night, it was a Saturday night. There was like the mayor's ball. It was busy. All these people came over in suits and tuxedos, and and I was bar backing. I was carrying kegs and booze to the bars. He came over. I was 21, but I was aware enough to know he was the mayor. I said, "Oh my God, you're Mayor Begich." I'm a nobody, right? I'm just a kid. I didn't know anything. He talked to me for 2 minutes. He engaged with me.
I was looking for my drink.
I wasn't even a bartender.
I know.
But you know what you did?
Yeah,
you know what you
go
did?
talk to the bar back if you want.
You said at the end of it, I shook your hand. You shook my hand. You said, "If there's anything I can ever do for you, you give me a call." To me, after that, I was a Mark Begich. I don't care what you were running for. I was a Mark Begich voter.
Servant ever since.
I'm just saying
It really goes back to your character.
That's a retail politics.
Comment.
Guys, speaking of Begich, we're going to go to Nick Begich. I think he's Bernadette's finally done talking.
Okay.
After 3 hours.
And weathered the storm, and they're not the candidate. So thank you. Thank you. We got some big victories tonight, right? President Trump. We got that U.S. Senate back.
Look at Nick Begich, folks.
And we know how important it is for us to hold the House. Alaska's House seat has never mattered more than it matters today. Because we've got to move the America First agenda through the Congress to get it to President Trump's desk so we can make America great again. And there are so many people to thank. We heard Bernadette talking about some of the folks who worked so hard on this campaign. I want to thank Lauren Bretz and Eric Cohn for our sign team. If you saw a sign hanging up, there's a good chance that they put it up. And Al Spade ran signs all the way out to Tote. So thank you, Al. I want to thank C.J. Cohn for being there from the very beginning. I want to thank my campaign manager, Josh Walton. This man was putting in 7 days a week, 18-hour days. I want to thank Cindy. Is Cindy here tonight? Yeah, right here. There's Cindy right there. Helping us with the podcast. I want to thank Carmela Warfield and her husband Jason, our chair. My friends Michael and JC, who've been working so hard with the campaign. And I can't forget Bernadette, who's been there from the very beginning as well. This is a team effort, and I'll tell you what, if you knocked doors, if you made phone calls, if you helped on this campaign, if you wrote letters, Misty Stewart, I want you to raise your hand. Let me see if you recognize. You recognize. Thank you. Thank you. Well, look, you've heard me talk about these things on the campaign. I've talked about it at length, but I'll tell you right now, Alaska has a role to play in this nation. Alaska has an important role to play in this nation. The pathway to America's prosperity starts in Alaska. But it's not good enough to know that. We got to talk about it down in D.C. We got to be down in D.C. We only have one person in the House. And we need Alaska's voice in the House to be restored again. And I'll tell you what, this has been a heck of a journey. Bernadette gave you
He's going to be at Bartlett Club tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow, maybe Thursday.
We said, oh my gosh, this is a lot of work.
Okay.
All right, guys. Look, we were gonna go. I was gonna go all night. It's 11. We've kind of the streams. It's not great. You know, we have people watching, but look, we have Mark. First, I want to talk to you. That's your nephew.
Yes.
He might. He's in a good spot. Like, what do you think?
Well, I've told him the last several days that he has the edge, and tonight is proof of it.
Yeah.
I mean,
can I ask you? I mean, this is like. I know this might be a little bit sensitive, but like, you know, his grandfather, you know, your dad, right? He disappeared in the plane crash. Is this a little bit poetic? And so if he does pull it off, I mean, in that sense. right?
Yes and no. I mean, they're different politically. I'll just, he's not his grandfather. I mean, they're different people.
Yeah. Right, but just the name. I'm just.
Oh,
that,
yeah.
that
I mean, I think it's incredible. He still has some space, to finish out the race. But, I don't know if I would call it poetic, but I think it's kind of nostalgic in many ways. I would say that
we
it's
can pull up.
very
We can pull
unique.
up the results right now. I mean, we're still at 248. If you guys want to pull up my screen, I mean.
Well, it's interesting. You have a dynasty. I mean, Tom. I mean,
40.
He's going to run for governor, right? I mean.
I think he will.
I think he will too.
48, 45. We have this. John Wayne. I mean, we're at 248.
Yeah, let's just make everyone in Alaska elected office a Begich.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'll give you the list. They're all different.
What if
their political persuasions are all different?
Is there a female Begich I could marry that I could take her name?
No, there might be. I got 13 nephews and nieces, so I could find one your age.
I'll be 40 in December, man.
My family's early starters with families.
I mean, Mark, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but it's like you and Tom, your dad, Dad, Democrats, Nick, but he's still family and.
Yeah,
you guys are business partners, right?
Yeah, we're business partners. When he ran for the Anchorage Assembly, I supported him.
Yeah.
And I think what's unique, he's going to come in there with, I hope, with an attitude of wanting to get stuff done. He understands Alaska's needs. He's, once you've been on the campaign trail, you feel it, you sense it, And as you all were talking earlier, I mean, 2 years, you got to start producing the day after you're elected. Immediately.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a skill set. And the House is wild. What happens literally in the next 2 weeks, there'll be a process of getting your offices and all this process that goes on.
He's moving into a hotel.
Right. Yeah. And it's a crazy. The Senate is a little more like it takes 5 months to get your office, but you're in a nice office in the meantime.
I mean, if this works
it's
out,
crazy.
it does kind of add to the Begich, I would say, dynasty, right?
It is. Those are your words. I just think we're people in our, one thing in our family, we commit to the community. We participate in many ways. My other brother and my other brother who's not in politics and my other brother who did ran for school board years ago, we're all engaged in some way because I think when a place has been good to you, Alaska's been good to our family, you give back. And you give back at many levels. Sometimes you give back, and many people who serve in public office, I served for 22 years, and it takes a toll. It takes a lot from you. But if the state's been good to you, you should give back. And I think more of that is necessary. And it shouldn't be about the office. I mean, I lost against Sullivan, but that didn't stop me. I work with Sullivan to this day. I talk to the governor on a regular basis on the gas. I mean,
I think you're happier.
I'm a lot happier. I haven't aged either.
But that's true about people that are engaged in Alaska and that
like you did in that commercial.
Have an Alaska heart. It's
Yeah.
like, doesn't matter where I go. I will always support candidates. I will always pay attention to elections. I will always help out in the community. I will always be concerned. And that's the true servant to Alaska,
I think that's true. I mean, here you heard me talk about Chuck tonight.
Yeah.
That's, I'm sure tomorrow I'll get some calls from some of my very progressive Democrats.
I don't think you are. And I think it's people like you and like all of us sitting at this panel are the people that are going to
we're going to participate.
Bring Alaska back to that very core value of
That's right.
We're all just Alaskans, right? Whether we're R, we're D, we're I.
Yep.
Ultimately, the bottom line is that this state was built with R's and D's and I's, and we didn't argue about politics like we do now. I truly believe that the best thing for Alaska is communication. I hate to see the divide in the House and the Senate and the legislature. It drives me crazy.
It's not healthy.
It's not. And I hate to hear people say that compromise is a dirty word because it's not.
You have just done something that only out of this panel Jeff's been able to come to. All three of you, I got to make sure they're on our list, Jeff, for my holiday party. It's the most diverse group of people.
You've invited me to your holiday party every last couple of years, 3 years. It's a great party.
Right. It's very
not
diverse.
Ideological in any way.
No, we had Bronson there last year with the 907 group.
I got a picture of you with Dave Bronson. That was a great picture.
But that's Alaska.
That's right.
That's it. I mean, I have a diverse group of friends as I've grown older. My mom is, she's Native. She's a hardcore D. I mean, she sends me pictures of her Harris Welch shirts, and all I say is, Mom, I'm just happy you're supporting someone, because the worst thing that can happen is apathy, where nobody
That's
goes
right.
out and does anything. My kids all voted. I didn't ask them who they voted for.
Right.
But to me, that's Alaska. Alaska is unlike any other state. We are entrepreneurs. We are go out and fight the elements and build something out of nothing.
Guys, we gotta get off here. We have one more update. It just went to 283.
Let's
go through one more update, and then we're gonna thank our panel because you guys are amazing.
Thank you. You did all this.
Mindy, Mark, Charisse, Matt. We're gonna take
all the people on my talk back button too.
Oh,
all
yeah,
them are good.
We're gonna go, guys. We went from 240 something to 280. We're gonna go one more update here, and then
Okay.
we're gonna cut the stream.
70% of the precincts are reporting.
So we're up a little bit. Nick, wow.
No, he's over now, 50.
That's the nephew at 50, right over 50. Keel's unopposed. This is going to go to the ranking.
Yep.
And
so what happened?
17 to 17.
Wagner. Yeah, I think
looks like he's going to.
Jesse's going to win.
Shirley just wants to go to the holiday party. Can Shirley come to the holiday party?
Shirley.
She's invited to the holiday party.
Do I need to just give you my address now, Mark?
Talk to Shirley. Talk to her, yeah. James Kaufman, again, 13 of 13. He's going to pull it off.
Yeah, he is.
After those, it's
Harold-
going to go
Harold-
to, again, the ranking is going to be November 20th.
Yep.
Clayman, we were a little bit of a
Clayman's
interesting.
over. He's 55%.
Yeah, that's Turnigan probably came
Yeah.
in.
We got Dunbar, no worries. We got
Merrick and
wow, this went down a bit. I mean,
did.
still above, above
yeah.
Gerker, but
I think
also
she
we're going to
still
have
wins.
a 12 of 13.
Yeah. David
Yunt.
Wilson.
I don't want to say I called it, but I did call it.
You know what? I'm a little surprised about this race for someone who's served in that district and as well like
This is dead even here. Dead even. We're talking about 40.
Yeah.
Not even 100 votes, right? 30s. Yeah, wow.
Less than 100 votes.
Kronk,
sorry,
was-
for those of you
Kronk was
watching,
trying to
we're looking
call
at
in.
Scott Kawasaki and Leslie
Sorry,
Hadukovich.
Scott Kawasaki, Leslie Hadukovich.
And now we're at Mike Kronk. We're at Senate District R. Mike Kronk is over the threshold. He's at 5179.
Mindy, what did you think about that? Were you?
With that race,
Did you think it was going to be closer?
I did think it was going to be closer, but we knew it was going to be a really tough
39
race.
to 48. I mean,
that's a very
there's still
rural,
9 precincts.
That's a really rural district.
So wait, how many are left? 9?
9 precincts are left. Yeah.
Wow. You
so
know,
so
Savannah
a lot
really
of
is
Senate
a
districts have
newcomer
like
to
16
politics.
or
She's
15.
been around for a term on the assembly as the presiding officer in the last year. Mike Kronk has been in Toke. It's nice to see that he came to Fairbanks and wanted to represent in the Senate district.
Mike Kronk, I've seen in the past some of his numbers and some of these weird like Tetlin. He's putting up like Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong Un numbers, like 98%, 100%. Weird like precincts with like 10 people.
I don't know how he gets there.
Sometimes you just leave me speechless.
No, I'm saying Mike Kronk in some of his precincts. I'm not making this up. He's won like 95 or 100% of votes.
What I will say about this race, Jeff,
Small.
is watch Savannah Fletcher. She's somebody to watch if you two are serious about
Savannah.
really
No, I
having
like
a
Savannah.
compromise of people who are serving this state with the heart that we've talked about.
I like
today.
Savannah.
She's the one that's doing it.
Echo Jeremy, the guy who was last year in the hostage video, 9 of 10. He's
not a hostage
Hey,
anymore.
can I just shout out?
Him shoot unopposed.
Shout out to House District 6 and Dawson Slaughter. Still best picture.
Best headshot.
Best
last name.
Story unopposed.
Yeah,
hand
these are all
unopposed.
unopposed. That's why website.
Louise Stutz, she's in the room. She hasn't come on the stream. I'm a little. Look at this. This is going to go to the ranking, but this homie, he ain't going to Brent, right? 9 of 9.
I'm just telling you, though, 833 votes. It's all from the headshot.
Yeah, it's a good headshot.
Ruffridge was on the stream. We know him. Looks like Elam. Kenai Peninsula Borough Assembly, 11 of 11. We have some earlies and absentees. John Hillier, former general. I think
Guys.
Mark, do you want to call it?
I'm going to call it.
I'm going to call it.
I tried to call it earlier.
Kai.
You wouldn't let me.
You guys, do you understand? This totally transforms the numbers for the majority, for the House, Senate, House majority,
we should
minority.
do a recap tomorrow about what the House looks like.
Cop, we know Cop's going to win. We got Colom, not a big 7-7, big surprise. We got Schragi. He was here. He was at the room.
So this was a close race, closer than I thought for Andy Josephson.
Really?
I did. I
live in this.
That's a weird.
I live here.
Yeah, the assembly.
That's a Republican, almost even
Yeah.
leaning
Is it?
district.
Yeah, it is. It has a
Yeah.
north
Pretty
and south
conservative,
section of it.
yeah.
It's very.
thought he
assembly
would
members-
I thought he would just walk away with this.
I knew he was
race.
going to win. He's going to win.
But I thought it would be by a bigger margin.
got-
No,
they
the southern part of that district is not penetrated enough for Democrats.
least-
That's the way I look at it.
that's true. Elise
Yeah.
Galvin, no surprise there.
Yep. What
Mia
happened to your
Costello.
list? Your list is gone.
What's going to happen? What's going to happen with House District 15?
What? I'm a picture of myself. Mia, so
There
we
you
got.
go.
So
Elise
what's going to
Galvin.
happen? So House District 15, is she
Oh yeah,
got
yeah,
a big enough
no,
margin?
Yeah, I think Mia's going to.
No,
Yeah.
wait.
I don't know.
I see. Oh,
I
if she
don't know
can,
either.
if she holds over 40%.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
even
That's
if
true.
I mean, that's not going to be. I
Okay.
think Mia's going to win that one. So Carolyn pulled way ahead.
Wow.
Earlier we
Yeah.
were like,
They were tied. They were neck and neck.
Nick was
3
here. We
votes.
were like, this guy
There was
dropped
like
out.
10
This guy
vote
fucking dropped
Yeah.
out.
There's like 10 vote difference.
Yeah, so that's we
Oh,
not a
you're gone
shocker.
again.
Fields unopposed.
Oh, look, there's 2 Jeff.
Look at
Landfield.
this
Yeah,
one.
Look at that. Oh, wait, can you just
Wait,
admire
look
that
at
shot?
this. 2 of you.
That's the shot.
Why?
Wait, I just need to get
Why
a
are
picture.
they doing the
I-
picture-
Hold
picture
on,
of-
hold
We're
on.
taking
Hold
a
on.
photo.
We
taking
all
a
got to
photo.
take a photo of this. This
Yeah,
is
this
Look,
is a
guys,
good
we're almost
photo.
done.
Hang on. That's a great photo.
That is a great
2.
photo.
If you thought 1 was enough,
That's
now
fast.
we got 2.
That's Jeff squared.
Yeah, Jeff Square.
What's happening is they're fucking with me because they want to end the stream.
Oh.
Look, guys, I think we're going to end
Well,
it.
go
Yeah.
to
Are
the
we
House
ending it?
district. Go
but
to
hey,
40.
can we
Guys,
do
we
it?
finish the House district?
But can we just do a little recap? I mean, I think
Why
so.
Why am I?
It's Donald Trump has won the presidency.
Yes.
The United States Senate is going to be in
It's a
Republican control.
trifecta.
The prediction is that
Yeah.
the U.S. House of Representatives will have a razor-thin 1 or 2 vote margin, so very slight margins.
And you know what that means? The crazy club, the Marjorie Greens,
Taylor
and
Greene,
those guys, they will control the House.
They will control.
They will control the House.
How do you guys feel about this event tonight?
This is great.
It's a wonderful
Good
event.
job.
Yeah.
This is great.
And here I'm
I
talking.
want a lot of feedback and positive
Here's
feedback.
my question, Jeff.
was
Do you
so
have
good.
to clean all this up, or do you get to keep going?
Oh no! We're going to strike everything. We're going to take down. No, we're going to take down everyone.
Oh,
to help.
so
Yeah.
all right.
You guys can leave. Can we just finish, guys? Finish the last
We gotta
couple.
do the last race.
Cliff Grow. That's very fascinating. Cliff
What's
Grow's
Cliff-
barely up.
Yeah.
5 of 5.
Yeah.
That's very.
That's
clo-
very
That's
Ooh,
military
wow.
base.
But that's military. That's
Genevieve, Gray, obviously.
Gray's doing
Mears.
great. Mears is gonna
I
win.
shied. Not shocking. 4 of 4. We're not shocking.
why. Oh, he's good
We
to
called
go.
that. Yeah.
Stanley Wright's gone.
Jamie Allard.
She's good.
Dan Sadler unopposed. Delana Johnson.
Delana, Kathy.
Kathy Tilton.
Okay, Jubilee
my God.
is winning. This is where we have missed all night. By the way,
I
we
can't-
have missed this race
Jubilee Underwood.
all night.
David
she is
Eastman.
beating David
Are you guys
Eastman.
doing? Why are you guys doing that? Is that on the live stream?
Wait. Can we just say House District 27, Jubilee Underwood with 5 of 5 precincts reporting is up 51-7. David Eastman will be
I
out
still think he wins.
of the House.
No, I don't think he wins.
I don't think he wins.
I still think he wins.
I don't think
the
he wins.
momentum's the right
Look,
way
look,
for
at,
him.
look at this one. 36-37. This Jessica Wright, she was going to decide that race on the open Jesse Sumner race. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Rauscher
I see
wins.
Menard's gonna win.
McCabe, we knew that.
Yeah.
He's 9-12. He's looking pretty good.
He's looking good.
Dibert, she was on earlier.
Dibert.
Stapp, no
Stapp is
problem.
no problem.
Proxon opposed.
Stapp is one of my favorite legislators, by the way. He's a lot of fun.
Carrick,
He
no
is a lot of
problem.
fun.
He is.
It's pretty great.
He's a great
This
guy.
is going to go to a really weird ranking.
I don't know what the outcome's going to be there.
31 of 40 on this Mike Cronk open seat. Edgman, of course. McCormick is doing a lot.
Wow.
Guys, 2 of 24.
Oh, 2 of
2 of
24.
2 of 24.
Yeah,
but
That's going to be
yeah.
a weird one. Neil, we knew that. Neil got religion after
Neil,
this guy.
Neil's here, by the way.
Is
Neil
he really?
Yeah,
Well, we're not going to have him on.
Here he is.
Look at Robin
See him
Burke.
right now.
3 of 20. Those
Did
are all
you did you predict that one?
I called. Well, no, exactly, not exactly. Guys, we're gonna end the stream. Like we got the DJ. We're in overtime. I want to thank. Look, I want to thank Mark Begich.
Happy to be here.
Thank you, Mark. You've always been here. Mindy O'Neall, first time
We got to have Mindy back.
We want to have you again.
Mindy's awesome.
Now we know what to expect, I think, for the next time.
Yeah.
You guys,
It gets
you guys
weird.
We're really wonderful.
It gets
and
weird.
have a lot
Super
of,
fun, isn't it?
Here's Jeff. Can I just say one thing? I think that to all the candidates that run for public office, like we saw a lot of new faces. We saw a lot of people stepping up to the plate. This was not an easy election.
No,
we're very polarized. We all know that, and so like keep running for office. You know, like
that's right.
Keep seeing new faces, because recycling the same ones over and over again isn't going to get us anywhere.
Someone told me once
And
democracy is
bringing
like sex. The more parties, the better, you know?
Okay.
All right.
You got to be careful where you go.
Like,
here we go. He's grabbing again.
Is that inappropriate?
We'll wrap
No,
that
it's not
up.
inappropriate.
That's
but
fine.
you're right.
That's great.
I applaud every new person that puts their name on the ballot, because
It's
is not
hard.
an easy task, and rejection at the ballot box is tough to deal with. Thank you, Jeff.
100%. And here's the thing.
But
as we move forward, let's try to solve Alaska's
Well,
problems.
look,
Let's keep doing this.
The reason we're doing these
Let's
kind of
do
events
that.
and these kind of street, panels with these, we have Democrats, Republicans. We're having a great time, right? Mindy, thanks for coming. We love having you here.
Thanks for
Fairbanks,
welcoming
North Star Borough
Fairbanks
Assembly.
to the panel.
Mark Begich,
Appreciate it.
former
Yeah.
U.S. Senator. Charisse Millett, former majority leader,
and
representative.
minority, both. She
Matt
did it all.
Shuckerow,
Matt Shuckerow,
Republican consultant, former Jan Sullivan campaign manager. Look, I just want to go through real quick our team, and I want to make sure I get everybody. Jacob Hirsch, law school. He's came back for this.
And we don't know
Scott,
where he is.
Missing.
Scott Jensen.
Scott Jensen.
Trent McNally.
We don't know.
I don't know if we even have a way to stream this truck. Shirley Sakai.
Hey, Shirley.
Shirley.
Shirley's
Thanks for being in my
We
ear.
have Dan.
You're invited,
We
Shirley.
have Simon. We have Peter. Peter just got back. Literally, just flew back from Europe
You still have
last night from like
also
4
you
months
have-
abroad, 5
you
months
still
abroad.
have gifts to give away. but
And
keep
we're
them.
going to give the gifts away afterwards. We have Thatcher.
Paxson.
Paxson Welber. Dan. What's Dan's last name? Dan Henricks. We have Thatcher. We have Paxson Welber. He's doing the stream. He's doing the stream on the website. He's doing pictures. I mean, we really have. I mean,
An
You got a
amazing
team.
team.
oh my God,
An amazing-
Stephen and Casey Rachetnik.
Yeah.
My God,
Rachetnik,
Stephen
he's
doing the
he's
tapes.
a legend.
Casey doing the audio. I mean, look,
Cheers to all your staff.
and Zoom. I want to make sure you guys
Cheers.
understand.
Cheers.
This fucking thing took like 2 months of planning, of
Since August you've been
logistics, of our people. I mean, Stephen and Casey, unbelievable. Trent, unbelievable. Scott, Shirley, Jason Sear, he flew from fucking Hawaii to be here, right?
There you
There's
go.
There's Scott Jensen. There's Jason Sear. He flew
Jason.
from Hawaii. It's basically the former KTUU team, KTVA team. Look, I wasn't going to say this. I'm going to say it. Channel 2, ADN, Public Media, Alaska Beacon. We all reached out to them for a little contribution to help fund this event. They all said no.
But they were here tonight taking video of your event.
I said I wouldn't say it, but you know what?
They
none
were.
Of,
That's
none
a
of,
good
none of them
point.
pitched in $1.
But they were here taking shots with
well,
your candidates.
we invited
Jeff,
them. We
thanks for
invited them
bringing
here.
Election Central
Scott, you want to
back.
get on the screen
Jeff,
here?
the most important thing is
Binkley.
you created a news story for them because they had no news without you.
Well,
Right.
Scott Jensen, put on
Scott
the.
Jensen.
Put on the.
Hey, I will
Scott.
say, Jeff, why don't you go ahead and just send him an invoice?
Hey!
I asked them all to
That's
pitch
fun.
in for.
Just
We were
send
going to
them
get
an
the
invoice.
table.
They were interviewing candidates in the
Or,
hallway.
hey,
Were they
send,
really?
send public radio an in-kind contribution, and you can get a tax write-off. Be like,
Scott,
$2,000.
Scott, tell them we tried to get the whole thing, and it's just whatever. It's fine, but
Yeah,
You are setting a new standard for election
Yeah.
coverage.
We don't need
You
the
don't.
Hey, Scott,
Scott's
we're
not
just
coming.
thank you for your team's amazing
Oh.
hard work.
Yeah, this is
It's
awesome.
been incredible.
Been
I know
a
this is not
pleasure.
an easy task. When did you guys start moving this stuff in last night?
No, this morning.
This morning?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
6.
no, we
Yeah,
got here.
here at
They got
6.
not me. I was sleeping. 6 a.m. I was
I'm
sleeping.
not surprised. I think that
Sure.
guy sleeps till like
We're gonna
11
call
a.m.
That's not even true. That's not even
Call
accurate.
Jeff tomorrow at 6
Wow,
a.m.
you're really
we really
sensitive
gotta get
about
Trent,
that.
Right, we're gonna
Trent
call him at
McNally
6
out
a.m.
here.
Yeah.
Look, Trent, can you come out here? Trent McNally, he got a truck. Literally, can we show the truck? Do we have
Yeah, handheld.
This is a pretty incredible.
that truck came from California. Trent worked at KTVA Channel 2. He built these trucks for decades. He got that thing. There was an emissions issue. He brought it up here. He built it. He's part owner of Tudor Road Studios. Scott and I and Trent own Tudor Road Studios. That truck's not a joke, right?
That's where he used to do it.
This is great. You guys,
He's upstairs.
great,
No,
great
we
job.
have a great team. Jason Sear flew in from Hawaii. He used to work at KTVA.
There he is.
And look, I guess Trump won. We only have 248 Can we get Trent and Shirley
I mean,
on the
I
stream?
will say
or
this.
are
One
they
of the
good?
things I'm asking about all these, is our turnout is like woefully low. I mean,
what's the total right now?
I'm told Trent and Shirley can't come on because they can't run the show.
Like
there would be nobody left to push the buttons.
Our total turnout is 37%.
That's miserable.
We see 60%.
All right, guys, we're gonna sign off.
I mean, it's just
that's low.
We're gonna sign off.
Thanks for watching.
Last thing. GCI, top sponsor. Internet is fucking fast. Alaska Miners Association. If you're watching this stream from a phone or a computer or anywhere, that's mining. Air International.
It's like the Academy.
Electronic pull tabs. IBW, Alaska Chamber, Tudor Bingo, AOGA, RDC, Sumner Homes, Alaskans for Sustainable Budgets, Conoco and Hillcorp. They came through.
Have you seen FedEx's new
legislative consultants? Heather Breaks, Wendy Chamberlain, Confluence Strategies, Chris Noss, Royce Weller, Frank Bickford, he's in the room, Ted Popely, Strategy North Group, Jerry Mackey, Mike Pavlowski Fish, Yuri Morgan, Ashley Reed, Kevin Jardell, Sarah Ward, not a lobbyist, and
time to end the show, Jeff.
All right. Thanks,
Jeff. There we go.